And our mission statement is to empower, educate, and encourage everyone to speak out against fascism, speak out against injustice, and fight for freedom and equality for everyone. This is blood politics. And we ain't stopping till they put us in the grave. We ain't gonna be quiet. And we ain't gonna be scared. And we ain't gonna go along with the crowd.
What's up?
And it ain't about left or
Oh, hit that like button, guys. If you're right with me.
Republican. It's about right and wrong. It's about us versus them. This is blood politics. And we gonna do what we gotta do. Because ain't nobody else gonna do it. This is blood politics. Welcome to blood politics.
All right, what's happening, guys? What's going on? Another day, another dollar. Your newest YouTube channel with over 20,000 subscribers right here at Blunt Politics. Give yourselves a round of applause for getting us there. Thank you to the chat, as always, for your support, your generosity, sharing the stream, liking the stream, subscribing to the channel. It has done its duty, and I can't thank you guys enough for getting us there. I know it's taken a while. It's been a 3-year journey. There's been many nights where I've second guessed my my decisions in life. But I feel like we're on the right path. I feel like we're on the right track, and I feel like we've built a substantial community here where we can hang our hat and be proud of the things that we've done. So what do you say we bring in that chat here, since you guys have been the reason why we've made it to this point in this position? What's going on, guys? What's going on, everybody on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, and Substack? Please make sure you hit the respective like button, thumbs up, whatever it may be, subscribe, follow, whatever you have to do on that platform to continue the journey. We're going to set another goal at 25. We'll reach the sky here. We'll go easily. We're not going to go too far in front of our face here. We'll go next goal is going to be 25K. That way we're not sitting here saying the same goal for the next like 3 or 4 years. That would be fantastic. So if we get from 20 to 25 in a shorter time frame that we went from 15 to 20, that would be fantastic. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, Dame Dog. Thank you, Gamer. Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you, Nyam. Thank you so much, David. What's going on, brother? Good to see you in there, David Weiss. How are you? Good to see you, Christina. What's up, Sangria Wine? Oh, what a great name that is. What's up, Mad Mac? What's up, Graphene? What's up, Nola? What's up, Willie? What's up, everybody on this space as well? Shout out to the mods, the mediators, and Matt over there on this space. Thank you guys so much again for including me into this coalition. I think it is as important as ever as we continue to see that the cult is getting more cultier. As we said for years and years, the MAGA cult, I think we're going to start putting new definitions into the term cult, into the meaning of what a cult looks like. We've talked about Benny Johnson a lot and how he's just towing the party line until he goes down with the Titanic. Well, that's what these people that are now, aligning themselves with Trump, that are continuously aligned with Trump, the GOP, not calling out the bullshit, not recognizing what we're going through here as Americans. Those are the people that are going to now be, again, the people that were surrounding Hitler in his last days in the bunker. That's what we're now seeing. So it's going to get more frustrating. It's going to get more confusing. You're going to get more angry as this continues to go on. But like I said, that light bulb and that star that's going to be burning before it's burnt out, it's going to be burning as brightest it's possibly been burning. So that's what we're likely to see here from the MAGA cult. A few things we'll be talking about today. You thought that this ongoing corruption and the $1.8 billion slush fund was bad enough already. Well, there's more info, more details coming out on top of that. We're now seeing that not only is the $1.8 billion slush fund going to Donald Trump's militia and anybody that broke the law on his behalf, but we're now seeing that not only Donald Trump, but his family and his business associates and associated businesses are now going to be exempt from IRS auditing. So that's another part of this whole thing that we have to take a look at. The ongoing corruption is just it's about as blatant as it's ever been. It's about as in your face as it's ever been. So obviously that's something we got to talk about. I feel like Donald Trump kind of kicked himself in the nuts a little bit He's now endorsed Ken Paxton in Texas. A lot of people saying now that this may open up Texas to be in play for Democrats. A lot of the Republicans are pissed off about this because it's, undoubtedly going to have, make them spend more and more money to try to get Ken Paxton in there than it would have to get John Cornyn, apparently. So we'll be talking about that. An AIPAC candidate, Trump candidate, takes down Thomas Massie in Kentucky. I think Benny Johnson has a video kind of, applauding the fact that the guy that wanted the release of the Epstein files and had been calling for that is no longer being supported by this administration. So basically, if you support the release of the Epstein files, as we've said for a long time, if you go against Donald Trump and the regime, if you go against the Fuhrer in any single way, you're going to be removed. And I think there was about $30 or $35 million in AIPAC money spent on this race. So you can see exactly who was involved and why they might have been involved in this race. So we'll be talking about that. Ukraine continues bringing the fight to Russia as well. And then there's a couple clips here from Xi and Putin as they sign over 20 agreements in their trip. Do you remember any of that coming out from the trip with Donald Trump to China? Do you remember any, presentation of 20 plus agreements that were signed? Again, taking pen to paper, 2 treaties signed or agreements signed by the 2 nations. I don't recall any of that taking place, but it did take place. And again, Putin's recent trip to China to visit Xi. So we're speaking about that as well. It is the 20th of May, 2026. So please hit that like button. My name's Brian. This is Blunt Politics, and I do appreciate you for joining me. We'll get into all of that. What's going on, Yakov? Thank you to all the mods in the chat, as always. What's up, Wayno? What's up, Ian? Appreciate you guys. What's up, Nola, Christina, Blunt Front? What's up, Devin? How are you? Appreciate you guys in there. What's up, Roxanne? As always, make sure you guys hit that like button. Short show today, so we're going to try to cram it all in. But yeah, I just wanted to show you quickly this from the meeting from President of Russia, Putin, and the President of China, Xi Jinping. And again, not what happened when Donald Trump went to China. This is not what took place. We had none of this. It was all promises and words and things that Xi may have said behind the scenes. But, this is pretty stunning to see now that China and Russia had signed, again, 20 plus agreements. And then Donald Trump, when questioned about that, basically said he has no problem with it. It's great that they're meeting together. He gets along with both of them as he gets along with all the strongman dictators and authoritarians around the world. So no real pressure to put on, say Putin for his ongoing war in Ukraine, or, no pressure to put on Xi for, his assistance in Iran in targeting U.S. bases. Not only that, but also the theft of intellectual property and the human rights abuses that we know. None of that, none of those things talked about, right? None of his pressures that he's put on Taiwan, none of the the policy of the United States to back up Taiwan. We're now hearing from Donald Trump in new statements. I believe from this morning, he was questioned about this, kind of blaming Taiwan again for, the chips, our chips industry going over to Taiwan. So, his rhetoric is more anti-Taiwan in this regard than it is anything else, especially after his meeting with Xi Jinping. But just real quick, I wanted to play this, and you can see kind of the difference between, a meeting between 2 heads of state where a deal does get signed. Not only a deal, but multiple deals do get signed for anything, oil, pipelines, anything like that, technology. But no, we came back with promises, well wishes, and maybes from, our president's trip to China. But just real quick, I wanted to throw this up.
Russian President Vladimir Putin is in China for meetings with China's President Xi Jinping, just days after President Trump wrapped up his visit to the country.
The leaders held those talks focusing on energy, trade, and technology. More than 20 agreements were signed after both men praised their close ties. Later today, they're going to sit down over tea to discuss geopolitical matters like Ukraine, Iran, and the U.S.
NBC News international correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer joins us now from Beijing. Janice, good morning. So first off, from an optics standpoint, we want to talk about the welcome ceremony here because our viewers may remember we brought it live when President Trump was there. Walk us through how President Putin's welcome compared to President Trump. Did anything stand out to you there that might tell us how both men are viewed in China?
Well, Savannah, in terms of staging, China appeared to want to give elaborate welcomes to both leaders, though they are different kinds of partners to Beijing. Vladimir Putin had the red carpet at the airport. He was greeted by Wang Yi. He's China's top diplomat. And at the Great Hall, we saw the same honor guard and same joyful children who welcome President Trump, but waving Russian flags this time.
So again, much of the same welcome that the president got. There was a little bit more flair, pomp, and circumstance to the U.S. president. But again, these two presidents, these two leaders, Xi and Putin, have met many, many times before. This is nothing like the first time that a U.S. president had gone to China. I believe it was something like 10 years or something like that. So again, the pomp and circumstance surrounding Trump's was a little more, but these guys are buddy at this point. Xi doesn't feel like he has to impress Vladimir Putin at this point. This was basically to get these these agreements signed, which is again what typically takes place when two heads of state meet. You will have, like we talked about in previous shows, you'll have your dignitaries, you'll have your people from your administration going over there, weeks, if not months beforehand, working on deals, working on trade and partnerships, whatever it may be, oil, infrastructure, technology. And then those things will put into, written form so that the people can just come over here and ceremoniously, sign those agreements, much like you saw here. But, the difference between, two countries that actually have, deals together, actually want to work together, actually have some benefit for each other is pretty, it's a stark difference between, Donald Trump going over there, sitting on a low seat, listening to YMCA and coming back with, just empty promises from the Chinese president as well. But, just to show you the stark difference. I think there was a little bit more here about their signings as well at the end of this. Yeah, they had, all these agreements.
What binds them is a world less dominated by the United States. And that was
so what binds them is a world less dominated by the United States. And again, no pressure put on either of these two world leaders by the president of the United States to, again, assert our dominance, assert our power, or to, again, let everybody know who is the true boss, because everybody seems to come out of this thinking that, Donald Trump and the United States are the little guys, and Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin are having their way with them. But, what else is there people for them to say from outside of the country when we have shit going on like this? Again, we talked about this $1.8 billion slush fund going to Donald Trump's militia, going to Donald Trump's basically, cohorts that were responsible for any of the criminal wrongdoings as it pertains to the 2020 election, January 6th. They now get to dip their hands in this, regardless if they've, to this point, regardless if they've committed any, ongoing crimes, further crimes since they've been pardoned, regardless if they were responsible for any violent activity against either, United States officials, Capitol officials, or the police officers that were involved in the insurrection that day. None of those things have been stipulated by Todd Blanche. Again, he's the one that's going to appoint the 4 or 5 different people to this committee who gets to determine who's going to get this. Again, one of the most blatant acts of corruption. We are just crawling closer and closer to direct and outright dictatorship, authoritarianism when this shit happens. And again, if you add on what we're now learning about the IRS and the DOJ's agreement about not being able to audit the president, not being able to audit his family or any of the associated businesses, is again just giving this guy free reign, right? Militias, money, manipulation, and immunity. That's the dictator starter pack, right? That is what you need to become a dictator. So far, he's got the militias and the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, right? They've been allowed to get their dirty deeds done. They've been pardoned for their crimes, and now they're going to get rewarded with monetary fucking funds for those crimes that they've committed, thus, keeping them on the loyalty track for this administration, just in case something comes up, right? Just in case Donald Trump feels like he doesn't want to honor the Constitution like he's continued to do, just continue to rip that thing up and wants to stay in power even longer. If he wants to utilize this fucking $1 billion bunker that he's now building on White House grounds, now he's got the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, very well funded, to be on his side. But again, money, he's got plenty of money, as we're talking about here, whether it's his ongoing crimes and frauds, whether it's the crypto, whether it's the NFTs, whether it's his sneakers, the fucking perfume, colognes, wristwatches, cell phones, right? You name it. This guy's fucking, raking in money behind the scenes from it. His, the billions that he's brought in from different Saudi investors and the different people around the Middle East that he's bringing home fucking, gold medallions from and shit. All of those things, add that on to what we're now hearing here. And it's pretty clear case of the most blatant act of corruption by a president. And the fact that we're on the roll, we're on the path, pretty closely here. We're just going to be a total and complete dictatorship. Because he's got the manipulation part, he's got the militias, he's got the money, and he's definitely got the immunity part given to him by the Supreme Court. So what's left? What's left at this point? The attacks on the free media, right? The attacks on free speech, utilizing our military. The levels of nationalistic rhetoric coming from this. Like, where's the difference between here and an outright fascist society, dictatorial, authoritarianships, and where we are now? What's the difference? I don't see it. And again, this is the IRS must drop audits of President Trump family and related entities. This is just a quick clip here by ABC kind of detailing this new bit of information coming out, the immunity given to President Trump and his family on top of, again, the slush fund being created. And it's not in this, again, this isn't this isn't what you call it. Donald Trump had dropped this lawsuit, okay? This is a gift. This is nothing but a handout, a gift by the IRS, by the DOJ to Trump and his family members, his cronies directly, because this is not part of the settlement. This is not part of the agreement. This is just an outright fucking capitulation by Todd Blanche, the DOJ, giving Donald Trump everything that he wants, giving Donald Trump's criminal fucking friends everything that they want, and the ability to continue to enrich themselves, even above and beyond the fact that they got their pardons by Donald Trump to get a fucking, get out of jail free card. Now they're going to enrich themselves and be able to be, as fucking stacked up with weapons and ammunition as they could possibly be for the next event, right? But here we go. This is just a quick, and I think this is only a few minutes long. It's only about 2 minutes, 30 seconds long, just kind of detailing these ongoing fucking revelations that we're hearing about. But again, if this doesn't piss you off, people, right? If this doesn't get you absolutely fucking fuming mad, right? If you don't demand your congressmen and women to do something about this, to speak up about this, to march in the fucking streets, right? Again, we can respect and understand the limitations of power that we have as Democrats right now within government, but that doesn't stop you from taking over a bridge. That doesn't stop you from taking over a street. That doesn't stop you from marching with your constituents. Doesn't stop you from, arranging a press conference in front of the White House and demanding, accountability and justice. None of those things are stopped by your limitations on power in Congress right now. So we can both recognize that there's limitations on what we possibly can do within the government, while also recognizing that this moment calls for different activities, different actions. To be thinking outside the box. During the civil rights movement, there was limitations, but people found a way to get their voice out there. I don't remember Martin Luther King Jr. having too much fucking power within government, but he got his fucking voice out there. He got his message out there. So there's ways, okay? May not be within the fucking powers of government or using the wheels of justice that we've normally used, but there are definitely fucking ways to make sure that this country knows that you're representing them and are out there speaking for the people. I have to get that point out there as well. But just a real quick clip here, ABC, talking about the ongoing corruption here by the president.
This morning, in a stunning move, the Justice Department announcing the IRS is dropping all audits of President Trump and his family, declaring it is, quote, forever barred and precluded from pursuing any previous claims against the president, his sons, and their businesses, an arrangement that could significantly benefit the Trump family financially.
This involves everything, right? This goes for everything that they've done while this guy was in fucking power. This is the $620 million Pentagon contract that was awarded to a Don Jr. backed company. This is the $24 million+ contract that Eric Jr. was awarded as part of his fucking drone company that he's a part of now. Like, this is all of this. This is him trying to get get out of jail free card. Nobody's going to be able to look as far as his tax receipts, his tax records while he was president here. Nobody's going to be able to look at the criminality or go to audit him or his businesses to see how they've profited again off the stock, the stock trades that we just announced yesterday. We looked at the Rachel Maddow video that was detailing all of the stock trades and how those stocks were just happened to be in some of the policies and pushings of the rhetoric and the speeches of Donald Trump, to make him money, to enrich himself through the power that he has, the knowledge that he has, and the inside fucking intelligence that he has on what companies are going to be utilized. So again, all of this stuff now is going to be thrown into question per this new ruling here that says that him and his family and his cohorts basically are exempt from tax audits.
Announcement tacked on to an already unprecedented settlement between Trump and his own government. The president dropping his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS over the leak of his tax returns in exchange for the creation of a $1.8 billion fund in taxpayer money to benefit Trump allies who claim they were mistreated by the Biden Justice Department. Democrats arguing it's a slush fund for Trump supporters.
This is corruption that has never been more blatant or more widespread. What is happening is you write the check, Trump and his cronies cash it, American taxpayers who are already being whacked with high prices are going to foot the bill.
Even Senate Republican leader John Thune says he's, quote, not a big fan of the fund.
I think that there are and will continue to be a lot of questions around that the administration is going to have to answer.
Fuck you, you coward piece of shit. How about that? You know it's corrupt. You know it's fucking unprecedented. You know, it's against everything that this country stands for. You know, it's against the Constitution. You know, it's against the emoluments. Like, is there anybody that has a fucking sack? Is there anybody that has some balls here? I got a message for the people in there. For the fucking, hold on. I think I have something for you guys. Yeah, hold on.
Here's a thought. Grow a sack, fill it with some balls.
Fill it with some fucking balls and stand up for what you believe in. Stand up for what you know is right and wrong, these bastards. Can't stand these people. Well, yeah, I know there's going to be some questions, these fucking half-ass piece of shits.
Among those who could benefit, those who were charged in connection with the January 6th attack on the Capitol, including roughly 600 people who were charged with obstruction or assaulting police. At least 170 pleaded guilty, and dozens of others were found guilty by juries. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, Trump's former personal attorney who orchestrated the agreement, grilled on Capitol Hill.
Will individuals who assaulted Capitol Hill police officers be eligible for this fund?
Well, as it makes plain, anybody is
just let me know if they're eligible for the fund.
As was made plain yesterday, anybody in this country is eligible to apply if they believe they were victim weaponization.
And while the administration defends the $1.8 billion fund, the president once again brushing off the economic pain Americans are feeling because of the war with Iran.
We have to do something with Iran. We cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. You want to see the world exploded? You want to see a problem? And this is peanuts.
And this morning, tax experts that we've talked to are harshly criticizing this move to drop audits of Trump and his family. One telling us it is a, quote, breathtaking abuse of the tax and legal system. Michael.
A breathtaking abuse of the tax and legal system is, again, putting it fucking mildly. Okay. This is blatant robbery. This is a blatant theft, blatant corruption here. The president of the United States blatantly enriching himself through the power and corruption that he has, through the power that he, the people that he's put into place to be able to manipulate the system, to be able to enrich himself, his family, and his businesses. That's it. That's fucking it. Okay. And it's happening in broad daylight in front of your face with help from his government, with help from his cronies and the people that, like I said, he's known where he has to place them within the government to get this shit done. That's what he learned in his first administration, was who he had to put in what places to make sure that he didn't get questioned and he could get through all of this fucking corrupt shit that he wanted to get through in his second term there. So again, there's a Politico article talking about this and detailing this as well. This is Justice Department expands Trump settlement to cover his tax audits. So I figured we could just dive into a little bit more of this, a couple more of the details, see if we can get in what this means, what this doesn't mean, what it entails, and what it doesn't entail. So just a couple paragraphs from this. The Justice Department on Tuesday expanded the just announced settlement of President Trump's lawsuit over leaking of his tax returns, including a pledge that the IRS will no longer pursue any claims it may have against Trump, his family members, and his companies over unpaid taxes. The 9-page settlement agreement DOJ released Monday, setting up the nearly $1.8 billion fund to compensate victims alleged of weaponization of law enforcement, did not mention any resolution of disputes over Trump's tax returns, which he has reportedly claimed were under protracted audits by the IRS. However, a one-page document posted by the DOJ early Tuesday morning includes a sweeping release under which the IRS is, quote, forever barred, quote, forever barred and precluded from pursuing, quote, examinations of Trump-related or affiliated individuals and related trusts and businesses. This waiver specifically encompasses tax returns filed before the effective date of the settlement, which was Monday. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche signed the addendum dated Tuesday. It does not bear the signature of any representative of the IRS or any current Trump lawyers. Metadata attached to the document indicates it was prepared or scanned at 7:50 a.m. Tuesday morning. So again, thrown in at the last second, not discussed. So we didn't have to answer questions about this in front of Congress. You can be assured of. Blanche did not sign the original settlement agreement, which was signed by Associate Attorney General Stanley Woodward, IRS CEO Frank Bisignano, and the Trump Attorney Daniel Epstein. The Justice Department did not immediately respond to requests for comment on the waiver, on why the waiver wasn't included in the agreement released Monday and why it isn't signed by the same people. Again, so Todd Blanche didn't have to answer questions about this in front of Congress. As it is customary in settlements, both sides have executed waivers of a variety of claims that there were or could have been brought. The Justice Department said in a statement, there would be little point in settling several significant claims if either party could simply turn around and seek to initiative more adverse claims that could have been pursued previously. This is only with respect to existing audits, not future. The DOJ stated to make sure that's great. That makes it even better, right? And then it goes on. Former IRS commissioner from 2013 to 2017 said the expanded settlement set a terrible precedent that could effectively generate a windfall for Trump. It makes you wonder what the president has to hide in those tax returns. He's apparently been more actively trading in the stock market, and since he knows a lot more about the situations than average investors, he's probably generated significant taxable earnings. He said in an email statement. Not auditing his returns is the same as giving him an easy way to, in effect, receive money from the government. Danny Werfel, the former IRS commissioner from 2023 to 2025, said he was, quote, unaware of a single precedent where the IRS has agreed in advance to permanently forego any examinations of previously filed tax returns for a specific person or business, especially the president of the fucking United States of America, right? Press reports in advance of the settlement indicated that a potential deal might include an agreement by the government to drop all audits of Trump-related returns and perhaps even to refrain from future audits, right? So again, Todd Blanche is trying to make this seem like it's only past audits that were already previously being looked at. Now this is kind of given way to the fact that this could have to do with future audits, barring them from any future audits in the future. That's fucking insane. Blanche spent more than 2 hours Tuesday testifying before a Senate Appropriations Subcommittee. He faced numerous skeptical questions about the settlement and the related anti-weaponization fund, but was not asked about the impact of the deal on Trump's outstanding tax issues. Following an announcement on Tuesday on an antitrust prosecution, Woodward defended the settlement with Trump and the creation of the fund. They go on here to, again, defend this decision. But, again, the ongoing corruption, more blatant than ever. It's only going to get more and more blatant as this continues, as he finds his time is running out, or is supposed to be running out, we'll say. He's going to try to get more and more of this stuff inside his own pockets. He's going to try to do more of these schemes, no doubt, because he has the people in place right now that will cover for him and get these things done. So why wouldn't he try this again? What's to stop him from, again, just opening up another $10 billion, $20 billion lawsuit against another agency in the federal government because of something else that he deemed was against him, or some other way that he was harmed in the past that he says, affected him or his businesses, only to then settle for billions of dollars, right? I mean, what's to stop him? It looks like it's working for him now. I don't see why he'd stop, going on and doing this in the future at all. But, he continues to, applaud himself for things like this as well. Let me throw this on the screen because he's gone hard against Thomas Massie in this race, and the Trump-backed candidate, the AIPAC-backed candidate, more likely, has defeated Thomas Massie in Kentucky. It says here, Trump-backed candidate Ed Gallerin calls Kentucky upset. A David versus Goliath win after defeating Massie. Gallerin, a former Navy SEAL, secured roughly 55% of the vote in Kentucky's 4th district. Again, somebody that nobody's ever heard of. And if you look at the after parties here, if you look at the celebrations afterwards, you can tell that there was a lot of outside money, outside resources put into this. Like I said, I think the report was there was something like $35 million put into this race by AIPAC affiliated PACs to make sure that Gallerin won, to make sure that Thomas Massie, who again has been pretty outspoken against Epstein files and again what Israel has been doing as well. So you can see why they'd put money into this challenger here. But, I'll show you this real quick. Let me see this. I'll put this on the screen because this was, again, the after party, right? This is the Patriotic Blonde posted this, and it says, literally nobody showed up to Ed Gallerin's victory party despite his overwhelming win. Yes, makes absolute sense to me, as it said, and it was posted by an account called Liam Niemeyer. As far as I can tell, there haven't been any state lawmakers at the party so far. This is compared to Massie, that has a strong support from Republican state lawmakers in North Kentucky, right? So this is just a quick 14-second look at this guy's celebration, this guy's victory party here. And you tell me if this looks like somebody that has the overwhelming support of the community, that had more people in his camp and definitely, came out with the voters because of his policies and not because of the money that was placed upon this race. Check this out. I got a guy that talked to me and he said, here's what we're doing. Looks like he rented out some fucking random cafe in the area. There's about, 30-ish, 25-ish, 30 people maybe. Right? And this is supposed to be his celebration event. This is supposed to be the guy that had overwhelming support in Kentucky, the guy that was supposed to be responsible for, receiving, let me see, I think it was this one here that showed exactly how this went. Was it this one? Yeah, this one. Check this out, right? This is actually posted by AIPAC themselves. Pro-Israel Americans are proud to help defeat anti-Israel candidates. Being pro-Israel is good policy and good politics, right? They're literally applauding the fact that Ed Gallerin has received over $15.5 million. $15.5 million by pro-Israel PACs, which is crazy compared to Thomas Massie's $0 that he's allegedly gotten from pro-Israel PACs. So you can see why the money was invested where it was in this race. And again, as Donald Trump not liking that Thomas Massie has been again continuing to call for the release of the Epstein files, obviously working with Ro Khanna in penning the legislation that Donald Trump signed into law, that they went on to again violate that law. But that's a huge reason, and again, a big fucking talking point, right? I mean, if you're kicking people out of your party, if you're kicking people out of your space because they're trying to release the Epstein files, because they're trying to put the Epstein class in jail, that says a lot about your fucking party, right? That's why I say the cult has officially formed. So now when we'll look at, I think it's Benny Johnson, if I leave enough time, Benny Johnson goes on to talk about how great this is for the party and how many reasons why he hated Thomas Massie, all of which have to do with the Epstein files and him calling out Donald Trump's involvement in those. But he goes on to give a bunch of other, lackluster excuses to make it seem like there's other ways, there's other reasons why Thomas Massie isn't a good Republican. Meanwhile, I believe his voting record with Republicans stood somewhere between 91 and 78%. I think, prior to the Epstein files debacle going on, it was somewhere in the 90s. And then more recently, it had dropped down to like the high 70s as far as percentage of, times he votes with Republicans. So to think that this guy is some guy reaching across the aisle to all the time work with Democrats is ridiculous, right? On the fact, on the matter of the Epstein files, he's been very good and very helpful in calling out Republicans. But other than that, the guy's just another fucking scumbag Republican in my eyes. You guys may feel differently, but to see that again, his opponent, the guy that won, received over $15.5 million from different pro-Israel PACs is not surprising. And then you look at this, which is the after party here, which is again the I don't know what you'd call it, the defeat ceremony by Thomas Massie. And look at the support that he has. Look at the room filled with people. You can hear a ton of people cheering in the background, signs being raised. Looks like an actual event space, right? Not some fucking, I don't know, bakery, a coffee shop that you had to rent. So does this look like a guy that didn't have the support, or was it more likely that, again, the outside sources, the outside funds coming in from the $30+ million put in by pro-Israel PACs to help his opponent win had more effect than, again, the voters and their decisions actually had? Check this one out.
What?
So again, the crowd, chanting 2028 for Thomas Massie, just to show you the difference, the discrepancies between, the guy that received so much of the funding from AIPAC and won the race, and again, the guy that actually, probably had more of the support from the Kentuckians, but failed to raise enough money to beat the AIPAC and the Israel lobbies that were against him in this regard too. But there was this one as well, because nobody's happier about this than Benny Johnson, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody more happy that the guy, again, calling out Donald Trump's involvement in the Epstein files, probably the most, the loudest in the Republican Party in a few months, is no longer going to be around. Benny Johnson, very happy about that. And he's going to try to lie to you about, Thomas Massie working with Democrats and being like a secret Democrat, which is just absolute horseshit. Again, if we go back and we look at the 90-something% of times that Thomas Massie voted with Republicans, I think it'll paint a clear picture as to who Thomas Massie actually fucking is. And let's not forget who Thomas Massie used to be, right? Before, again, he started working with Ro Khanna and calling out the Epstein files and shit. Again, people tend to forget. I know a lot of rewriting of history has been going on from some people on the left as it pertains to Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the rest of these fucking losers and hacks. The tent's big, but it ain't that fucking big, people. No way, no how are we going to rewrite history and let these people come in and revamp their image on our behalf. There's no way. So this is Benny Johnson basically saying Thomas Massie defeated, total MAGA landslide. Trump wins again, and he's going to try to make it seem like, again, this has nothing to do with the Epstein files. This has everything to do with, Thomas Massie's voting record, and he was never loyal and all this bullshit. Meanwhile, we all know, you guys in the chat all know, and everybody watching this later all knows that this is specifically to do with Thomas Massie calling out the Epstein files, calling out Donald Trump's involvement, and demanding the release of the information that has, again, been withheld by this administration. So again, let's check this out, call out his bullshit. Only a couple minutes of this. We don't have to dive into too much.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Massie has lost in a landslide defeat to Ed Gallerin, who is now the Republican candidate for the Trump plus 40 district.
Who, again, Benny Johnson had absolutely no fucking clue who that was before yesterday, I'm sure, right? He probably could have stepped on this guy on a puddle, would have known it was fucking Ed Gallerin before he decided to, to look up this race.
In Kentucky 4, it's over. One of the most insufferable members of Congress, somebody who has annoyed me till kingdom come, and I'll show you.
Annoyed the shit out of Benny Johnson by, again, demanding accountability for people that were engaged in trafficking of children, right? So that's what pissed off Benny. That's what really annoys Benny so much about Thomas Massie. Again, it can't be the 91% of the time that he voted with Republicans. It just can't be, because that's what Benny Johnson wants to see happen. So it must be the Epstein files, right? It must be, the anti-Israeli statements that Thomas Massie has put out there, or again, calling out some of the acts of Benjamin Netanyahu. Maybe it's got to be that, but it's definitely the Epstein files, right? It's definitely the fact that this guy was a bad look for President Trump to be in his own party, to be working with people like Ro Khanna to, again, pen legislation for the release of all of the Epstein files that, again, Donald Trump didn't follow the law of, but had to sign into law himself. That's what pisses off Benny Johnson. Make no ifs, ands, buts about it. Anybody that's applauding the loss by Thomas Massie is only going on to defend pedophiles. That's what they're happy about. They're happy that they no longer have to defend pedophiles against whatever Thomas Massie was trying to get through in Congress. That's the main top line thing that these people are now happy about. At some point, I think he's got another 6-7 months at this point. At some point, Thomas Massie will not be able to, in Congress, talk about Donald Trump's involvement with Jeffrey Epstein in the sex trafficking of children and the cover-up of those crimes as president of the United States. That's what they're happy about.
Why, again, this has now been officially called Decision Desk. Headquarters has called this decision made tonight at 7:41 p.m., approximately 1 hour after the polls closed. It's over. Thomas Massie can now go onto the speaking circuit for failed libertarians. And let me explain why. This is nothing personal against Thomas.
And this is what he tries to. This is nothing personal. It has nothing to do with the Epstein files, folks. He's going to try to make it seem like Thomas Massie just never voted with Republicans. He didn't. He just never voted or sided with Republicans. That's why we had to kick him out. That's why he had to be removed. It had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. It had nothing to do with him working with Ro Khanna and calling out Donald Trump in the Epstein files. Nothing to do with any of that. I'm going to try to now get you to believe that he didn't, vote with Republicans enough.
Massie, as everybody tries to make this so personal, it has to do with practicality. It has to do with the reality of wanting to win.
It's practical. It's just practical for a guy that, again, is demanding accountability for fucking pedophiles and sex traffickers to be removed, to be exiled, right? To be excommunicated from your party, from your fucking wing of the party. That's normal, right?
And I want to win. I have a family. I have children. I want the Republican Party to win. I want Trump to win.
You must not give a shit about those children, because what if someday they end up getting kidnapped? God forbid they end up getting kidnapped and they get put into some, sex child trafficking ring, right? Are you going to be happy that there's nobody in Congress demanding accountability? You're going to be happy that there's no legislation penned for people like that? Do you want nobody to help you find your kids again? Because it doesn't sound like it. Because again, if you're removing the one person trying to demand accountability for the biggest sex trafficking case that we've known, at least in my lifetime, then it can't be, the care for the care and love for your children that is demanding you to vote against Thomas Massie or to campaign against Thomas Massie, because that doesn't make much fucking sense.
Thomas Massie doesn't. Let me explain really quickly here why this is a good thing.
Please do.
This is Thomas Massie's Kentucky 4th Congressional District. Trump won it by 40 points.
Okay.
I repeat that. Trump won it by nearly 40 points. This is one of the...
Nearly and above 40 points isn't. More than 40 points is more than 40 points. Nearly 40 points is not 40 points. Again, this guy.
Strongest Trump districts in the entire country. Thomas Massie represents it.
Okay.
Yet Thomas Massie refuses to vote with President Trump or for president.
Where does that say that on this? Again, where in this AI fucking draft that you have pulled up here does it say that he just didn't vote with Republicans? I'm curious, right? Just because it doesn't say this that I've seen. This aligns with other reports noting Trump around 67%, 31%. This is all about Trump's winning of that district. So it says absolutely nothing about Thomas Massie's voting record on this.
President Trump's administration, their
What's he
accomplishments.
show? But he will show. He'll show something as proof. He'll say it's proof of his voting record. What's he going to show?
Any of their major administration agenda items, Thomas Massie is constantly against. This is something that
he shows his own tweet, of course, because what better way to show and cite a source than citing your own fucking Twitter post to say that, yes, Thomas Massie, he says here, Massie sides with Democrats 1 out of every 4 votes. What? Where is the data to suggest that, please? Anywhere to suggest that Thomas Massie, 1 out of every 4 votes, voted with Democrats. Because like I said, I've looked it up, and Thomas Massie's voting record said that his voting record with Republicans stayed at about 92, 91, 92%, right? In more recent months, again, since the Epstein debacle and him going kind of head-to-head, toe-to-toe with some of his party, it's gone down to about 78 to 80% of the time voting with Republicans. I'm just going to say 1 out of every 4, if we're doing fractions and then we're doing percentages, I know there's a percentage associated with the fraction of 1/4, and I don't think it's 91 or 78%. But again, I'm no mathematician. Let me know in the chat if I'm wrong.
Has been exposed by President Trump himself, by J.D. Vance, by Stephen Miller. It doesn't matter what it is. If Republicans need Thomas Massie on a vote, Thomas Massie will play the Democrats.
Show the votes. It would be very easy for you right now to be like, okay, this huge vote that we had, this very important legislative vote that we had, this is where Thomas Massie didn't side with Republicans. Does he pull up any of the legislation, any of the data, any of the previous fucking, voting records of Thomas Massie? Or again, is he just citing his own Twitter post that just happens to mention that Massie sided with Democrats 1 out of every 4 votes with, again, nothing there to substantiate that. 0.
Thomas Massie votes with Democrats 1 out of every 4 votes. That makes him
bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Absolutely fucking not. Not a chance in hell did Thomas Massie vote with Democrats 1 out of every 4 times. Didn't happen. Not in this planet. Not in this reality. Not in this universe. Bullshit.
The most Democrat member of the Republican caucus. He should just man up and switch parties and then try and run in a Trump plus 40 district. He'd never dare. He'd rather go on TV and say that President Trump's administration is the Epstein administration.
In with the Epstein class. This is the Epstein administration, and they're attacking me for trying to get these files released.
And again, he's lit. Oh my God, Benny, holy fucking shit. He couldn't have set this up any better for me. He couldn't have set this up any better for me. At the same time that Benny Johnson is going on attacking Thomas Massie because Thomas Massie was demanding the release of the Epstein files, Benny Johnson now plays a video of Thomas Massie, on said video of Thomas Massie saying that these Republicans are only coming after him because of the demand, his demanding of the release of the Epstein files. Like, does it get any better than that? Like, Benny Johnson is doing my job for me at this point. he's playing the clips that I would play to prove what he's saying incorrect. Now he's doing that himself. He's proving himself to be a fucking propagandist because, again, Thomas Massie's vote to release the Epstein files and how much he's worked with Ro Khanna.
And again, I'm going to say President Trump has not been accused of anything criminal here.
When you have to be corrected by the fake news corporate media that Donald Trump has sued, Donald Trump settled out of court for like $30 million from ABC News, and you have to be corrected.
Yep, another act of blatant corruption by President Trump that a lot of people, again, with all of the new acts of corruption going on, will probably likely forget, his settlements and lawsuits against the media in this country and demanding the release or the retraction of different videos or whatever the fuck. Obviously, his 60 Minutes lawsuit that he's had. I mean, the list is endless at this point of the amount of, times and the amount of money that he's been able to rob, pillage, and plunder from this country, from U.S. taxpayers in his second administration. It's fucking it's I don't know, it's kind of crazy.
On that, it's pathetic. You're calling Trump's administration the Epstein administration, Stephen Miller.
Yes, absolutely. 1,000 goddamn %. They are the Epstein class, the Epstein administration. Nobody else in this fucking world is more tightly and closely associated with Jeffrey Epstein than the people currently associated with this administration. Nobody. It's impossible. You can't bring up more people. This is the Epstein class more than anybody else. Again, Howard Nutlick, Elon Musk, Donald Trump himself. I mean, the list is fucking endless. Melania. I mean, we're talking about what's happening to Ghislaine Maxwell as far as her preferential treatment, right? Under fucking Donald Trump. Talking about Todd Blanche going down to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell. And then all of a sudden she's transferred to this fucking new cushy prison that she's in now. She's got a dog and she can walk outside, right? What else? The lack of release of the Epstein files themselves. We only got about half of them. They didn't follow through with the law that had to be signed in by Donald Trump, right? Pam Bondi, again, lying to everybody. Kash Patel lying to everybody. Todd Blanche lying to everybody. Where's the arrest? Where's the investigations? Where are the people being held accountable for this, right? Where are the perp walks? Where are the people being put in prison, right? Seems like other countries are doing it. Right? Seems like other people are paying the price in other countries, not so much here in the United States, not so much action taken here in the United States there. But that was Benny Johnson basically getting about as happy as he's ever been that Thomas Massie may not be around or won't be around any longer to call out his dear leader, to call out his boyfriend, Donald Trump, for his associations with Jeffrey Epstein in the Epstein files. But let me get you, there's a couple more minutes that I have here. Let's see if we can go over, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Russia is continuously feeling the pain. Ukraine is now letting Moscow know that this is not kind of like a one-time, two-time, three-time deal. This is something that they will continuously have the ability to execute and will continuously execute the longer that they perpetrate this war. There's a few posts here that I want to take a look at. First one here is by War Radar. It says the sky over Russia no longer belongs to the Kremlin. For years, Moscow rained missiles, bombs, and drones down on Ukrainian cities. Now the war is coming home. In massive swarms, Ukrainian drones are penetrating deep into Russian territory, forcing air raid alerts, shutting down airports, and bringing the sound of war to the very cities that once felt untouchable. The country that terrorized its neighbors from the sky is now watching wave after wave of Ukrainian drones overhead. History, a way of turning the tables. Russia taught the world what aerial terror looks like. Ukraine is now proving that even the aggressor is not beyond reach. So again, just a couple clips here from the ongoing attacks, the ongoing, drone and missile attacks into Russia here.
Это что это такое, блядь, творится? Ебучий ты случай.
There's one right there, and then there's more coming here. There's more coming here. John Cooper had this one posted as well. He says, boom, Ukrainian drones just turned Putin's prize oil refineries into bonfires again. Hold on, your connection. Why would it lose connection? My apologies. My browser lost connection for a second. Let me go back up on the screen. I'll exit this out. We'll go back into it for 2 seconds. Take me about boom, boom, boom. We're back up an addict, like a crack addict. Let's go. Oh, this goes on the screen. Boom. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Ukrainian drones just turned Putin's prize oil refineries into bonfires again. Poor little Vlad is watching his war piggy bank go up in flames. Cry harder, Moscow. This is what karma looks like. And again, here's a quick clip from that. Play. And I'll tell you, there's been so many of these strikes lately that it's getting like difficult to figure out and pinpoint which of these videos is coming from what fucking oil refinery strike, right? They all have these ridiculously massive blazes. They all have these like same, the firefighters dressed in the same gear, standing around doing absolutely nothing, kind of having like one hose on the tremendous fire that they got, thinking that's going to do something. So I don't know if this is, again, a repeated strike on some of these oil refineries, or if this is just ongoing destruction from the recent strike that we've seen here. But again, either way, it is good news for the Ukrainian military. There's a couple updates that I wanted to get into here as well. I think this one was from Professor, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Professor Gerds. I'm not sure how to say his last name. Let me know. Is it Gerds or Gerds? Let me know. I don't know. The professor explains here, Ukraine had another really good night. So obviously some new strikes to be had. Again, I'm not sure. I'm just only saying that I'm not sure if that distinct footage that we showed is from the most recent strikes or again from the ongoing destruction from the previous strikes. That's the only thing I couldn't kind of put into place before I came on the air today. But this is the professor here. Ukraine had another really good night, just giving us an explanation, an update on some of the things that we can confirm. So Slava Ukraine, hit that like button. My name's Boston Brian. Big supporters here of Ukraine. We're going to be speaking tonight to Tom, a good friend who has been having an ongoing campaign with his Ukraine t-shirt. He's been sending substantial amounts of money to the Misto Dobra. We're going to get to talk to him tonight about how he's helped, how people can continue to help. Hopefully, we're on the cusp here of starting our second NAFO brigade, 69 Sniffing Brigade campaign to send trucks to the front lines of Ukraine. We're just designed a patch. We're going through on that. So hopefully we're on the cusp of, again, starting our second campaign, which we can get even more involved in sending, aid and equipment to Ukraine to help in the fight. Obviously, we have the merch site going. Anything Ukraine related in the merch site, 25% of all profits gets donated to United 24. That's a great way we can give back as well. And then, obviously, like I said, when the campaign for NAFO and the 69th Sniffing Brigade starts back up, contributing to that campaign is another huge way to contribute to the war effort as well. But just a couple updates on Ukraine having another really good night. Thank you guys for sticking with me. Hit that like button again. A big thank you guys for getting me past the 20,000 subscriber mark. That is a pretty substantial goal, a pretty substantial level here on YouTube, as I've been told. There is a very small percentage of YouTube channels, and again, not to make it seem like I'm anywhere in the league of the bigger YouTube channels or anything like that. That's not what that's saying, but it is percentage-wise very difficult for a YouTube channel to make it to this point. So I just want to thank you guys again for allowing me to get to this point, and hopefully allowing this channel to continue to grow. So hit that like button, subscribe if you're enjoying what you're watching, if you're enjoying what you're seeing. I appreciate you guys for supporting the channel. So here we go, a little bit more on the really good night from the Ukrainians again.
So Zelensky's just reported that they've already approved all the deep strikes for next month. The strike.
Oh, where you going? What happened? You want to play? You don't want to play? Uh-oh.
Keep coming. It's Wednesday, May 20th, 2026. And here's what's going on in Ukraine. At night, drones struck a chemical plant in Russia's Stavropol Krai. Separately, UAVs also attacked a processing plant in the Nizhny Novgorod Oblast. Let's first show you the Stavropol, the Azot chemical plant in Stavropol region. Overnight, one of Russia's largest producers of ammonia and nitrates used for explosives. At least 6 confirmed strike. On the 6th confirmed strike on the facility. Local footage shows a major fire in the industrial zone, but I want you to listen. Just listen to this. That's the anti-aircraft fire. That's the Russians trying to repel the strike last night. Okay, Ukrainian unmanned systems reaches another critical refinery linked to Russia's military-industrial complex or supply chain. Lukoil's refinery in Kosovo. The facility is one of Russia.
You don't want to take a shot at that one, huh? You don't want to take a shot at saying what that refinery is? Anybody else want to take a shot at saying what that refinery is? The Nizhegorod Neftorgnitz. Holy shnikes. The Nizhnegrod Neftor Gzinens. Jesus Christ almighty.
There's key refineries producing more than 50 types of petroleum products. So where is this? Well, let's look. Okay, Nizhny Novgorod, and this is just a visual of how the drones are attacking in various places across the refinery. And they'll choose targets and hit them. Now, what's interesting about this is, well, here's a still first, a still image of Russian Panzer Sam missing an incoming Ukrainian attack drone seconds before it slammed into the Sovo oil refinery this morning. So it came close, missed. Sovo oil refinery was struck 34,000 barrels or 6% of Russia's total refining capacity. Now, they're not taking the whole thing offline, but that's what this plant can produce. Now, what's important here is that it likely struck the 8VT6 atmospheric crude distillation unit. This is part of the internal processing of, it's not like just a holding tank, but how the refinery does the refining. Okay, Ukrainian drones have effectively cut key Russian logistics routes in occupied Donetsk, Zaporizhzhia, and a land corridor to Crimea. Russian military bloggers are openly complaining about relentless attacks on convoys, fuel trucks, and rear bases 100 to 200 kilometers behind the front. So that's happening at the same time. Here's the aftermath of a drone strike on Russia's Bilbek military airfield in Crimea. RSP-28 mobile precision approach radar system can also be seen damaged in the photos of the aftermath. Again, the damage follows earlier confirmed strikes on Bilbek infrastructure, UAV control systems, and air defense assets. So there was a lot going on here. Here's just a bridge crossing and other enemy facilities that have been struck in this. And Ukraine long-range drones are now being fitted with unguided aerial rockets. This is pretty phenomenal to see. This is the first-person view from the drone as they launch rockets. Look at this.
So again, it looks like another busy night for the Ukrainians. Not only were they striking inside of Russia with all of those strikes being confirmed by the defense, the Ministry of Defense there for Ukraine, but also I had this to throw on the screen too, because this is a position on the front lines that we've been talking about recently. So let me throw this on the screen. This is from Georgi at Ukraine Matters. Russia caught off guard, Ukraine surprise breakthrough. And this is again in an area that we've been talking about where the Russians were trying to sneak up into Zaporizhzhia using using the banks there to get up to Zaporizhzhia. We talked about the Ukrainians launching a three-pronged, basically counterattack to make sure that they weren't allowed to do that. Then they were sending in reinforcements, and I think this gives a further update as to what's taking place in that area as well. So let's see if we can jump into this real quick.
Hey there, Georgie here with Ukraine Matters. Fantastic news coming to us from the front lines, where Ukrainians are able to finally shift the dynamics on the front line and stop Russian offensives and also conduct offensive operations of their own. And today we're talking about one of those successful offensives in the southern direction around Stepnohirsk. Here, Russians were very cocky because they were really expecting that they would be able to advance northwards towards the biggest town, Zaporizhzhia, in the region.
So again, let me just show you, just in case people, like I said, I know we've gotten a few new subscribers over the last couple days. So just in case anybody's not familiar with the, the map coverage that we do here on Blunt Politics, just to give you an update of kind of the region that we're talking about. We'll zoom out, obviously give you a general look at the country of Ukraine. We're going in here to the Zaporizhzhia region. As you can see, we're talking about the Stepnohirsk, which is right here. We've talked about this before. Again, if you recall, a couple days ago, we talked about kind of a three-pronged attack that the Russians had and how they were trying to, again, utilize the banks of the, these banks here of the river system, of the waterway there to get up to Zaporizhzhia, and that the Ukrainians were forced to, again, counterattack. They did a good job at counterattacking. They've sent in forces into this area, and it seems like now Stepnohirsk is kind of on the liberated territory, and the Russians, from what I'm gathering here, have been pushed back just a little bit in this area, which is good. Anytime they're not advancing is a good thing, but just to give you a better look at the area that we're talking about, obviously Zaporizhzhia up here, and you can see the Russians basically trying to utilize, I believe, the Sea of Azov, if I'm not mistaken, to get up to Zaporizhzhia to kind of hide their advancements, and then the Ukrainians were having to, let me see if I can throw this on here, we're having to defend again in this direction. As you can see, terrible, what terrible fucking arrows, Bri. So I think there was like a three-pronged attack like this, basically giving you a generalized idea of where they were going. You can see this kind of the three prongs down here almost. If I get out of your way, you can kind of see here the different, the 3, 1, 2, 3, right? So again, we'll go back to the Yorgi Matters, to the Ukraine Matters video, just giving you an idea of what else he's talking about. But it seems like good news for the Ukrainians in this area.
They were very excited because both from the fact that they were able to attack from the south, and also they had some success in the east. They were hoping that finally they would be able to somewhat of a semi-encircle, or at least go around a big Ukrainian defense region, which is located right over here. Success that Russia was having in this area started to be noted once Russia was able to cross this body of water right over here, and then captured the settlement of Plavny and moved to advance along this highway going northwards. And it was a big problem.
So again, that's just right here. You can see this pretty clearly on the map. Here's that body of water that he's talking about near Kamyansk. And then if you go up here a little to the north, you can see Plavny. So again, this was kind of what he's talking about when, people started really taking notice and kind of really taking, needed to take action, is when they passed that little body of water, started making their way up again. I believe this is the Sea of Azov, if I'm not mistaken, and up and around Stepnohirsk there. So again, just to give you a kind of a clearer idea of where we're talking about, what we're talking about.
Problem for Ukrainians, specifically because there were a couple of settlements that are really crucial in this area. One is Stepnohirsk and other is Primorske. About Primorske, we knew that Ukraine conducted counteroffensive operations there earlier, and they were able to liberate with very little confirmed information about it. And now, just yesterday, we finally got confirmation that Ukrainians are continuing conducting their counteroffensive operations. And
sorry, he's much better. He's much better at the arrows than I am.
There is now video footage of Ukrainians actually liberating the town of Stepnohirsk.
Let's go.
There's footage both of the storming of the town of Stepnohirsk, and as the operation developed, we saw Ukrainians becoming more and more comfortable being located in this settlement. That means,
so again, it remains to be seen. I'm not sure if this is part of that counterattack that we saw, the three-pronged counterattack, or again, this is beyond that in utilizing the reserves, the people that they've sent into that area to help boost the troops in that area, and again going into kind of an offensive mode. I'm not sure. I haven't heard as much as that much so far, but it remains to be seen there as far as, kind of how far they're going to be able to push them back. But obviously, any amount of territory retaken by the Ukrainians, any amount of territory pushed back as far as the Russians is a good sign. Is a good thing to see.
One very important thing, that Russian drone operations were successfully suppressed in this area. That means Ukrainians have established, if you want to say, like a small air dominance in this area. And this allowed Ukrainians to enter the town, clear it up. And as you can see here, they're even using armored vehicles to continue their advances along this settlement.
And I know we're running out of time, but I think to even clarify a little bit further, and that there's some benefit to watching this show, I think he even goes on here to talk about the 5 lies. I think we talked about Preston Stewart's video yesterday of the Gerasimov's lies from the Russian Ministry of Defense on different pieces of territory that he said the Russians have taken, which is not, backed up by any of the maps, by any of the intelligence whatsoever. So he goes into a little bit of that, calling out those lies by Gerasimov and the Ministry of Defense as well. So again, stuff that's covered here, you'll see on other channels as well. Just showing you there's some benefit. There is a benefit to you guys watching the live stream here. So I appreciate you guys for joining me. I know this is only an hour live stream for the afternoon show, but anything that we missed, anything that happens today, we're going to be talking about tonight on the 8:30 p.m. broadcast as well. 2 shows always on Wednesday. So check us out. Check another podcast out at 8:30 p.m. tonight. Thank you guys for joining me. Thank you to everybody on this space. Thank you to Matt, the mods. I appreciate it. I'm going to kick it over to my main man, Jeff, over there. Very much appreciate everybody for taking care of the channel, all the support, everybody kicking in through the Venmo, signing up for YouTube memberships, checking out the Patreon at patreon.com. I'll kick it over now to Jeff. Much appreciated. Stick around over here on Blunt Politics so I can make sure to thank everybody that donated to the show today. But thanks again for 20K. Much appreciated, and I'll see you guys next time.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
He's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
2 visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm the Logical Leftist. Thanks for joining me today on today's live show. Hosted, of course, by my friends at this space. I got a ton of great stories for you today. So, first, I'm going to need you to like and share the stream. Okay? Very, very important that you do so. It's got to get, you got to get this, you got to spread it around. Got to spread it around. Okay? Now, that said, ton of great stories here. We got Donald Trump suing himself, and we end up paying the bill. Of course. There's always a lot of terrible consequences go along with having this fascist madman in power. So I'm going to be talking about those. We've got immigration stories, of course. But we also have a regretful Trump voter calling into C-SPAN. You're going to love that story. So that said, without further ado, let's get logical. I love saying that. Okay. So, like I said, we're going to start out here with Donald Trump's settlement with himself. Yeah, that's a thing that actually happened. It's amazing. I'm supposed to work out a settlement with myself. That was Donald Trump talking in late January of this year about a lawsuit he filed against the federal government, where he was the plaintiff and also the defendant, or at least his administration. Okay, so now he talked about it like it was a joke, but it's not. Of course, to him it is. Everything is a joke. And you, unfortunately, are the punchline. So 4 months later, after that interview, the settlement dropped. And it was, this is going to be incredibly cliche. It was to the tune of $1.776 billion. 1776, because of course, from the U.S. Treasury to a fund that Trump's own Department of Justice will run. I mean, look, it is all for the people that Donald Trump's appointees will decide were weaponized against by the federal government. So Trump sued for $10 billion in January of this year after his tax returns were leaked to ProPublica and the New York Times. That leaker was caught. He was prosecuted and sent to prison. Hey, congratulations. The system worked. And then Trump got reelected. He took office and took control of the IRS and had his Justice Department settle his lawsuit against the IRS for nearly $2 billion of your money. Trump sued the government. Trump is the government. And so he just agreed to pay himself almost $2 billion. That's what happened. Let's get into it. So here are the details. A former IRS contractor named Charles Edward Littlejohn had leaked Trump's tax information. Again, he was prosecuted and sentenced to 5 years in prison under the Biden administration. I thought that administration was supposed to be incredibly lawless. Weird. But anyway, Donald Trump, he wasn't satisfied. He wanted more. So he filed a $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS and the Treasury Department in federal court in Florida. That lawsuit was absolutely extraordinary. You got a sitting president now suing an agency his own administration controls. Stacey Young, a former longtime attorney at the DOJ, who now leads Justice Connection, put it like this. Quote, the president is at top of the executive branch. When he sues the executive branch, he is in effect suing himself. And there was a problem with the case. Legal experts said the claims appeared to be barred by a 2-year statute of limitations. House Democrats noted that by the most generous timeline, Donald Trump should have filed by October of 2025. The government also had multiple defenses that it could have mounted against this. But instead of fighting the case, the Department of Justice chose to settle in one of the most creatively asinine ways possible. Here's what this settlement actually does. $1.776 billion moves from the federal judgment fund, Congress's perpetual appropriation for paying court judgments, into a new account called the Anti-Weaponization Fund. The fund is controlled by a 5-member commission. All 5 of those members, of course, are appointed by the Attorney General. And the president can remove any of them at any time he so chooses. There is no published eligibility criteria. There is no screening mechanism. There is no policy guidelines. The DOJ just says, no. Oh, look, okay. So the DOJ says that there are no partisan requirements. But at the same time, they also haven't said who actually can qualify for this. Richard Briffault, a Columbia law professor who specializes in government ethics, called this, quote, an open-ended slush fund. He said it's not clear what, if any, kind of screening mechanism they're going to use, how much they can decide or how they can decide who's going to get it and how much money they're going to get and who could benefit. Well, the DOJ hasn't said it. But look at what's already happened. They recently settled a lawsuit from Mark Houck, an anti-abortion activist who was acquitted at trial for $1.1 million. They also settled claims by Michael Flynn for at least $1.25 million. And when acting Attorney General Todd Blanche was asked whether violent January 6 rioters, the Capitol rioters that beat up police officers, could receive payments from this fund, well, you didn't rule it out. Yeah, that's from the Associated Press. So the man who was supposed to be the nation's top law enforcement officer would not say no to paying people who literally attacked law enforcement. Now, the fund processes claims through December 1st, 2028. That's just over a month before the next president is inaugurated. Any remaining money that's left in the fund would revert to the federal government. But once that money gets paid out, getting it back is going to be nearly impossible. And the DOJ is claiming legal precedent in this. And they're pointing to the Keep Siegel case. So this happened under the Obama administration. Now, they ended up creating a $760 million legal fund for Native American farmers who were alleging discrimination by the Department of Agriculture. Joseph Sellers, the lawyer who litigated Keep Siegel, weighed in on this. He called these situations completely different. Keep Siegel had a judge, a defined class, and remaining funds ended up going to the affected community. This fund has none of those safeguards built in. Look, this isn't a lawsuit settlement. A settlement resolves a dispute between two opposing parties. How can you have a settlement with yourself? It doesn't make any sense. Look, the judgment fund was built for real cases where the government loses in court and has to pay out damages. This is not that. The DOJ had defenses. They didn't use them. The statute of limitations had likely expired. They didn't care. And the case might not have survived the motion to dismiss. But instead of defending the government's position, Blanche's DOJ folded on purpose in a way that allowed them to create a nearly $2 billion payout vehicle for the president's friends. You're paying the settlement. You're funding the commission, and you're underwriting the claims. But you have no standing to challenge any of that because the Supreme Court has largely foreclosed taxpayer standing. The very people footing the bill are the same people that the courts say have absolutely no right to sue. Oh, but it gets worse. You see, on Tuesday, the Justice Department posted a one-page document expanding this settlement. It says the IRS is now forever barred and precluded from examining or prosecuting Donald Trump, his sons, or the Trump Organization for any current tax issues. Forever. The agency that exists to make sure rich people pay what they owe is, by executive fiat, no longer allowed to look at the richest man in the executive branch. Look, you might be wondering, why does that matter? Because Donald Trump isn't a hypothetical target of IRS scrutiny. His company, the Trump Organization, was convicted of criminal tax fraud by a Manhattan jury in 2022. 17 counts. His own CFO went to prison. And the company ended up having to pay a $1.6 million fine. The New York Times reported that back in 2020, Trump had paid $7 $150 in federal income taxes the year he won the presidency. Less than the average American family pays in a month. He paid 0 federal income tax in 10 of the previous 15 years. Meanwhile, the IRS spent over a decade auditing a $72.9 million tax refund that Trump had claimed. An audit that could cost him more than $100 million in an adverse ruling. That decade-long audit is now part of what is forever barred. And that's it. They were literally auditing a taxpayer whose company was convicted of tax fraud. But they can't anymore. You see, but the thing is, that's not weaponization. That's just accounting. But Trump used the existence of that accounting as a pretext to move nearly $2 billion of your money into a fund that he controls and to shut the auditors out forever. The weaponization wasn't the audit. The weaponization is the cover-up. Now, the reaction from Democrats and watchdog organizations has been pretty swift. 93 House Democrats filed an amicus brief to block this settlement, calling it a, quote-unquote, a specter of corruption unparalleled in American history. Jamie Raskin, the top Democrat in the House Judiciary Committee, said this case is nothing but a racket designed to take $1.7 billion of taxpayer dollars out of the Treasury and pour it into a huge slush fund for Trump at the DOJ to hand out to his private militia of insurrectionists, rioters, and white supremacists, including those who brutally beat police officers on January 6th. Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington called this the most brazen act of self-dealing in the history of the presidency. But here's the problem. Nobody can figure out who is standing to sue. Brendan Ballo, a former federal prosecutor, said this: every taxpayer in America, to a certain degree, is getting harmed because it's their money. But the federal government essentially does not recognize taxpayer standing. So, I mean, Norm Eisen, Obama's former top ethics lawyer, who helped House Democrats file this brief, acknowledged this. Quote, it's not an easy standing problem. The money moves in 60 days. The claims start. And by the time anyone gets into court, the cash is already gone. Well, and there it is. Look, almost $2 billion from the Treasury sent to a fund ostensibly controlled by Donald Trump in order to go to allies that Donald Trump gets to define. And there is no oversight whatsoever. This is the theft. The theft that we've been warning about for so many years, that Trump was going to come in and he was going to rob the Treasury for everything he could. And this is that. Okay. Moving on here. All right. So we go from that outrage to more outrage. Doris Flores was breastfeeding when ICE came for her. They arrested her and her fiance at exactly the same time, which meant that there, of course, was nobody left for the baby or to take care of their 8-year-old daughter. Doris ended up having to call their local pastor from a detention facility to ask him to take her children in. Her kids were handed off to a pastor because the U.S. government had arrested both of the parents and then had no plan for what happens to the kids. Now, Doris is from Honduras. Her baby is an American citizen, born here. Her 8-year-old is also an American citizen. And they're not alone, not even close. A new report from the Brookings Institution estimates that more than 145,000 U.S. citizen children have had a parent detained by ICE since January of 2025. More than 22,000 of those kids have had every single parent in their home taken. And the government doesn't track what happens to them after that. And the government is claiming that Oh, we don't separate families. Really? Well, let's get into it. And y'all remember during Donald Trump's first term, you had family separation at the border. It became the defining image of his immigration policy. The kids in cages, the crying toddlers taken from their parents. The outrage over that was so intense that Trump was forced to sign an executive order ending the practice back in 2018. He learned a little something from that, but it's not the lesson that you'd hope. He learned that if you take kids from their parents at the border, well, everybody can see it. There are cameras. There are lawyers. There are advocates that are counting the children. There are reporters with cameras. So this time, the separations are happening. They're still happening, but they're happening in different places, in homes, in apartment complexes, in the workplaces. ICE agents arrest parents during interior enforcement operations. And the kids, American citizens, they're left behind. There's no cameras, no counting, no system to track where they go or who ends up taking them in. Now, Brookings had tried to count using ICE's own detention data, as well as census information. They estimated that roughly 400,000 people have been booked into ICE detention from interior arrests since Trump returned to office. Now, they cross-referenced that data with demographic data from the American Community Survey to estimate how many kids those detainees have. And the result is approximately 205,000 children, including 145,000 U.S. kids, have likely experienced a parent being taken. Now, the think tank notes that the actual number could be somewhat higher or even lower, but the scale here is pretty clear. Now, ProPublica looked into this, and they used a different method. They obtained government data through a public information lawsuit filed by the University of Washington. Their more conservative approach found that in just the first 7 months of Trump's second term, you had at least 11,000 American children having their parent detained. Now, they found something else that should stop you cold. Trump has been deporting about 4 times as many mothers of American children per day as President Joe Biden did. The Brookings report went even further. Of those 145,000 citizen kids, more than 22,000 have experienced the detention of all co-resident parents. And that means no parents in the home. The kids are left alone, or with the relatives, or with pastors, family friends, or maybe they get stuck somewhere in the child welfare system. You know, I wonder if those conservative pro-lifers would take to fostering those kids, or maybe even adopting them. Although somehow, I doubt it. Oh, and of those 22,000, only about 1,000 have received services from child welfare systems. That could mean financial support for a caregiver family, or it could mean them going into foster care. We don't know. Tara Watson, one of the Brookings Report authors, put it this way. There are a lot of families that are in the situation that are not being written down. She said it's important both for transparency and from a child health and well-being perspective to know what's happening to the kids. How many of them are leaving the U.S.? How many of them are staying? How many of them are with close family? How many of them do we really not know what their situation is? I mean, these are all very important, very good questions. And then there's the directive. You see, under Joe Biden, ICE operated under something called the Parental Interests Directive, which instructed agents to handle immigrant parents in a way that was, and this is a word that matters, humane. Under Trump, that directive was renamed. It's now called the Detained Parents Directive, and the word humane has been completely stripped out of it. Gone. The Department of Homeland Security sent ProPublica a statement. The same statement they always send. It reads, DHS does not separate families. They say parents are asked if they want to be removed with their children or to have them placed with a person the parent designates. They say this is consistent with their past administrations. Doris Flores would probably like to know who she was supposed to designate when both she and her fiance were arrested at the same time. But here's the thing. There are 4.6 million U.S. citizen children in this country living with at least one undocumented parent. 2.5 million living with only unauthorized parents. That's roughly the entire population in Mississippi. Living in homes where a knock on the door could mean a parent disappears and nobody in the government decides to record it. The first-term family separation was a policy. It was written down. Yeah, I guess there were some debates on it. And it was photographed and televised and even litigated in federal court. But this is something completely different. This is the absence of a policy. There's really no system here. There's no tracking and there's no plan. They just arrest the parents and let the children become invisible. Maybe to be even sex trafficked later. Who knows? And it's not because somebody decided to separate them. It's because no one decided that we should account for them. Brookings had to use census data to estimate the numbers. ProPublica had to sue for the records. The government that is expanding detention capacity at massive scales allocated nothing, nada, zero, to track what happens to the kids that are left behind. They'll count every bed in, every detention facility, likely because it's going to give a corporation a payday, but they won't count the kids who used to sleep in those beds at home. This is what happens when family separation, well, this is what it looks like when it's not on TV. You still got the cages. You still got the border fence. You still get the screaming toddlers separated from their mothers. But none of it's happening in front of the cameras. Now you have a breastfeeding infant handed to a pastor in a rush. Just 22,000 kids with zero parents at home. And a government that stripped the word humane from its own directives and replaced it with nothing because they don't care about being humane. Trump is deporting 4 times as many mothers per day as Joe Biden did, which was already bad enough. And this administration says it doesn't separate families. It lies. They're just arresting both parents at the same time and are letting the kids just figure it out. Brookings projects that if the current detention rates continue, 1.45 million people will be booked into ICE detention before this administration ends. And under that scenario, the number of citizen children affected multiplies. The 145,000 could become 500,000. The 22,000 with no parents could become 75,000. And the government still won't be counting. It's kind of like what they did with COVID. Let's just not count this, okay? Doris Flores called her pastor from a detention camp. Her baby was with someone that she prayed would be a safe person. And her 8-year-old was with someone that she prayed would treat her well, would be kind. And the Department of Homeland Security lied. They said, we do not separate families. No, of course they don't. They're just making the families disappear and to wait for someone else to count the kids that get left behind. Okay. Let's move on here. If I don't already have you pissed off, there's another immigration story. But first, more coffee. Meet Rurik Palomino. He's a guy standing under the Theodore Roosevelt Bridge in Washington, D.C. A $128 million federal refurbishment project that his crew is supposed to finish. Now, this guy came to this country from Peru 25 years ago. He earned an engineering degree, and he built a construction firm from scratch, became a U.S. citizen. The man plays by every rule there is. Every worker that he hires has a social security number and a driver's license, because anything less would be disqualifying on a federal contract. He used to have 45 workers, but now he's down to 30. And it's not because there isn't work. He spoke to NPR. He said this: there's plenty of work, a lot of mega projects coming, but I'm afraid to take on more because I just don't have the manpower. His workers, all legally authorized to work here, they keep getting pulled over by ICE on their ways to work. They get held for hours. And as a result of this harassment, his projects fall behind. New bids go unanswered. And the next contract ends up going to someone else. And this is what mass deportation looks like for certain U.S. businesses that were promised it would actually help them. So now here are some of the disastrous data points that Fox News doesn't really want people to know about. You see, for every 6 undocumented workers that Trump's ICE surge pushed out of the labor force, 1 U.S.-born American worker also lost his job. This is according to a peer-track study by economists at the University of Colorado Boulder. The whole MAGA pitch on immigration just got torched by the data in stark black and white. Let's get into it. So here's what the GOP keeps hammering to its voters: that there are 11 million illegals in the United States. They're taking your jobs. They're using up your welfare. Oh, and they're criminals too. So we got to deport them. And if you do deport them, well, guess what? The jobs they stole are going to open back up. Your wages will magically rise. The employment will rise. Spending will go down. Crime will go down. And American workers, they'll win. Donald Trump said that on the campaign trail. Stephen Miller said it on Fox News. J.D. Vance said it in the debates against Tim Walz. Every right-wing campaign surrogate, every spokesperson, every BS think tank paper, every pro-Trump social media post kept talking about the illegals. We got to elect Trump so we can get rid of the illegals and make America for Americans again. And then in January of 2025, Donald Trump took office and launched the largest immigration enforcement surge in modern American history. ICE arrests spiked across 58 regions, schools, churches, courthouses, Home Depot parking lots, construction sites in Tallahassee, in St. Paul, in LA. Workers with no criminal record were hauled away, thrown into alligator Alcatraz, or sent off to another country that they may or may not have even come from. And Republicans celebrated. Hi, mission accomplished. Here come the jobs. Except that didn't actually happen. According to 2 economists at the University of Colorado Boulder who pulled federal employment data, the mass deportation promises of more jobs didn't actually hold up to reality. Now, the study is titled Labor Market Impacts of ICE Activity in Trump 2.0. It was authored by Chloe East, an associate professor of economics at CU Boulder, and Elizabeth Cox, a research assistant at the university's Institute for Behavioral Science. And it was published on May 4th, 2026 by the National Bureau of Economic Research. East and Cox pulled data from the Federal Current Population Survey, a monthly employment survey covering roughly 59,000 households. They cross-referenced it against detailed ICE arrest data from 58 regions across the country between January and October of 2025. They compared regions hit hardest by ICE surges against the regions that were not. And in ICE surge regions, there was 4% fewer remaining undocumented immigrants that reported working in the previous week. And not because they were deported, but because they were terrified, absolutely terrified, to leave their homes. In those same regions, 1.3% fewer U.S.-born men with a high school degree or less had jobs. The exact demographic that Trump campaigned hardest to win. The exact voter who was promised that mass deportations would deliver work, more work, better pay, and more opportunity. Didn't turn out. See, the construction sector, where 13% of workers are undocumented, they took the most damage from this entire thing. The impact on U.S.-born workers with a high school degree or less, was double the overall average. Their employment rate dropped by 3%. In agriculture, where around 17% of workers are undocumented, that went badly too. And in manufacturing, where 6% of workers are undocumented, employment shrank too. Contracted. Gone. And here's what the MAGA theory specifically predicted would happen. That didn't. Wages didn't go up. Easton Cox found zero evidence that employers raised pay to attract American workers into the jobs vacated by undocumented immigrants. No pay raises, no American citizen employment boom. The jobs just stayed vacant. And the businesses shrank. Which brings me back to Rurik Palomino. See, the MAGA economic theory got something fundamentally wrong. It treats immigrant labor and American labor as substitutes. Like the Honduran roofer is taking the American roofer's job. Remove the Honduran and the American moves into that slot. But that's not how Palomino's industry actually works. It's really not how any industry works. Immigrant workers aren't actually replacing American workers. If anything, they're working with each other. The Honduran man, he's working on the roof, while the American project manager is out here running the site. The American carpenter is framing the next house. The American electrician is wiring it up. The American driver is hauling the new materials. When you remove the roofer, the contractor doesn't promote the project manager onto the roof. He just takes less work. He bids on fewer projects and shrinks the crew from 45 people to 30. The laborers go, the extra helpers go, the apprentices go. The job site shrinks, and the American workers, they shrink with it. That's what this 6-to-1 ratio really is. That's the mechanism Palomino is living through in real time on his federal bridge contract. And it's the same thing playing out in every region where ICE enforcement has surged. And here's the thing. The voter Trump targeted hardest with the immigration message, the U.S.-born men with a high school degree or less, they voted for mass deportations because he was told that it meant jobs and economic prosperity. Now, that exact voter is the one where the study finds is now losing his job at a 6-to-1 rate to the policy that he demanded, that he voted for. That's not an example of unintended consequences. That's just the policy doing what it was always supposed to do. Look, the premise was wrong, the promise was wrong, and the mechanism also wrong. And the people who voted for it, they're paying for it with lost paychecks, lost contracts, lost weeks of work, and lost benefits. And it doesn't stop with the workers either. Construction shrinks, housing supply contracts, home prices, they rise. Agriculture shrinks, food production contracts, grocery prices rise, manufacturing shrinks, goods supply contracts, prices rise across the board. You see how this is all connected. Every American who buys food, rents an apartment, owns a home, or fills a grocery cart is paying for an immigration policy that was promised as making America cheaper to live in, but is instead making America more expensive to live in. ICE arrested approximately 1,200 people in a typical surge region in the study. And that same surge cost approximately 1,200 American men their jobs. 1 for 1. That's just the math. Rurik Palomino is still standing under that bridge. Hey, there's plenty of work, but he's afraid to take it because the workers who are going to help him build the roof for that American family that needed a house are gone. And the American carpenter who's going to frame the next one ain't getting hired either. And that's exactly what mass deportation is doing. And yet, that is what 77 million Americans voted for. Congratulations. Okay. Let's see. It's beyond frustrating that we have to deal with people who don't bother to check whether anything they're told by their favorite people is true or not. Yep. Did these MAGA morons actually go looking for jobs or wait for them to magically appear? Well, that's the neat part. They actually don't have to do either. A lot of them. Because a lot of them, the ones who scream loudest about immigration and how the illegals are taking the jobs, they're retired. they don't have to work anymore. Or they're the ones that were hiring the undocumented immigrants in the first place. It's just incredibly frustrating. Okay. But anyway, let's move on. We got more stories. That's right. And I want to make sure to get things done in time. All right. There is a tiny airport in the town of Latrobe, Pennsylvania, named after golf legend Arnold Palmer. Now, that airport happens to anchor a county that backed Donald Trump by double digits in 2024. But now, as a result, that airport is in some serious trouble. The arrivals board is empty. The departures board is empty. Every single commercial flight is now gone. Why? Because the only airline that ever served Arnold Palmer Regional has shut down forever. And the roughly 50 people who worked at that airport are losing their jobs. The airline was Spirit Airlines, and on May 2nd, they announced that the company was winding down their operations after 34 years. The reason? Donald Trump. More specifically, the fuel prices that have skyrocketed because of Donald Trump. According to Spirit's CEO, jet fuel prices have gone up more than 80% since Trump and Israel launched their unsanctioned war of aggression against Iran in late February. Jet fuel is actually more than 40% of an airline's operating cost. It's amazing. Spirit, it's not like they weren't already in financial trouble, but this just made it worse. They were coming out of a bankruptcy and trying to get back on their feet. But then the fuel bill from Donald Trump's stupid war put the final nail in their proverbial coffin. This airport is now dark. And the people of Western Pennsylvania, the ones who voted for this, this entire thing, the man who bombed Iran, they just lost their only commercial way to fly out of town. So let's get into it. Now, here's the thing about Arnold Palmer Regional Airport. It's actually one of the lifelines of Westmoreland County, connecting Latrobe to other parts of the country. It's located in the rolling foothills of the Allegheny Mountains, about 45 minutes outside of Pittsburgh. It's deep Trump country, going for Trump by double digits in 2024, the same way it did in 2020 and 2016. The airport itself carries the name of one of the most famous men to ever come out of that part of the state, Arnold Palmer. He was born in Latrobe in 1929. His dad was a greenskeeper, head professional at Latrobe County Golf Club. The family house sat right off the 6th tee. And Palmer, he grew up there. He played golf there, made his name there. And even after he became a 7-time major champion, who basically built modern professional golf into a television sport, he never lost touch with that little town. He told Golf Week back in 2009, of all the places I've been, there isn't any place that I'm more comfortable than I am right here. That airport got his name because of who he was and where he was from. And now that airport, it's got no flights. So let's lay out what happened. So we started bombing Iran in February, and within days, Iran threatened the Strait of Hormuz, shut it down. And ever since then, the global oil market has been a complete and utter mess. Jet fuel prices exploded by more than 80% since this war started, according to reports from Al Jazeera. As a result, airlines have cut more than 9 million seats globally for the summer travel season. Domestic U.S. fares are up 24% year over year. International fares are up 16%. Now, that's the macroeconomic picture. But here's the part of the story that hasn't gotten anywhere near the airtime it deserves. When Business Insider went through the route data after Spirit shut down, they found that 17 nonstop flight routes across the country had lost all service the day the airline closed. But only one airport in the entire United States lost every single commercial flight on its schedule. Just the one. And that airport is Arnold Palmer Regional in Latrobe, Pennsylvania. The two routes Spirit was flying out of there were to Myrtle Beach and to Orlando, which is to say the two routes that working-class Western Pennsylvania families actually used to get out of the cold for a week. Those are gone now. The airport's executive director, a guy named Mo Haas, has spent the last 2 weeks on local TV trying to convince another character, any other character, to come in and to pick up the routes. And so far, ain't no one interested. Meanwhile, the $22 million terminal expansion that Westmoreland County had started building back in 2024 was set to open to passengers in the late spring of 2026, which is to say, now. The same window Spirit went under. They built a new terminal for an airline that now no longer exists. I mean, what an absolute epic fail and a complete waste of cash. But then there's the worker side of this whole thing. Former Spirit employees had marched on the company's Dania Beach headquarters because their health benefits expired in May with absolutely no warning. And a class action lawsuit has been filed, alleging that the company had laid people off without legal notices that the Federal WARN Act requires. So the contrast here is absolutely amazing. This administration killed Spirit. Okay. Now, Southwest, JetBlue, Hawaiian, and Alaska have promised publicly to hire all the laid off Spirit workers. So the rival airlines actually stepped up faster than the government that bombed the country, whose oil choke point set this whole slow-moving plane crash in motion. And speaking of a disaster, here's what the war in Iran was supposed to be, according to the people who wanted it, which was like 3 people in Benjamin Netanyahu. It was supposed to be about strength. It was supposed to be America standing up for freedom against the terrorists. Well, how did that work out? Because from what I'm seeing, all they did was ensure that jet fuel prices become unaffordable for a hometown airline that is then forced out of business. It also made the oil companies a lot of money too, though. But it turns out, in Iran, they also made a lot of money. Weird. So it turns out that if you bomb a country that sits next to the most important oil choke point on earth, the price of oil, it goes up. Oh, and so does everything else. Now, if you're a business that relies on cheap fuel to survive, you're going to have a bad time. And when airlines like Spirit die, the smallest airports that they serve, they're the ones that usually end up dying with them. And I'm not saying that Spirit Airlines was a great, thriving business or anything. They had a lot of problems. But I am just saying that this unnecessary war had the effect of raising the cost of fuel. And that has huge downstream impacts that are being felt in places just like Latrobe all over the country. The folks who worked at Arnold Palmer Regional are now getting pink slips, according to Gulf Week's reporting on the shutdown. The expansion of the airport is in the middle of building, still has to open. And as of right now, there's no commercial carrier signed on to fly into it. The travelers in that part of Western Pennsylvania who used Spirit to get to Florida or wherever they were going, well, they now have to drive an hour and a half into Pittsburgh International to park there and pay those parking rates and pay those higher fares because of the war that killed their hometown airline. The economic ripple in a small airport town hits the restaurants, the rental cars, the hotels, the ground crews, the people who run the coffee kiosk in the terminal, the cab drivers who used to camp at the curb. The CBS Pittsburgh affiliate ran interviews with travelers there who said that they were hoping for the best, hoping that a new carrier would come in and hoping that somebody would step up. Well, hope is all you got left when your only local airline disappears. And that airline is gone because the fuel bill ate it. And the fuel bill ate it because the war started. And the war started because the man, Westmoreland County, backed by double digits, decided that it would be a great day to start a war. Trump won Latrobe by 30 points. And now the bill from his war just landed on their runway. Absolutely frustrating. Okay. One story left for you today. Let's talk about regret. All right. Last weekend on C-SPAN's Washington Journal, we got another example of a Trump voter finally realizing that he had made a terrible, terrible mistake. Let's watch.
It's hard for me to say this, but I think if I can open up about it in public, that it might help others. I wanted to believe Trump was the real deal for a long time, even though I had doubts because I knew enough about his business history to think otherwise. But now I regret my support for him, and I should have known better. He's making it plain as day. He's a con man, a liar, doesn't keep his promises. He's in office all for himself, and he doesn't even try to hide his corruption anymore. He's the worst president we've ever had, and he's the most corrupt president we've ever had.
That clip has 10,568 upvotes on Reddit. They got that in just a week. It's also been clipped and spread around Blue Sky, on TikTok, Facebook, and now, of course, YouTube. Now, and the reason that it's traveling around is not just the content of the words. We have heard this before. No, the reason that it's traveling is who said these words and how many times this man voted for this. So let's get into it. Now, C-SPAN's Washington Journal is probably one of the most boring possible venues in American political media. Well, there's no debate, no editorializing. It's just a guy sitting at a weird desk, taking calls from Democrats, Republicans, and independents. But I love it because I'm a nerd. And because the calls can range from the brilliant to the unhinged, to the guy who maybe just wants to read a shopping list under the phone. I don't know. It's kind of like an episode of Parks and Rec. So when somebody calls in and identifies themselves as a triple Trumper, then the natural expectation here is that they're about to say something absolutely insane or racist, or they'll defend the president, or maybe push back on whatever segment was running before that they disagreed with. But see, Thomas, he did the opposite. He actually used his airtime to own up for his mistake. And I think that's commendable. He had said, it's hard for me to say this. Why is that? That's because you could absolutely ripped apart by the other MAGA cultists if you show any hint of disloyalty. And not only that, but as I've talked about before, there is something called the sunk cost fallacy, okay? Where you put so much time and, well, you give up so much maybe relationships or something. And you give up all of that. You sink it into the MAGA machine. And, well, it only gives back heartbreak. But you can't admit it. You just can't. You've put too much into it. And then, of course, there's the cognitive dissonance, where your brain literally tries to protect itself from hearing uncomfortable facts. Facts that he admitted he knew for a long time, like Trump's business history, which is not great. It's terrible. He has had numerous bankruptcies. Trump Air, Trump Water, Trump Steaks. I mean, there it is. But anyway, there's more. The C-SPAN host then asked him, what was the straw that broke the camel's back? And this is his response.
War? Is it
I don't
something
think
else?
it's one thing. It's been a cumulative process. And it's gotten so blatant now, and he's just literally the things he's going to lower prices on day one. He was going to do this on day one. Only he could fix all this stuff. And now I understand how somebody like Adolf Hitler was able to brainwash millions of people. I never thought I'd see that again in my lifetime, but it's happened, right? I thought we got past that, but we don't learn from history. But I just hope the best we got to slow him down, make him accountable any way we can. Right now, the only weapon is to vote for as many Democrats, whether you like them or not, to just get some balance back into our system of checks and balances, right? The Congress is doing nothing to stop him. He has more power. He wants to be a king, and we're letting him get away with it. We fought a revolutionary war against England because we didn't want to be ruled by an arbitrary king like Trump wants to be.
And there it is. Look, that Hitler quote is absolutely stunning for somebody like Thomas to make. He finally gets it. He finally gets what the left has been warning people about for years. Man finally connected the dots. Man, it feels good to be right. Except it doesn't. It feels terrible. Because at the moment, it's just, it's too late. It's too late. You already gave him power. You gave him the power. But that said, I do want to give you some polling that makes Thomas a representative data point, not just an outlier here. Donald Trump's approval on inflation, one of the issues that he campaigned on, one of the issues that Thomas himself cited, is at 21% in a recent Reuters Ipsos poll. Fox News has it at 28%, with 72% disapproving. The Associated Press NORC poll has his approval on the economy dropping from 38% in March to 30% in April. The promise was lower prices on day one, but the reality, by the president's own party's polling firm, is that nearly 3/4 of Americans think he's failing on one of the biggest things that he was hired to do. So when a guy like Thomas calls into C-SPAN and says, well, he was going to lower prices on day one, he was going to do all this stuff, only he could fix it all, he's not pulling that from a left-wing op-ed. He's repeating the campaign's own rhetoric right back at right back into the phone. So what does a call like this actually mean for the people that are sitting on the fence right now? Because believe it or not, there are still somehow people on the fence. Well, look, this guy ain't famous. He's not on television or on Spotify. He's not running for political office. He is a regular person, as regular as somebody who watches C-SPAN on a Saturday morning could be. And he decided that it was time to rip the Band-Aid off. And that's the reason this clip has over 10,000 upvotes on Reddit. It is the reason that this is everywhere on Blue Sky and TikTok and Facebook. This guy is giving other folks like him permission to speak up. When you got a 3-time Trump voter out there publicly telling other people like him that, hey, man, it's okay to admit that we screwed up and to vote for the other side to try to make some balance, that might get other people to do the same thing. And look at the polling. You've got a lot of people that are already thinking about it. Okay. 21% approval rating on inflation means that about 4 out of every 5 Americans looks at this economy and says to themselves, man, this sucks. And now folks like Thomas are giving them a new script. It says, I should have known better. He is a con man. He is a liar, and he does not keep his promises. This is a triple Trumper saying that. And it's not because somebody on MS Now told him to say it. It's not from Joe Rogan or Theo Vaughn or any of the other highly paid right-wing podcasters. This is a guy who's just tired of paying more for groceries, rent, gas, who saw Trump's day one promise turn into this disastrous new reality and is now admitting, I'm done. It's exactly the kind of confession that people running this thing should be absolutely terrified of. Okay. That's all I got for you today. Thank you to everybody watching. Thank you to the mods. And thank you to this space for hosting me. And thank you to Matt for making all this happen. Hopefully, I will see you all here next week for another live show. Thanks again. Love you all. And remember, stay logical. Coming up next, of course, is Andrea Rovenski. The sign's up ahead. And it says, welcome to Fuckville.
Hello? Is this thing on? Am I audible? Am I audible? Am I on? Am I audible? Audible. There's a show. Hello. I am doing a program today. Today is Wednesday, at least according to my handlers, it is Wednesday. And today I'm going to be talking about the concept of normal. What is normal? What does that mean when people use it in a sentence? What are they referring to? What is normal? And normal obviously changes over time. Normal is always changing. What used to be normal might not be normal anymore. Like, for example, wearing a respirator at a cancer ward for children, right? In 2019, people would typically wear respirators when going to pediatric cancer wards. In 2026, people don't do that anymore because masks are scary and people think that they're going to cause AIDS or whatever, even though COVID itself causes AIDS, but that's not important. So wearing a respirator around children with cancer, no longer normal. Normal is not often a barometer of good. People typically will say something like, that's not normal, when describing someone who engages in poor health decisions or just poor decisions whatsoever in any category. But normal has no moral or, up or down, positive or negative. It is a morally neutral term, right? So I'm going to be talking about a couple of things here. You may have heard the term, don't normalize this. Have you ever heard don't normalize it? What that means is do not accept that this is something that should enter the category of acceptable, toleratable, because that's really what normal means. These are things that we tolerate, things that we allow to fester, right? A lot of people have problems with these. They call it screen time. You ever hear this phrase, screen time? What the fuck is screen time? What is screen time? I don't know. When I hear like the term screen time, especially when people are talking about children, I hear a bunch of morons who shouldn't have had kids in the first place talking about shit they do not fucking understand. What the fuck is screen time? Usually when people talk about screen time, they mean like giving an iPad to like a 2-year-old. They should never have an iPad. They should never have screen time. Like the idea of having limited screen time, we're already off to the bad start here. Why are you giving an iPad to a 2-year-old, right? So I'm going to put this down. But so what is screen time? Well, screen time is the amount of time you're looking at a screen. And that's bad. Our society has decided that screen time should be limited. You ever think about that? Screen time should be limited. This is something you see a lot of in schooling to hide the fact that SARS, the virus that has caused the now 7-year-long pandemic we are in, SARS delays your child's ability to learn, to read, to accurately understand information. If you had a child while you were actively sick with SARS at any point, your child has lower amounts of gray matter, white matter, their brain is smaller, they're going to take longer to hit certain milestones. This is just a scientific fact. It's also normal. Does that mean it's good? No. But a lot of people are afraid of acknowledging the reality of the coronavirus 19. And so they go and look at things like screen time. Now, I'll tell you this, right? You probably understand what I'm getting at a little bit. Not all screen time is equal. When I hear someone talking about, oh man, I really need to limit my screen time, what I hear is someone who like scrolls on fucking Instagram all day and they're like chemically addicted. They're in this like fucking, this fucking gravitational feedback system, where they can't stop. Look, that's what I like. For me, screen time is working. What if you work at an office? Is that screen time? Oh, I'm working. I got 8 hours of screen time every day. I'm totally addicted. Or you just work at an office, so what the fuck is screen time, right? So it doesn't really mean anything. And screen time can be bad. It can be good. I spend a lot of my screen time watching YouTube videos, right? Now, what is that, right? I could be watching a YouTube video that's a historical documentary on the fucking, I don't know, whatever, something. Or I could be watching someone make a recipe for some food item that I'm planning on maybe cooking in the future, and I want to see how people cook this thing. So, I can start building the mental map in my mind of how to create this thing. Or I could be watching hydraulic press videos, crushing lemons and shit or whatever the fuck. Now, are all of these things equal? No, obviously. Some have more value, some have less value. And also, what if I do want to watch videos of people like mixing paint together for like, I don't know, like maybe sometimes I just need a break. You know what I mean? So what the fuck is screen time? It doesn't mean anything. But the phrase screen time has been normalized. Everyone's talking about motherfucking screen time without knowing what the fuck it is, without knowing why it's part of the conversation, without, it's pretty obvious that all screen time, not all screen time is created equal. If you're, let's say, writing, that's your job. You write for a living. Are you going to go out there and buy a typewriter just so you have less screen time? Maybe you are. Maybe you like typing on a typewriter. Maybe that's something for you and that gets worked. Hey, I'm not, whatever. But like the idea that like screen time is bad and therefore we need to avoid it would bring about a situation where a professional writer for, let's say, a magazine, you're not writing novels or whatever. You're writing a magazine. So you're going to write it out on a fucking typewriter and mail the fucking pages to your editor instead of just emailing them. Well, I got to avoid screen time. Doesn't make any sense. But you see a lot of these phrases that are routinely used in normal situations. A lot of normal people will adopt certain language that doesn't really mean anything and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, one thing that's normalized are excuses. This is a society-wide problem. Everyone's normalized series of excuses. That's other things that have been normalized. Like, for example, you see a lot of people, this is normalized in intellectual fashion when people are discussing things like data centers or artificial intelligence as the technology corporations like to call it. It's not artificial. Well, I mean, I guess it's kind of artificial, but I bet it's definitely not intelligent. So what does that mean? But anyway, a lot of people love this argument that like using AI is bad because it wastes fresh water, right? And this is a normalized argument against artificial intelligence. Now, just to tell you, I don't like artificial intelligence. I don't even think it is artificial intelligence. I don't use these things for any reason whatsoever. It's not something I am interested in. But when I hear people argue about AI is bad because it takes up too much water, I feel like that's a really stupid argument because everything about modern life uses up too much water. We use too much water, generally speaking, individualistically. This is a fun fact that I enjoy. Individualistically, if you boycott AI, but you eat meat, like, I'm just saying, on an individual level, if you are someone that hates artificial intelligence, right, and you don't use it at all, but you eat burgers every day, right? I would rather someone be a vegan and use ChatGPT to like fucking, I don't know, maybe they're lonely and it's fucking 3 a.m. and they need someone to rockabye baby them to sleep. I would rather them use ChatGPT than eat burgers. I'm just saying, you know, if you need to go to sleep, what's going to be worse in terms of water wasting? Drinking a glass of milk, you know, some people do that. They warm up this. I've seen it in cartoons and like fucking Leave It to Beaver. I don't fucking, drinking warm milk makes you sleep. That's just fucking stupid. But like, talking to ChatGPT, drinking warm milk, which one is going to be better, right? So again, you know, what does this have to do with normal? Well, I'm getting there. I'm getting to, you know, people like to outsource their thinking in the same way that they outsource their acting, right? So what does it mean to normalize something? It means basically enough people will tolerate it and not question it, and then eventually it hits some form of critical mass. That doesn't mean 51%. But it means like maybe 10 to 30% in that range. Enough people are aware of and doing this thing and tolerating that thing that you know, it kind of seeps in. And this happens with arguments. This happens with you know, all sorts of things. Ideologies. For example, look at the normalization of MAGA. You know, this is probably, you know, you would say maybe this is what I've been building up to the whole time, but I'm building up even more. But what is MAGA? Well, you take the Republican Party of like the 1980s and you normalize it. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean wanting to murder gay people. Now, Democrats in the 1980s, they also did not like gay people. Nobody liked gay people in the 1980s. All right. But Republicans specifically want to do a mass murder and genocide of gay people, whereas Democrats in the 1980s, maybe they wouldn't mind a genocide of gay people. In fact, they didn't mind, you know, when Ronald Reagan was doing that shit. But they're not like, they don't care enough to actually go out there and fucking line them up against the wall and kapooey, right? They would prefer that outcome maybe, but they're not going to actually do it, right? So you take that Republican Party, right, and you normalize it, right? Then all of a sudden, right, hating gay people is normal, right? That's normal. Everyone hates gay people in the Republican Party, right? And we also hate in the Republican Party. I am speaking as if I am a Republican. We also hate black people in the Republican Party, and that's normalized, right? So then you have Donald Trump come along and he's like, well, we're going to basically take what we already believe and just stop lying about it, right? Now, you might, you know, Donald Trump's the most prolific liar in American political history, but like, just bear with me, right? So Republicans normalized hating minorities, right? then there was this period of time where it's like it got kind of uncool to hate minorities. Like even in Donald Trump's first election, he held up the flag upside down, LGBT to the power of S for Trump. You remember that? So even then, like it was so normalized to just be kind of tolerant of queer people in general in 2016. But then when Donald Trump won the election, well, we're just gonna say what we believe now, right? Like now that we are in the White House, we're gonna say what we believe, right? And then now we're living in a world where it's just normal to hate transgender people. A lot of celebrities will just come out randomly, just on a random Tuesday, and write an op-ed about how transgender people are the cause for all suffering in the world and need to be exterminated or whatever. Like that kind of stuff. It's normal now. But how did that process happen? Well, Republicans have always hated minorities, right? But it was uncool. Now, what does uncool mean? Not normal, right? To be cool is to be normal in a sense, right? So for a while, it was not normal in overall culture to just be constantly talking about how much you hate black people and how much you want to kill gay people and stuff like that. That was not normal. But now it is normal. It is normal, right? So what's normal can change. But we got to understand how normal can change and predict for the future, right? Like, because that's what I like to do my shows talking about the past, because the past is a great predictor of the fucking future, right? So, when you take people that have been behind the scenes, they've always hated minorities, but for a while, again, you couldn't say it in public, but they've always hated minorities in private, right? And then you give them power, right? Well, they already hate minorities, so then they're going to use that power to normalize the hatred of minorities, right? Makes logical sense. But that's just one way that people can understand, right? The Republicans, this is a partisan thing, so if you're not a Republican, you're probably going to agree with me, have normalized open hatred of minorities, right? But what are things that society has normalized a little bit more abstractly? Well, let's take a look at my favorite thing. One of my favorite things, I should say. I have a lot of favorites, but one of my favorite things, cars. Cars have been normalized. I talked about cars a couple of weeks ago, and I got some positive comments on that show. And I'm going to talk about cars again. If you were to describe cars to somebody from like 500 years ago, so every building has to cater to cars. If you want to make a little building anywhere, literally property lines themselves, all of property has been twisted around the car. The car has been so normalized that literally everything else relies upon it and has to factor it in no matter what, right? If you just want to buy a random hectare of forest area, right, the first thing that's going to be on your mind is, how am I going to get my car there? So I got to build a fucking road. You know what I mean? So again, roads and cars have been so normalized that literally you cannot make a sewer system. You cannot make a building. You cannot make a flower bed, a fountain. You cannot make a little lake, just whatever, without factoring in, what do we do about the cars? How are the cars going to get there? How are the cars going to get around it? Blah, blah, blah. The fucking goddamn cars. Okay. Cars have been normalized. Right, but let's imagine there's an alternate universe where cars, sure, when cars came out, pretty cool, a lot faster than horses, right? But let's imagine a world where it's like cars were, instead of being normalized, like let's say someone got hit by a car in such a public and fatal way so shortly after the invention of the car that it just did irreparable damage to the public relations of the car companies, right? Like, let's imagine the car comes out. And there's like this big public, like they take it to the World's Fair or whatever the fuck. And then the car, you hit the wrong button and then it swerves into the crowd and kills 17 people, right? Let's imagine that scenario. Right? Would cars still be as popular right now? Would there, maybe they would be. Maybe just the car was such a technological powerhouse that it would able to, no pun intended, just roll the fuck over any potential negative outcomes in press, right? But let's just imagine, maybe we wouldn't have a situation where cars are so normalized that literally everything revolves around them. What if we had, I don't know, certain areas that were car-centric, certain areas that were not car-centric, right? Think about it. Think about it. You park your car in Idaho, right? And then Washington there's no cars in Washington. So you have to, like, you park your car along the state border, and then you get into some sort of, and then that whole state or whatever, I'm just throwing some bullshit at you, right? Just use your imagination station for a goddamn second here. And then, you can still get around just as easily, but it's just not car-centric. Maybe you get a little private scooter pod. Why do you need why do you need four wheels? Why do you need to have like this? Most people drive cars by themselves. Now, I understand that like passengers are a thing, right? But think about it. Who decided that you have to have someone sitting right next to you? And therefore, even though most people drive with one person, you have to have like fucking 5x one person's length at all times, just dragging it for no fucking reason, right? So again, just think about this. Maybe we would have had areas where transport evolved in a totally different way, or in a symbiotic way, maybe in a not so symbiotic way, right? But instead, cars have been so normalized that you can't think of anything without catering to this four-wheel situation, two-passenger or the two car seats next to each other, not front and back. Why not just have bicycles with the long rows in a single file, right? So again, that's what normalization does. It's so ubiquitous that you just literally don't even think about this. Most people do not spend their time thinking about how much damage cars have done, because they're just shown from a young age how cool cars are. Vroom, 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 Hot Wheels. And then they drive at like age 15 to the McDonald's or whatever, right? So cars are so normalized. That's an example of something that I think is dangerous that has been normalized. And it was normalized before we got here. So this is something that is a huge deal when it comes to normalization. How do things get normalized? It's from the recycling of the population. There's the people that don't like the cars. Guess what? They tolerated the cars and then they died. That's it. That's how we got here, right? Then you were born into a world where there's fucking cars everywhere. You know what I mean? There's just fucking cars everywhere. Where the fuck? So I am born, right? I'm going to be 30, by the way, very soon here. Very soon. So if anyone wants to send me some birthday wishes, only the wishes. I accept nothing other than wishes. But, I was born into a world where, again, let's say I want to buy a piece of property. Let's say it's not accessible by car. Let's say I want to turn that piece of property into a store. Well, now I have to deal with the government. Now, what if now, hear me out. A lot of the arguments I'm about to make may have been historically used by people that want to do nefarious things. So just understand that for a moment. But let's just think about it from the sense of freedom from the car and that specifically. What if I wanted to have a cabin in the woods, no roads, and I want to turn it into a general store? Right? We have no roads, no car accessibilities. That's going to violate the Americans with Disability Act, right? We have no handicap spaces, right? How is someone who can't walk or whatever going to get to my store? So now we have to have roads, because the only way disabled people can move, guess what, is in cars, is in fucking cars, right? So you ever think about that? You ever think about how we need to cater to cars and so much has been built upon the car, right? It's like a Jenga tower, right? So now the Americans with Disabilities Act props up the car companies because, why can't we have a motorcycle wheelchair, right? That's it's the size of a motorcycle, or it's the size of a wheelchair, but it's also like a motorcycle. And you can use it to maybe they do exist, but they're not standardized to such a point where now I need to have a road coming in and out of my general store, and I need to have handicap parking. And guess what? I don't want people that own cars to even come to my general store, but now I have to because of government regulation. So, again, just maybe that argument has been misused by other people, but I just want to talk about this is what normalization means. Once something is normalized, other aspects start to get built upon them, and then it gets really difficult, right, to disentangle the cars out of the whole conversation. Again, how do we disentangle the fact that cars are so normalized, right? When it comes to these highways, we already got the highways everywhere. They're already all over the fucking place, right? So again, when you're born into that kind of world, you don't question it because you didn't see an alternative, right? You didn't see an alternative to that world. And, you know, the human imagination is quite magnificent. I like to say that I have a nice imagination, and I can imagine a world without cars. I can imagine what that would look like. A lot of people would say a world without cars would look like, you know, like those little Amish world, you know, where they have horses and fucking shit or whatever. You know, I wouldn't say that that's what a world without cars would look like. I would say a world without cars, I'm thinking more of something like Blade Runner, but without the roads. Like, why do, like, again, a lot, like I've said these car arguments to many people, and they confuse me for being like an Amish Luddite of some kind. And, you know, maybe someday, but not yet. I think we can imagine worlds where technology would have evolved at the same rate. It's just that the car was never so standardized that we could have technology evolve and innovate into different categories that would have maybe done better or worse, right? So, but again, when you're born in a system, it's hard it's hard as in it takes more than zero work. You don't need to imagine the world around you. I don't need to imagine that there's a VHS-C tape right here. I don't need to imagine that. It's right in it's right in front of my fucking eyeballs. I look at it. You know what I mean? So I don't need to imagine it. But let's say I want to imagine that there is a fucking Betamax tape that I'm holding. I don't know if they had a smaller version for camcorders. Maybe they didn't need it because they had a smaller overall tape size, but whatever. Well, now I got to use my fucking brain, and you got to rotate it, and you got to imagine what all the sides look like, you know, so it's a lot more work is what I'm saying. You don't need to imagine the world around you. And so, and especially when it comes to things that you don't see, it is a lot easier to normalize them, right? Like look at language, right? Language is not something typically that you see with your eyeballs, right? Language exists in the imagination of humans. It is not a real thing. There is nothing scientifically, without human involvement, right? Our languages do not exist, right? They rely on our throats. They rely on our vocal cords. They rely on our tongues, to produce certain sounds, right? They rely on culture, right? So language, you could argue, is the exact, you could study the concept of normalization through linguistics alone, probably, right? It's probably the best way to study this concept. But again, right, the normalization of language, right? I'm trying to think, do I want to speed run this or do I want to slow this out? All right, so normal. Right, let's define the word normal once again. Normal does not mean good. Normal that has no positive or negative moral connotation whatsoever. Normal is defined by what the others in the sapiens, what other sapiens are up to. That's the only thing that defines normal, right? So, for example, there were cultures, and there still are cultures, all right, where so it's normal. Again, that doesn't mean good. That also does not mean bad. Okay, but it's normal to, when a child is born, right? You take the crying child. Maybe you wait a week or two, maybe a month, but you take this crying newborn baby, right? And then you get like a special made pair of like pliers or scissors or whatever, right? And you just you take the pliers, you attach it to the baby's penis, and you just rip it out, and then you start sucking out the blood from the bleeding baby penis. And this is normal in some cultures. Now, maybe not all cultures will literally start giving fellatio to babies, like literally giving blowjobs to babies. Maybe some cultures do that. Maybe others just rip the baby's dick off. But either way, this is a practice. It's normal, right? It even has a name. It's called circumcision. Now, in my opinion, right, if this were not normal, let's imagine, right, you enter a dimension where people do not take pliers and rip apart baby dicks moments after birth, right? Because let's be honest, that's fucking crazy, right? So, and then you have a kid, right? And then they're like, hey, I would like to get a pair of pliers, attach it to the newborn baby's penis, and then just rip it off. And after that, while it's bleeding, then start performing oral sex on the child, right? People would say, that's fucking insane. You're a crazy person. You do it in Israel, all of a sudden it's normal. It's normal. We love performing fellatio on newborn children in Israel because it's normal. And how dare you question it? In fact, it's anti-Semitic to even question such a thing. Now, you know, a lot of people that are not Jewish even will take a pair of pliers, or maybe it's too weird, so they'll literally pay another human being. They will take money out of their wallet, right? Oh, what's in my wallet? I'm going to give someone money to take a pair of pliers and rip my newborn child's penis off, right? It's normal in the United States of America. That's what people do. They will pay someone else to grab a pair of pliers, fasten it to a child's foreskin, and just rip the penis right off, right? Now, you might be thinking, well, if it's so normal, they're going to do it hygienically and safely, right? They're going to rip the baby's penis off in the safest way imaginable. Now, I've got a question for you. What's the safest way to handle a newborn baby's genitalia upon birth? Is to not attach a pair of pliers to it and rip that shit off and then allow some fucked up Israeli to start doing a blowjob. That would be not like on the list of safe activities to keep my newborn baby safe. That's not on the list. I would not allow those people anywhere near my child in any way, shape, or form. And if someone told me that it's part of their religious practice to rip a child's penis off and start performing oral sex on it, you know what? I'm going to say they shouldn't be allowed near children. You know, I personally believe that if you think circumcision is acceptable, you should not be allowed near children. You should be put on the sex offender registry and kept as far away from kids as possible. I don't live in that world. I live in the world that is normalized ripping apart and mutilating baby dicks, right? And a huge percentage of them go awry. Who would have guessed when you fasten a pair of pliers and rip a child's penis off that there's a chance that you know, they call it what is it, a surgery or a procedure? Yeah, they call it. It's just a procedure. It's not a barbaric ritual of disgust and fucking grotesque fucking embrace of the primal urge to see violence upon the world. No. It's just a procedure. Yeah. So a lot of the times this procedure goes poorly, and then you know, guess what? A baby is scarred for life. Their machinery does not function properly forever, that kind of stuff. And then there's a whole industry that pops up of foreskin restoration because it's so normalized. Just for a moment, I'm going to drop the whole what is normal rant and just going to go into a singular bubble universe rant. Okay. What the fuck is going on with this circumcision shit? Like, more than cars even. I don't talk about circumcision too much because it's kind of hard to talk about it without getting banned, and I hope I don't get banned today. But like, think about this for a moment, okay? So these people will hide behind religion. They will hide, oh, it's my religion to rip apart baby penises and suck on them. That's my religion. And I'm supposed to respect that. Well, yes, you see, well, we all have different beliefs and everyone has a right to an opinion. Everyone has a right to an opinion. Yeah, my opinion is when a baby is born, I grab the nearest pair of rusty pliers and rip their penis apart and then suck the fucking, you know, the remains. That's my religion. It's not weird. There's nothing weird about it. It's fucking normal. So again, I would love to say this, but it's not true. I was going to say only a country like Israel could normalize doing something like that, but that's not true. Actually, a lot of countries have some form of genital mutilation against children. Some countries do it against certain types of genitalia. Other countries do it against other types of genitalia. It's like the Spider-Man meme where they're both pointing at each other. There's not many countries that just say, let's ban all childhood genital mutilation. Like, that's not very popular. Can you think of a country actually that exists where there's just flat out no genital mutilation against children? You would think right? You would think that there's more. Maybe there is a country, like maybe Luxembourg probably not. Luxembourg's pretty fucked up. But maybe there is a country out there that, maybe China. I don't know. Maybe, well, China's got some fucked up shit too. I don't know. Does anyone know? Put that in the fucking comment section or whatever. Is there a country where flat across the board, all child genital mutilation is illegal? I don't think there is a country, right? So anyway, if we can normalize, think about how fucked up this is. I know I'm harping on it. I'm kind of derailing myself here. One of the benefits of cars, can't get derailed. Anyway, so we live in a society where it is normal to look at a newborn baby and say, well, it's time to schedule ripping their dick apart. So is it like, think about that, and when it comes to the future, right? If we can normalize taking a newborn child and ripping its dick apart for our entertainment, the baby certainly does not find circumcision entertaining, right? They're fucking crying. They're trying to get the fuck out of there, right? Like, you ever see, and I know it's going to be hard to talk about this without getting banned, but you ever see these rituals where the people in the hats get the pliers and rip the baby dicks off, and then they all start cheering and they play the music and then they start dancing? Yay, do. We fucking permanently destroyed our child's dick just like the rest of us. Now let's start dancing and eat fucking Tostitos, right? Like, is it any wonder? Like, is there any wonder that something like Gaza could be normalized? Like, think about it. It's normal to rip a child's dick apart within minutes of their birth. It's not that big of a leap to it's normal to snipe a child in the face. Why is that any less normal? Think about that. Normal has no moral and intrinsic moral value, right? So if we can normalize ripping children's genitals apart and making like fucking like origami shapes with them, right? If we can normalize that, that's just normal. Then of course we can normalize sniping a child in the face. Obviously, duh. And if we can normalize sniping a child in the face, obviously we can normalize, putting all the children in a camp and then making them work until they grow up to, until they get big enough so that they can't fit in the mine shafts. And then we snipe them, we take them out back, or we burn them in a fucking gas can or with a gas can or whatever. Of course we can normalize that. So think about what you personally have already normalized, right? And then just think about it in the future. Look at factory motherfucking farms. I mentioned eating burgers earlier. How many people that love to shit on AI data centers for taking up water eat burgers? They've normalized the destruction of our ecosystems because I love burgers. I'm going to eat burgers. I want my burger now, bitch. That's what most Americans are saying. So, like, you might, thinking rather, so you might be typing up a storm on your cell phone, with too much screen time. Maybe you need to reduce your screen time. Oh, wow. These AI data centers are bad. All caps, ! Because did you see that the water use is crazy? Anyway, I love water, right? So, like, again, people will normalize shit, and then their intellectual pursuits, because their intellectual understanding of the universe, right, has this there's actually a phrase for this that I would like to borrow from the psychological space. It's called ego dystonicity, right? So, you might believe something intellectually, but you do not act upon those beliefs, right? So when someone says, I believe AI data centers are bad because they take up fresh water, they don't actually believe that. They just believe that AI data centers are bad. And then they're going to come up with, now, just for the reference, I also think they're bad, right? But I know how to argue, and I understand how the world works, at least a little bit, I think, a little bit. So I'm not going to say that they take up too much fresh water as the core primary point of my argument, because that's not the main reason they're bad, actually. In fact, there's no, well, anyway, but they don't actually believe that taking up too much water is bad because they eat burgers, right? So it's again, actions, not lining up with their thoughts, right? So that's how normalization occurs in such a fierce fashion within the psyche of most people, is that, again, it's hard to imagine how a world could work if we didn't live in hell. Like, if we didn't, like, we live in hell, right? We know that. They're ripping children's baby dicks apart with fucking pliers. They're sniping kids in the face. They're taking over fucking South Lebanon. They're bombing little girls' school body parts in the fucking sky, right? It's like a fucking, we live in a nightmare, right? It's hell, right? And I know it's hard for people to imagine any other world than literally hell on earth. It's like, and I get it. And when most people's imaginations of alternative worlds are limited to fiction. Think about that. We pay people to imagine worlds that are sometimes worse, but oftentimes better than the world we live in, right? Because whether or not, a lot of people do have the capability of having this imagination, but a lot of people, frankly, they don't. They don't have we all, genetically speaking, have the ability to imagine worlds, but most people never think about it. They never sprinkle water on the seedlings of their own imagination, so they pay other people to imagine things for them, right? And that's called fiction, right? Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to enjoy fiction, because I love fiction. Okay, there's considerable percentages of my life that are dedicated to how much I love certain fiction, right? So I'm not trying to shit on fiction. I love fiction, but my point being is, if you really want to enjoy fiction, also, what would be pretty good is if you knew how to imagine a better version of the fiction that you're enjoying, right? Like, that's a way. They call this fan fiction, but there's a lot of people don't like fan fiction, but hey, whatever, we're not getting there. My point being is most people don't actually know how to imagine things, right? And that's why we're in this kind of world, because most people will outsource that ability to other people, whether that be through fiction, such as Dragon Ball Z, one of the best fictions of all time, or whether that be through what they call nonfiction. Now, fiction is a story that's made up, right? Didn't actually happen. But when you think about it, all writing is fiction, right? Language itself is fiction, right? Like, fucking, let's look at the Odyssey. I saw that there's a movie coming out recently, and Elon Musk is mad because there's a black man in the Odyssey, right? First of all, there were black people all over the motherfucking place, okay? Back during fucking ancient Greece, okay? Like, there were black people everywhere. You want to know why? There's still black people everywhere. You want to know why? Because black people are they're all over the fucking place because it's part of humanity, Like, that's kind of, they've always been here. There's always black people. The idea that there's no black people in ancient Greece or whatever, it's insane, right? But think about this, right? So, we don't even know if Homer is a real person. In fact, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say Homer is not a real person. Okay, not a real person. I'm gonna pick a side. A lot of historians, they love doing this whole, we don't really know bullshit. Scientists do that too. I'm gonna pick a side. You know what, bitch? Homer's not real. Okay, get mad at me about it. All right, be mad. I don't mind. Right. So again, all words are inherently fictitious. There is no way at all through the written word, through the language of writing, that you could make an entirely objective, accurate view, accurate capture of something in front of you, right? It's impossible, right? And yet in books, there's a separation, there's a giant red line between fiction and nonfiction, right? Even though what I've just described to you, right, nonfiction is kind of impossible. You just can't really do it, right? So what we do is we have gradations, right? We normalize certain things about what is nonfiction, what is fiction, right? Nonfiction is not necessarily the idea that everything on the page is real and actually happened. It's just not, you know, nonfiction is usually reserved for, it's not necessarily a story. You know, I'm not writing a book about how Little Red Riding Hood was fucking riding into the hood or whatever, right? Like, I'm not writing a story. Usually nonfiction is like, here are my opinions about something. Here's a scientific breakdown, a study about something, and I'm going to write my interpretation. But my point being, all language is inherently fictitious to some degree. And so when we're dealing in the realm of language, when we're dealing in the realm of things that are not scientifically provable or unprovable, right? Like again, okay. I know I don't want to harp on it too much, but maybe I do. People will have a newborn baby and they will pay someone to get a pair of pliers, attach it firmly to the foreskin and rip it off and then suck the blood. All right, that's normal. Okay? If you can normalize that, you can normalize fucking anything, right? But like, you know, what's not normal? Let's think about things that are not normal in our society. Like hugging your friend of the same gender, especially if you're a man, right? Have you ever been around men? It's pretty exhausting. Maybe because they had all their dicks torn up with pliers when they were children. Maybe that has something to do with it. But you ever be around men? Like, I'm talking about like not men that are like kind of like they're over that, you know, but like we're talking about men that haven't gotten over that yet, you know, that whole masculinity thing. And like you ever like, you know, like the no homo type guys, like they exist. Right? Like that shit is exhausting, man, to be around someone who's like, oh, I can't hug another man because it's gay. You know, you ever around that? That shit's normal as fuck, unfortunately. But think about how criminal it is as far as like from a human level. Like humans are able to normalize hating other humans because other humans made it normal to hate each other. And so other humans told me it was normal to hate other humans. And so as a result, I'm going to hate other humans, even though secretly deep down, I don't want to hate other humans. But all the other humans hate me. And so as a result, I'm going to hate them too. I mean, like, if you didn't understand that, guess what? I don't know if I got it in the right way either. But either way, that shit's not fucking normal. But it is normal at the same time. In 2021, I'm running out of time here, but in 2021, the Democratic Party sold to the American population back to normal. Now, you may remember this. It's not ancient history, but it is history nonetheless. It's getting further and further behind us all. Back to normal, bitch. That's what Joe Biden said. Now, a lot of people, you know, they don't trust Joe Biden when it comes to Gaza, right? A lot of people will say, I don't think Joe Biden is telling the truth when it comes to Gaza. That would be, in my opinion, a fair assessment of the situation, right? But a lot of those people, right, will say with a straight face that Joe Biden can be trusted when it comes to severe acute respiratory syndrome, the virus SARS that caused the COVID-19 pandemic, and still causes to this day. But you know, it came on the scene. It's called SARS. Severe is in the name. Okay, it's severe. It's in the name. They called it severe. Think about that for a moment. Right? So Joe Biden's task, right, was how do we sell a virus called severe? And how do we sell this to people and make them get it and think it's not a big deal? Well, after meeting with the CEO of the corporation Delta Airlines, the Joe Biden administration began a plan. This plan was called Back to Normal. Right? It was a plan to engineer a false reality that is you could call it a simulacrum of 2019. the way people lived in 2019, we can sell that vibe, that aesthetic. They can sell it to people even though it no longer exists. So when you leave the house without a respirator on because you think the COVID went away, I guess it just disappeared, right? You have bought into this non-existent, it does not exist in the real world. In the real world, there is a pandemic that is still killing and disabling millions of people. 100 people die every week from COVID in the United States. And that's with the fact that half the country just doesn't even track that shit in the first place. I'm talking about the official reported documented, like 70 to 80 people minimum are dying per week, with a lot of weeks being, 150, 200, right? So again, and that's with half the country not even tracking this shit. So, right? But people will go about their real life getting sick all the time. I'm sick. And they're going to say shit like, hey guys, do you remember during COVID when everyone was sitting at home all the time? Do you remember during COVID? Yeah. When we were all at home, right? They can say that kind of fucking shit because they've bought into a false version of reality that they have normalized, right? Because again, it's easy to see the world around you, right? And not have to be convinced in, what's real and what's not real. And fundamentally, one of the weaknesses of the humans is that we cannot see viruses. All right? We cannot see viruses. Kind of makes a lot of things in life really difficult, right? Because we cannot fucking see viruses. So if you go outside and you cannot see a virus with your naked eyeball, and someone out there is telling you, well, the virus went away. It's magic. It disappeared. Well, I can't see it, right? So, if you can't see it, you have to kind of take it as an article of faith in both directions. Unless you buy yourself, a microscope, right, that's strong and powerful enough to see actual viruses, and you have scientific textbooks, right, that you can kind of figure out what all the organelles are. And then, well, that one, I guess those three are missing so that must be that, right? And then, you cannot do this by yourself is what I'm getting at, right? So when someone out there is saying, hey, you can't tell the difference anyway, and also Taylor Swift's in town, back to normal. It's enticing, right? It's a very enticing thing to want to believe in this back to normal conspiracy theory. And that's what it is. It is a conspiracy theory that it just so happens 90, maybe 80% of the population believes in. This idea that we're not in a pandemic, or that the pandemic just went away by magic, or that the vaccine fixed the pandemic. It made it disappear. So white people in Europe taking a vaccine made the virus disappear from South America. Even though South Americans, because of our global vaccine apartheid system, were not allowed access to the same levels of vaccination, white people getting the vaccine in Europe somehow made the virus go away all around the world. That's what people believe. They actually believe this. What made the pandemic stop? What ended the pandemic? The vaccine that no one took. Right? They believe it. Right? So again, I'm trying to tell people, my point of the show is that you can sell normal, and you can twist anything into normal, and you can sell anything as normal, and it's actually pretty easy. Again, humans are able to be convinced that grabbing a pair of pliers and ripping and twisting apart and doing little tricks and fucking ripping it apart, when you have Laffy Taffy, and then you grab the Laffy Taffy with your mouth and then you rip it and you see it get thinner and thinner until it separates. That's what these Israelis are doing with the foreskin of babies. They're doing tricks and stuff. They're ripping off the baby dicks as interestingly as possible and posting that shit on Instagram. And then if you get upset, they're going to call you anti-Semitic. So we can normalize something like that. I mean, again, it's obvious that we can normalize pretty much fucking anything, right? So again, most people, they took an easy pathway back to what they thought was normal, but really what it is under a controlled form of psychosis, specifically, I would say, not a psychosis. Now I'm getting a little crazy here, so just bear with me. Not a psychosis generated within their own mind, but an exogenous psychosis, a psychosis that is generated within someone else's mind and then somehow transferred to yourself, right? That is what this I'm going to leave the house without a respirator on, even though we've been in a pandemic for 7 fucking years straight. Well, no one else is doing it. Oh, all the normal people are doing this thing, so that means it's fine. I mean, normal people will rip baby dicks off and fucking post about it on Instagram and then have a party. Like that. Normal people are not a barometer for fucking it. Normal people like Taylor Swift. Normal people watch football. American football. Like, am I making my point here? Normal people should not be used as a barometer for any decision making. Like, whether that be fashion, whether that be food choices, whether that be like fucking literally like words that you use. Like, I know a lot of people love to say, 67 or whatever the fuck. Why do they say that? Because it's normal. Other people are saying 67. The only 67 I care about is 1967. Pretty good year, right? Maybe 1867. I don't know. 1867 was pretty good. Republicans were getting their shit kicked in 1867. Well, actually, not really, because Abraham had already been shot and Reconstruction was kind of ended, but they were still getting their shit kicked in a little bit more than they were in, let's say, 1967. Well, then again, in 1967, they were getting their shit kicked in a little bit, but for different reasons. I guess I should have said Democrats in 1867. Whatever. My point being is normal is relative. So I would say, unless you are interrogating literally everything you do, in fact, I would recommend doing this. I'm not even like get like a little sheet of paper, like one of those pocket notebooks that the detectives and you ever see those normal shows on normal television? With the cops and the detectives, and they have that pocket notebook and not arm. I don't know why I said that well, because I'm moving my arm, in their shirt pocket. Get one of those. Just literally follow yourself around. And I say that in a sense that, like, do your normal activity, but just keep a little bit of notes, like, oh yeah, what are the things that you do? Like, try to be as abstract as possible or as specific as possible. Like when you go to the fucking Wawa, what sort of drink are you getting and why, and what's the mental process, and figure out, how many things that you do in your day-to-day life that you only do because other people made it seem normal. Like maybe breakfast. Is breakfast normal? A lot of people say they need to eat 3 meals a day. It's normal to eat 3 meals a day. Is that normal? Where did that come from? Well, you look into 3 meals a day and it turns out it came from cereal companies. Yeah. And then they also came up with later on, they said breakfast, not only is it a meal you must have, but it's the most important. Have you ever heard breakfast is the most important meal of the day? They made it up. It's a cereal company slogan. That's a cereal company slogan. It's a literal fucking it's people think it's a scientific fact. It's a slogan on the box of Frosted fucking Flakes, motherfucker. Right? So if you are in a rush to get like a fucking bagel in the morning because you need to eat breakfast, so you're, maybe you don't even need to be in a rush. Maybe you don't even need to get that bagel. Maybe you're doing all of this stuff because someone told you and you just normalized it. So the only way that I can offer any sort of individualistic advice to people when it comes to not falling victim to normalization is, again, follow yourself around for a day and just kind of look and I know it might be hard for people to do that. It might be hard, right? You might be looking at yourself and you might be going, really? Really? Like the shit people do is weird. And the shit that you do is weird. Right? And there's a lot of weird stuff that humans do that is, and I say weird as the opposite of normal. Right? It's not a value judgment. There's a lot of weird stuff that every human does, but it's weird. you're not allowed to talk about it. You know, like picking your nose. Sometimes you might do it. Maybe you really got something you need to get out of there, but you're not allowed to tell anyone, right? You're just not allowed. Just an example. Picking your nose, by the way, can be dangerous. If you have sharp fingernails, you can scratch the inner lining of your nostrils, which could, if a cut in the inside of your nostril got infected, it really easily could cause problems with your brain. And that's one of the main reasons that you should not pick your nose. A lot of people will tell you you shouldn't pick your nose because it's weird and gross. That's not actually a good reason to not pick your nose, but I did just give you a good reason. Maybe you didn't know that. Maybe you did know that. It seems kind of obvious, but whatever. Either way, that's my show for today. Just think about things. Think about the world around you. What seems normal about this? Because if you ask me, not much. Roll the tape. Roll it.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh. Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee, and I'm having another fabulous hair day. It's not as fabulous as last week, but it's still pretty damn good. Just saying. I figured out the thing I need to do, though. You see, when you have curly hair like mine, what you do in the shower, well, not in the shower, but right after the shower, makes a huge difference in how your hair will turn out. So normally, when I hop out of the shower, I slap my hair in a French braid and I douse it in hairspray. Yes, makes total sense that as soon as my hair is clean, I muck it up with hairspray. But then that way, when I let it go out of the French braid, it has a nice wave to it and it's not frizzy. You see, if I just put it in the French braid with no hairspray, then it gets super frizzy. And if I just let it air dry and brush it out afterwards, it's like, so also not great. And then sometimes right after the shower, I put a whole bunch of gel in it, like hair gel. And that makes nice, big, crispy curls that I love to play with, which is fine sometimes, sometimes I want that look. But I recently discovered that so when I put that gel and stuff in my hair, I have to do the, flip the head over type thing and scrunch it all up. So I find if I do just a little bit of gel up front so that these curls are particularly crispy up front, which is nice to play with, and then let it air dry. So after I've brushed it out, just let it air dry, don't touch it. And then once it's all nice and dry, I put handfuls and handfuls of mousse into it and scrunch it up. So flip my head over, scrunch it up with handfuls and handfuls of mousse, and I get this look, this very permed look, which is nice sometimes. Like, I don't necessarily say I'd want my hair like this all the time. It's still kind of like, what am I doing with it? So I think if I have it out front like this, it looks better than if I toss it back like that. There we go. But this makes it look nice and big and voluminous, which is nice because my hair is extraordinarily thin. Despite what it looks like, I have almost no hair. And yeah, I don't go to a hair salon or anything like that. Wouldn't be able to afford it. Also don't see the need because my hair does not grow any longer than what you've seen it. I've never cut my hair since the beginning of me appearing on YouTube. I haven't cut my hair because this is the natural length that it gets, which is annoying because I would love to have longer, thicker hair. But that is my life. I'd love to get some sort of hair care product because if my hair turns into like what my grandmother's hair turned into, by the time I'm her age, there'll just be wisps of hair left. Like, you know, lost most of it, see the scalp, that sort of thing. But it will still have a lot of color. So this is also my natural color. I don't color my hair. My mom, however, she still has nice thick hair. But her hair is more straight than mine. I got the curl from I think my father's side of the family. So yeah, I wish I could, you know, get that hair product that the Majority Report likes to promote. But those deals that they promote don't apply to Canadians. Just saying, it's very rude of them to have coupons that don't work in Canada. And even with the coupon, I still couldn't afford it because it's like $60 a month. But yeah, because what a lot of people don't know is that everyone has like a natural length in their hair when they grow it. That's why your arm hair and your pubic hair don't get down to your knees. It's because there's just a natural length as to when it will start falling out. And I was going somewhere with, oh, right. And then there's some people that you see like in the Guinness Book of World Records who have like hair that is meters and meters long because for whatever reason, that little switch in them to naturally have an end to how long their hair grows just isn't there. It's just not active. And so then they get like this massively world record breaking length of hair that would be impossible to deal with. And they sustain themselves on basically being a sideshow at that point and going on to shows like Ripley's Believe It or Not and showing off their hair and talking about their hair care routine and how it's a whole family thing to get involved to wash the hair and all that sort of stuff. You know, use a bottle of shampoo every time. It's just, yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, I have like a little bit to go over today. I was going to go over with you wonderful people. And I have a backup because I don't have like a ton of stuff. So I have a little bit of backup for people who might be wondering, because I think we all know how many presidents the United States have had because they pretty much put it in their name. You know, Trump is now the 47th, was the 45th, and now is the 47th. And they make it a really big deal. But how many prime ministers of Canada has there been? You see, I've been thinking about it a little bit more because, you know, the whole 250 of the United States is coming up this year. And I thought it might be interesting for people to go over the prime ministers of Canada, the ones that we've had here. It's not quite, Jet, not quite. Keep in mind, Canada is roughly 100 years younger than the United States. But if you had to guess a number between like 3 and 5,000, sure, then that's closer to the truth than if you had picked, you know, 4,983. That'd be closer on The Price is Right. So I thought we could go over that, but you know, I know that tends to be a little bit dry information. But it's also, I don't know, if you're into politics, it's also super interesting. All of our prime ministers have been white men except for one who was a white woman, and she wasn't elected in by the people. Because that can happen here. You can have prime ministers that aren't even elected in by the people. Her predecessor, Brian Mulroney, was such a dickwad. He was about to get a vote of non-confidence and lose it, so he gracefully stepped aside because he did such a shit job at being prime minister. And so when that happened, the Conservative caucus appointed her. So that's how we got her for a few months. And it was one of those glass cliff things. They knew the party was sinking, so it's like, oh, we'll give it to a woman to bear the brunt of that. So yeah. No, Jet. I'm saying that if you had to pick a number between 3 and 5,000, your answer of 86 is closer to the truth than if you had picked 4,983. That's all I'm saying. It's a Price is Right thing. You'd win the prize because your answer is closer, above and closer. So, you don't want to get below, because if you bid below, then, is that how it works? Fuck, I don't know how the Price is Right works. So yeah, but I wanted to go over a couple of little one-off stories, and I also have some art I can show off. Been working on a lot of art. Oh boy, have I ever been working on a lot of art. Also, last week, shortly after my appearance on here, I had an interview with Dr. Mark Allen Derry, who apparently is going to be on the Majority Report soon. I heard that on the Majority Report today, that he's going to be making an appearance. Yeah. Go check out that interview. You can watch it's under the live stream tab. And even though it's under the live stream tab, it's 20 minutes shorter than if you had watched it live. Because for the first 20 minutes, my audio was buggering up. Yep. Just was not working. And it took me a long, long time. And I didn't necessarily figure it out. I just hit enough buttons that finally it was okay. But I didn't know what the active thing was I did. So, and I may have just shot him an email saying, when you're on there, you can mention our interview about the hantavirus on my channel. Really help me out. But I don't know when he'll be on. My ears perked up when I heard his name. Same way as like my ears perk up if I heard my name. Okay, well, if I heard my name on the Majority Report, I would like drop whatever I'm doing, even if I was like in the middle of a dump, and come running to the computer, rewind, make sure I heard it right, then open up my OBS and record, go back again and record it. That's pretty much what I would do if I heard my name on the Majority Report. Graphic? Probably. A little. The nice bouncy curl. Bounce, bounce, bounce. So yeah. And I'm debating if I want to add that bit from the tea interview that Anna Kasparian just had recently. The thing is that I had actually watched the whole interview. It's like an hour long. The one that everyone's been clipping lately because of her response to the George Floyd thing. And at the time, I wasn't thinking of adding anything from that interview to it. But now I'm like, maybe. I don't know. But right now, the painting is the priority. I need to get the painting done. I have a deadline for that. I want to get the painting done. And it's anxiety ridden. I'm waking up at weird times during the night because anxiety. A kind friend of mine just got me a tent for my table. So, those canopy tents that you get for picnic tables and stuff like that, or you see at vending markets. It's just, it had to have walls because if there's any wind or rain, my arch will be destroyed. So I need to be able to wall it off. Okay. Okay. My dyslexia was acting up there. Jet. I'm like, he has to be a better leader than no one. He sucks. Right now. David Doel did a video about it recently on the Rational National. People can go check it out. If you pay attention to polls, which David Doel does a lot of, by the way, he constantly, he has videos all the time about polls, but for those who know me, I despise them. I hate polls. They're stupid. They don't mean anything. And I could have told you that. What the poll reveals, I could have told you that. Because I kind of have my ear to the ground, especially on social media and stuff. And I don't need a poll to be like, yeah, no, his approval would be going down amongst a large chunk of the population because he sucks. The more right wing he's going, and the more obvious it is, and all that sort of stuff. Because you see, what David Doel will neglect to mention is that the poll. Okay, so out of the 864 people who answered this opt-in survey, here's what they thought. Margin of error, plus or minus. So I don't like polls. I could have told you that. I could have told you that the more he leans into AI and the data centers and getting all cozy with Danielle Smith for the pipelines, that a lot of his popularity, especially amongst those who are center or left of center, would decline. There are still some hardcore liberals who are just, party loyalists who aren't paying attention, who, because he presents well, they like him. He comes across as the adult in the room. He's a daddy to a lot of people. He comes across as very attractive, not necessarily in the sense like, ooh, he's hot, baby, but he seems to have a very attractive personality and stuff. And that's all for show, of course, and it just makes him a good salesman. But people who are paying even the slightest bit of attention are like, no. Unless they're conservative. And then the conservatives are like, oh, actually, we really like him. And so his popularity amongst conservatives is also rising. But I just said that there were party loyalists to the liberals. There's a lot more party loyalists to the conservatives. And so despite how conservative and right-wing Mark Carney is going, there's still going to be a much larger chunk of the conservative base that still love Pierre Poilievre. That's why he won the leadership thingamabob review, the leadership review, soundly. It's because he's very popular within the conservative base, which is not enough to win an election. Yeah. Anyway, sometimes I get on here and I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I have enough to cover stuff. And then I just start rambling and it's like, yeah, well, shit happens, huh? Get me talking about politics. It's like I know my shit or something. I've only been covering it for 5 years. And before that, I tried to run for a party. So I'm a little plugged in. I know a little bit about a little bit, but I live it. I feel it more than people who are living comfortably. I feel the policies a little bit more astutely than someone who doesn't have to worry so much about finances or housing and stuff of that sort. Or being able mind embodied and all that. Yeah. So why don't we just go over, I have 4 tabs. 2 of them are related. 2 are just kind of one-off things that I thought, okay, we can talk about. And then after that, we'll see how much time we have. And if we don't have a ton of time, I'll show off my artwork that I've been working on. How does that sound, everyone? So let me plug in my headphones because, of course, it's not like I did this ahead of time or anything. I almost forgot that I should get ready for this. It's not that I forgot that I should get ready for this. It's that I got busy painting. I was actually painting today because after this, I have to go out, pick up a few things. And my friend had helped me with some folding tables I found on the side of the road that were slightly damaged. And she fixed both of them. So one will be for vending markets, but the other one I wanted for in here, like right here, big folding table. And then this desk that I'm using will be pushed against the wall. So that friend who helped me with the tables also helped me get rid of the love seat I've been dying to get rid of. I miss it because I've had it for so long, and I didn't want to get rid of it. Like if I lived in a house with a basement, I'd still have it type thing. Because it was a love seat and the cushions are attached. They're like accordion scrunched and they unfold into a bed. So it's good for company and stuff like that if you have overnight company. But I simply don't have the room. There's not even enough room in this setup, in this room, for it to open up into a bed. So I wanted to get rid of that so I could rearrange this room. And so she helped me take that to Value Village. It's gone. And so now I want to move this desk, which, you know, it's a fine table, over to where that was. And then I can set up my painting station on that. Because right now I'm sitting in a chair scrunched over a TV table, working on my artwork, and it is doing shit for my back. It's killing me. It's killing me. And then I'm going to have one of the big folding tables here, which will give me more room on my computer desk because I won a monitor. So I have 2 monitors right now. One I bought when I first got my job with Rebel HQ. The other one was a gift from my wish list. And I won one at a charity auction thingy not too long ago, a third one, which will be fantastic for when I bring guests on and stuff like that. It'll make it so much easier, the setup and whatnot. And just when I'm doing live streams to not have to worry about what's on my main screen all the time and things overlap. Like it'll be good. It will be good is what I'm saying. But there's not quite enough room on here. Also, there might be enough room that I can then take these box lights that I have that are lighting me up right now. And, you know, they're telescopic poles that they're on, and scrunch them down and put them up on the desk, like on the table. That should, in theory, work. And then I'm not tripping over them all the time, which would be great. It'd be great. Oh, yeah. See, I'm like, oh, I never know if I can fill the time that I'm on here. And it's been 20 minutes and we still haven't even gotten to the topic. I don't even know if I've told you what the main topic is that the 2 tabs are on yet. I wanted to bitch about Tucker Carlson again, because Mehdi Hassan just decided to tweet about him again. Here's the thing about that. Maybe just don't. Don't give him props. Just don't. Yeah. But I will answer or respond to Mehdi's assertion in it. I get it. I do. And I don't care. I'm going to push back against it. I will push back against this love fest for Tucker Carlson. So, right, I need to add the screen, don't I? Hopefully this won't get me in trouble with this video. There we go. It's from Dropsite. Dropsite has retweeted it. Okay, so let's do this. So, Mehdi Hassan. I can't remember if it's Hassan or Hassan. I think it's Hassan. Said, if you want to understand why so many people, leftists, Arabs, Muslims, anti-war folks, like to promote Tucker Carlson right now, despite his reprehensible views on plenty of other issues, it's because he says stuff like this, which most others in the US media refuse to do. And this is the clip. I don't need to quote it because they say it in here. When Tucker Carlson is on Israel's Channel 13 channel. Channel 13 channel. Now, you see, the thing is that the reason why he's able to slip in under the radar and get there is because of how reprehensible he was in the first place. That they think he's going to be a team player and stuff of that sort. And so the only reason why he has credibility to begin with these media sources is because what a shitbag human he is. Let's listen to this, shall we?
The United States would cave in to Iran terror regime that controls now also the Hormuz pathway and the terror ring.
You see, I've already heard this, so I'm already bored of it, so I'm going to speed it up. My ADHD is just not having it today. I'm like, I want this to go by fast, get points in my head. I don't want to listen to it. I just want the knowledge.
That it created in the Middle East, maybe it would be even worse for any citizens in the world, not only in Israel, but also in the United States. And this is exactly what Donald Trump said. He said that the United States would have been in danger. So you don't believe Donald Trump?
I don't believe Donald Trump. And I also think as an Israeli, you should pause before using the phrase terror regime, since you live in a country that just murdered thousands of children in Gaza. We should all pull back a little bit on the rhetoric that. I'm not defending Iran, but I'm just saying
even
the terror regime, it's a little hard to hear that from Israeli right now, I have to say.
That you want me to make an equation between democratic government that's acting, maybe not to your taste, but from self-defense, to a terror regime in Iran that is terrorizing its own citizens, that hanging people, gay people from cranes with Islamic extremist Sharia, to a democratic country that's abide by international law of self-defense. It's ridiculous. Do you think that Israel and Iran is on the same equation? Really?
I don't think Israel and Iran are the same.
That's what he's saying.
By many measures. They're not.
Exactly why.
Different extremes of the same side. Israel is hardly a haven for queer folks. Just saying. Different extremes of the same side. And seems like in the United States, there are plenty of evangelical Christians that would be more than happy to be doing what they're doing to queer folks. There are plenty of countries out there that have been influenced by those religious fundamentalists from the United States who have made it illegal to be gay and even make it executionable. That was from influence from the United States. Yeah. So for me to bicker about like, oh, well, in Iran, they don't like gay people. Human rights still should be a thing. Yeah, I'm just saying people should still have their human rights and not be bombed.
Okay.
Totally.
This is why people are saying that you're targeting only Israel, and by that.
Well, of course, I'm not targeting anybody. I don't have a military. I'm a podcaster, so I don't target people. What I'm saying is.
Oh, yes, he does.
True, which is Iran's behavior, the government of Iran's behavior is in some cases disgusting to me and immoral. But the behavior of the Israeli government in Gaza is disgusting and immoral. And of course, Israel's not a democracy in any sense. There are millions of people who live under Israeli control who cannot vote, right? And so if the West Bank, Judea and Samaria and Gaza, or whatever we're calling these places, which Israel has controlled since 1967, have people living in them who have no control over the government that controls their lives, which is true. It's not a democracy. So let's just drop the talking points. I agree with you on self-defense. I don't think killing children is self-defense. It never will be. And no amount of recounting the legitimate atrocities of October 7th will ever get me to accept this behavior from the Israeli government, from the US government, from the Iranian government, or any government. It's always wrong. And Israel doesn't like to acknowledge the existence of universal principles that apply to everyone equally. That's why they're principles, not preferences. And Israel, again, which I've always liked as a country, has a lot of civilized, decent people living there to this day, has to acknowledge that principles are universal. They apply to everyone, even you, even me, my government, your government, every government. But
says the man who has promoted the white replacement theory time and time again on his right-wing stuff. Yeah. Ooh, that's a good one, John Litham. That's a real good one. Saying Tucker has an army of trolls.
But you won't acknowledge that. It's always like, oh, Iran's bad. Yeah, Iran's bad. But your behavior is bad too.
So let's go to this tab. And somebody else was just like, you know, Tucker, he ain't that bad. You know, he was nice to me once. So I don't know who this guy is. Don't really care. Says, Tucker is my friend for 30 years. We disagree often. I don't care. After my cancer treatments, deaf and sick and gutted, I was sure I was dying in 2021. We had moved to Florida and Tucker made time to join me for dinner. That was the first time I heard him say it in that noisy island bar. People around Trump keep getting hurt. Capto really hurt. He wasn't talking about the president. He was talking about Me. Yeah, I got the cancer. This NYT interview is really intense stuff for me to watch now, man. And this was when Tucker Carlson was like, yeah, Trump maybe not that great. That a lot of people jumped on, and TYT covered this interview extensively and painted the interviewer, or the woman here, as being horrible and not being able to do a job and all that sort of stuff. But this is a quoted tweet. Let's back up one. And this person saying, Greta, saying, I have known Tucker for 30 plus years and at 2 networks and as an aide. Aside, all the makeup artists and crews have always said to me he was the nicest as all hanker host to them, just behind the scenes. Tucker Carlson. So he was nice to some people. And then here's Brandy pointing out. So remember when Tucker was saying, like, he doesn't make people into targets? She says, we're sharing Tucker Carlson stories. Well, one time he did a whole segment on Fox News about me with a blogger who'd been fired from the Trump White House for hanging out with white supremacists. He had an axe to grind because I'd mentioned him in a story. Tucker and his sweaty, bloated fella claimed I was hunting down and doxing Trump supporters. It was so stupid and so false that I can only conclude that Tucker, who is not an idiot, I don't think, knew it was false. Nazis dogged me. People threatened to kill me. We had to get guards. I was scared to walk my kids to school for weeks. Super cool guy. Yeah. Fuck, there was a point. Right. So this is another thing that people are falling for right now with Tucker Carlson. And it's usually more common on the right wing than it is on the left wing, although we're seeing it on the left wing a little bit with Tucker Carlson. Do you remember that story? Okay, so I guess it's definitely not just right wing, not that Anna Kasparian is left wing, but you get my point here. Where she said, you know, she had this neighbor, Jeff, helped her with her bike. And then it's like, he's also a raging Trump supporter. But we get along, and he's changed my perspective on the world and stuff like that. So much of this is like, well, they were personally nice to me once. And you see this a lot in like friend circles and schools too, where it's like, look, I know this guy is a bully, but he's really nice to me. So what can I say? And even as an adult, there was a circle of friends that I hung around with, and this one guy, he loved to gossip. He was so gossipy, and he was vicious about that gossiping, said some really outrageous things. And even to some of the people that he would gossip about behind their backs, they would say, it's like, yeah, because I had issues with him that I made quite clear. But some people would say to me, it's like, yeah, I know you have issues with him. And I'm, I understand. But, he's always been really good to me. That's because they don't know what he was saying about them behind their back. And so it's all just this vanity politics that people fall for. Somebody is nice to them and suddenly it's like, oh, well, they're a good person. And they put more priority on how they are individually treated by that person than the effect that they're having on even their other friends and family, their neighborhood, their community. See, I don't give a fuck that Tucker Carlson is going on these shows and saying all the right things. I get it. Yes, it's good. It's good that someone is saying it. But for fuck's sakes, can we find someone else? Promote someone else. Because Tucker Carlson and his ilk would be more than happy for a genocide to happen over here towards trans folks. Because you look at Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of her last acts in Congress was to pass a bill banning gender affirming care. So they're more than happy to commit a genocide here. And I'm not saying that it is one yet, although I have said that before, that it is one already. But for people who might be doubting it now, when is too late to start calling it out for what it is? You already have mass displacement in the United States of trans folks having to flee different states. We're already in registries. We're already the TFSAM or whatever it was that said that radical pro-trans activists are considered terrorists. And Donald Trump said that they would hunt us down and kill us. At what point do we stop cutting this person slack? It's like the Hunger Games, you know, you're teaming up with someone else, but in the end, you know that only one of you is going to make it out alive. You know, so you're teaming up with this person because you both agree that this one genocide over there is bad. But then once all of that is, for whatever reason, no longer the focus of attention and things move more domestic, who's going to be under fire? Find someone else. And of the media who is saying, well, Tucker Carlson is good. You know what? It's your job in the media to maybe help promote someone else. Like, I get it. Again, Tucker Carlson's a weasel, so he's able to get into these right-wing shows. But you could help support someone else who's on the right side of all these issues to get out there, to get known, to have their face out there, to challenge the narrative. You don't have to just rely on this horrible piece of shit. Do something else to get someone else in the spotlight when it comes to that. Because Tucker will be running for president. And all the sanitizing of his image, what it's going to do for the American people and then have ripple effects around the world if he were to win. You know, we can't begin to contemplate and calculate that because Donald Trump is just fucking insane. Tucker Carlson, very smart guy. Very competent. He would know how to get shit done. And that would not be to the benefit of a lot of people. Because right now, he's just saying whatever he needs to say to stay in the spotlight, to stay in the algorithm. He's right now saying good things about Muslims, whereas before, not really. So he's just saying whatever he has to in order to get the focus on him. That's the only reason why he's speaking out against this. Is that really the type of person you want on your side? Anyway. 2 stupid one-off stories that I wanted to cover just because. What time are we at? 4:36. There is something fundamentally wrong with people. Just people. So here, a 37-year-old man is being federally investigated after throwing a rock at a monk seal, an endangered species with only around 1,500 seals left. He got beaten up by locals and quickly fled Hawaii. You can see the image over here. He sees a creature swimming around, and his first thought is, you know what? I'm going to take this big rock right here and throw it at that creature. But let's listen to this.
You've all seen the video of the monk seal that almost got hit by the rock from the tourists who threw it. If you didn't, here it is again. And we've all seen, or some of us have seen, environmental activists, I like to call them, who took matters into his own hands to educate what might happen if you mess with our land or the animals. And our attorney over here wants to make it clear we don't condone violence. But we did make a...
We don't condone violence.
But we did make a letter of recognition for Mr. Ambassador of Aloha. I know everybody's trying to keep him anonymous. And I do just want to say that from our caucus, we see this all the time with people with a different type of mentality coming in and destroying our stuff, essentially. In this case, animals. But we'd like at least the airline to play this type of video on all flights incoming, so people don't do this kind of stuff. I don't want to leave it on a negative note, but I did want to get that out. Mahalo.
There is something sick in the head with people who harm animals for the sake of anything. I am definitely against trophy hunting, like adamantly against trophy hunting. But what kind of individual do you have to be where you see an innocent animal not harming you, not coming near you, just doing their thing, and your immediate reaction is, I want to hurt this creature? People like that are toxic to society. Like, they need to, I'm fine with some re-education camps, because people like that shouldn't be trusted around anything innocent. People or animals, because they are a risk of harm. Like, these are abusers. Or people who, when they feel down and out of their luck, want to take it out by lashing out at others. It's horrible. And there are people in his life enabling him. I think he has a wife. He shouldn't still have a wife after something like this, but chances are this is nothing new to her. This type of behavior. It's absolutely disgusting. Just this impulse to hurt innocent creatures. I'm the type of person that if I see a worm on the street after the rain and I know it's just going to have a languishing death, I'll go find a twig and put it down somewhere else. Because I don't like seeing things suffer. The thought of purposely doing something to make something suffer, just, there's something dead in you. Like, just something completely dead inside of you, if that's your go-to. See, the vampires take over. And bury my book. The vampires take over. They'll take care of people like that. They actually respect all life. Unlike humans. And this one, I was just feeling it. I think you'll get it when you hear it. I don't think I showed this one before, but it's like, yeah, a lot of corporations, a lot of capitalists are like, you're just not spending your money the way that we want you to. You know, all your excess money, like, we are selling all this product and you're not buying. How dare you not buy our product and add profits to our bottom lines? There's something wrong with you if you're not spending all of your money on our product. And so this is, yeah, feeling it, feeling this.
I feel like the reason all these artists are canceling their tours, Meghan Trainor, Post Malone, etc., it's not because their music sucks.
Oh, shit, there's music on this. I hope it doesn't get us in trouble.
People will watch anything. It's the same reason why movie theaters are dying. It's the same reason why
I loved going to the movies, so I'm going to interrupt this a lot. I think it gets out of the little background music, and I think it's just generic.
no one's having any kids. It's the same reason why no one...
But I used to love going to the movies. Too expensive. I can't go anymore. Used to be my escape. I love going there, being immersed in another world for a couple hours. Eating all of the movie theater popcorn, which was so yummy.
one will ever have a house. And it's because no one has any fucking money. Did we just forget that? Why is there always some think piece about, oh, why doesn't Gen Z want to do this? Why is Gen Z killing this industry? People want to have lives. They just can't.
I'd love to do a lot of things right now. I can't because I don't have any fucking money.
Because they don't have any fucking money. You think we want to live like this? You think we want to own nothing and all we have is maybe a little subscription here and there and eat like shit? No! That's all we can do! You just strangle us our whole lives. and you're like, why aren't you breathing? Why don't you want to breathe? What? You're doing this! You're charging more and more for everything, but you're not paying more! This whole country is just a couple greedy billionaires going, give me more! But it's not enough! Because it'll never be enough! They want you to love them too. Oh, look, I'm at the Met Gala. Aren't I cool? Fuck you! You're the reason that we're in this shit! You're the reason that we can't go to concerts, and we can't go out, and we can't start a family, and we can't own a home. But thank fucking God that we get to see you in a shitty dress and your bald-ass head on the red carpet. So excuse me for not paying $300 to go see Meghan Trainor. I'm sure she's fine. I'm sure she's a great performer. But I'm not gonna see it because I fucking can't! And I don't want to.
I like that at the end. And I don't want to. But yeah, no, it's... They're making it so it's impossible for us to participate in society and then getting mad at us for not participating in society when it's like, you're not providing us with the means to participate in society. It's just, it's always about their bottom line, isn't it? Isn't it? Like, things used to be different back in my day. Get into my rocking chair. We used to be able to enjoy the good things, do things, have fun, go out and be social with each other. I get anxiety now every time I leave the house. Like I was mentioning earlier, I have to go out and pick up a few things after this. Pretty much every time I leave the house, I'm spending like $100. Because it's like groceries and stuff that I need and whatnot. And I don't have that much money. Like it's just, every month I'm getting slightly more in debt. I hate it. I hate it. I want to be more social. I want to go hang out with people and do things, but you can't these days. And then they have things where it's like subscriptions that you can have and stuff. So you're paying for things that you don't actually own. Like a lot of people do the video game thing with the microtransactions and stuff in it. So you're paying for just pixels on a screen that can be taken away at any moment. So they're trying to find ways to just flush money out of you when you're not even paying for anything physical. You're not even paying for a memorable experience. You're just, you're paying for distractions. So you're not thinking about how shitty this world is. Ugh. Anyway, we only have like 15 minutes left, so we're not going to go over the 24 prime ministers of Canada. And I don't think it's like, let's see, I just need to check. So 24 people have been prime minister. It doesn't mean that's how many sittings there were. Just to be clear, we've had more sittings than 24. But that's how many, because some people did a repeat. Because unlike in the United States here, there are no term limits. Just ask Doug Ford. As long as you hold the favor of the people, you can remain in power. So sometimes people have been there for a long time. Sometimes they skip a beat, They don't get elected, and they get elected. Then they don't get elected, then they get elected. That sort of thing. But we'll save the prime ministers for another day. I'm sure you were all just biting at the screen, wanting to know who they were. That's not a thing. That's not biting at the chomp. That's not the word. Chomping at the bite. Chimping, chomping, bumping. There's a phrase in there, I'm sure. Anyway, why don't we do something a little fun? Talk about my art. This is my hour on here anyway, so I get to do whatever the fuck I want. Chomping at the bit, says Real John. Listen. What the fuck does that even mean? Is that like a horse thing? I don't know. We use all these phrases, but you see, it'd be easier for me to remember the phrase if it actually made sense. But yeah, so as many of you know, I've been busy painting because I have some vending markets I'm going to, including Pride. And so I'm doing some Pride paintings. I've been showing off my flags and stuff. I did some pride tulips. So I got some trans tulips. So they're tulips done in the colors of a pride. Now, the trans colors work really well in tulips, I find, you know, very subtle, because that's part of the issue. Like a non-binary tulip just would not look well because of the black. But then I also did a bisexual tulip. And again, this isn't technically good colors to play with, but they're still fun and bright and beautiful. This is the pansexual tulip. So I have finished working on all the 5x7 canvases that I have. And I have some bigger paintings that I'm working on. And if I get those all done with some time to spare, I'll probably do more Canada flag ones. It's just in the end of this, I don't want to have like a bazillion pride stuff, pride paintings that I don't need. Like I don't want to have a ton and ton of inventory left over. But if I can sell it, like if they're going to sell like hotcakes, then I want to make sure that I have them there. Like I know I can take orders and stuff like that, but a lot of people, if they can't buy it at that moment, they won't. So the next thing I'm working on, they're on 8x10 canvases, and they're based off of this pin here. Focus, focus. It's not going to focus. Yeah, it's based off of that pin there. So it's not going to be the exact same, making some adjustments to it to make it a little bit more meat and a little bit more easier to paint. Because if you notice, you probably don't notice, but there's a little nose and mouth in there, but it's black on black and brown, which is really hard to see. So I sketched it out the way that I want. So this is the outline that I'm going with. Looks a little bit more cheery, a little happy face, kitty cat, put little paws at the end, extended the tail, that type of thing. So that's the template. And they're works in progress right now. I'm not done them, but so we have this one on a pink background. So like I said, it's work in progress. And I'm going to be adding paw prints to the background. So it's not just going to be plain pink. There'll be paw prints kind of like going up and around and that sort of thing. And then I have this one. So you might notice that it's the same colors I've done already on all of them, because as I do the yellow on one, I'm doing the yellow on all of them. And I'm changing up my color scheme slightly. So normally I try to actually match the pride colors as best as I can. But for the purple and the black, like the purple here, it won't show up well if it's a dark purple. So I have to make it artificially like really bright. So I want to make the colors like super bright. So like the red right now, still a little dark to me. So I might be putting a different coat over top of it to make it a bit brighter of a different red. So that's part of the problem, is just making it like having to paint over certain areas so many times. But this one, I experimented with my paint, and there's actually texture to the clouds. I used a molding paste in it type thing. And it's something that I wanted to experiment with for the next painting project that I'm going to be on. And there's this one with like a creamy color background. And then as I'm doing it, I'm adding dots of the colors. And this one with the trans colors in the background. And once I'm done with the kitty ones, so I'm doing 4 of those, I'm going to be modifying this drawing a bit to change it into a dog. And so I'll change the ears. I'll make the nose bigger with a bit more of a snout and probably like a tongue hanging out of it. And the tail will be different. So I'll be making 4 of the pride doggies as well, pride puppies. But yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. And then I'll have some more 8x10 canvases afterwards. So I might like go online. I was thinking maybe do like the candy skull things that people like. But again, I don't want to end up with like a ton of inventory that I'm not going to sell. It's always like, I don't know how many to do because it takes a lot. And I won't be able to work on them tonight because I have to rearrange this room after I come back from the shopping that I have to do, which I'm, again, I get super anxious just going out. It's like, I just need to go to the bulk barn and pick up a couple things, but $100 later, in groceries and whatnot. But yeah, and then I'm going to rearrange this room because I have to like move all the monitor and all the junk that I have on this desk off, and then move this desk and then bring in one of the tables and hope like hell the table isn't too big because it is one of the big folding tables. But one of the things I have to pick up is a proper tablecloth, like not the Dollarama, very flappy, temporary tablecloth type thing that's just light plastic, but not a cloth tablecloth, something that the mouse will work on. So it's something like a placemat type texture. But I can't stand the static texture of those folding tables, so I'll have to get something from the dollar store or something. Then hope like hell that I have enough room. And then that way when I'm painting tomorrow, because I'm hoping to get those done tomorrow, the kitty ones anyway, I won't be straining my back so much, which is the goal. Because yeah, and then it'll be easier. I'll be able to rest my arms on the table and stuff too, which would be nice. More room to put them down when they're drying and stuff, that I'm not worried about it. But yeah, here's hoping. I'm just, I hope that this all kind of pays off in the end. I'm putting a ton of work into it. Like, I do enjoy the painting process. I have to pull myself away from it. So I am enjoying the painting process, but you know, I have other things. Like, I wasn't able to do as much painting as I wanted to today because, you know, dishes they needed to get done. And before I head out, I have to, you know, do the cat litter thing. Like, not me in it, but, you know, clean it for my babies. But it's still bugging me because I'm pretty sure I want a lighter red than what I put on there. So I might break down and do that tonight too. But I still need time at the end of the evening to unwind and not do anything politics and stuff. Get back to watching Supernatural. I'm almost done the series. I'm on season 13. No spoilers. So I'm very interested to see where it goes, and I'm actually quite astonished that they've kept momentum going on 15 seasons. I don't know what they're doing for the next 2 seasons, but which is nice. It's nice not knowing. So it'll be a surprise because, like, my God, to keep it going, like keep the momentum going, a different story without it getting like too stupid. It's really good. Anyway, how are we for time? Oh, we still have 3 minutes. So what do you want to know? Ask me a question and I will provide an answer. Yes, the reference frame. Supernatural has 15 seasons, and I've been binge watching it for like over a month now. I watch 2 to 5 episodes a day because there's 20. It's network TV that it was on, so there's 23 episodes in a season. That's let me math that out for you. Oh, nope, that calculator there on, so 23 times 15. So that's 345 episodes. I haven't watched Buffy. Latino Muffini? Is that how you said Muffini? I don't remember. And then as soon as I'm done this, I need to get caught up on The Boys and Invincible. So still have lots of programming to watch because in the evening, that's what I like to do is just watch something that isn't like there's politics underlaying in it and whatnot. But it's nice to just not be watching YouTube politics, you know? And watching Supernatural is actually a fascinating thing because, you know, it's 15 seasons long, so 15 years. There's really been a change, like even in the way that they talk about gay guys and stuff like that. There's been a change in how they represent them and interact with them in the series. Like that's interesting. They still don't cover sexual assault all that well, as in they don't really acknowledge it or call it what it actually is. But yeah. But Mufune, Latino Mifune, Mufune I. You know, when you spell it out phonically for me, you have to know what I think is phonic. Mufune, Mufune, Mufune. My Funai. Okay, is it a long I or a short I? And is the AYA like Tay, Trey type thing? Or is it AY like an I, as in like aye, Captain? Like, Foon, I think I got the Foon. But here we go. Jet saying me Fune. Oh, so I wasn't getting the Foon right then. Me Fune? Like Foo Fighters? You see, Latino me Fune, based on how Jet spells it out, or my Funai, as you spell it out for me. This doesn't help because I have no idea who that is. You see, Jet is name-splaining to Latino, their name. Saying Japanese eyes are typically long. My is typically pronounced me. Then that's... No. Oh, short is the name of the letter, isn't it? Gotcha. So, but yeah, no. Thank you for name-splaining to Latino what their name is. So that I can pronounce it. Oops. There we go. Oh, shit. Yeah. ADHD. Hey, everyone. Give a nice shout out to Nicholas, the producer, for putting up with me. Check out my book. Can't wait to get back to it. Oh my God. I just thought of their story plot thingy for it. That I've been working on in my brain. Follow me on social medias as Sandee Lovas and as Left of the Box. This is for art, writing, and all things creative. And this is for the E is like capital A. Mufune A. No, you're talking to Canadian here. Just put the EH. A. Yeah, this is for the politics. Next live stream, news live stream will be Sunday. Let's see. I'm still working on adding things. It's just I'm overwhelmed trying to get the art done. But I might do a little video about the pride paintings that I'm doing so that I can at least put some new content up on the art channel. And eventually, like I said, I'll get back to clipping and stuff. I just need to get the TYT essay done. All of that sort of stuff. All of that. Yeah, but you know, like, share the stream, all that sort of fun stuff. And I think I should probably shut up. So, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Cancel culture is about canceling.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
Systematic bullying that's happening. And they believe that
Cocaína.
Gun, but it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records they sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
born like this, it's born like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed, this that I got realness, I just push cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got gunk, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stopped Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stopped Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
We'll see counter.
They want you to fly.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Hi.
Nice to see you both again. We should have a full house tonight, everybody. We should have the entire crew here.
What? Not possible.
Yeah, I'm doing the soy face.
It's happening. It's like it's like an eclipse. Once it happens, you have to watch it.
I feel like you probably
it
jinxed it already. It's not going to happen.
I'll knock on wood. I'll knock on wood. So, how are we doing? We doing okay?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Surviving.
I have a
doing
righteous
fantastic.
I don't know about you.
What was that, Lance?
I said I have a righteous and furious anger, mostly about data centers. I feel like data centers are taking over our lives. I can hear the hum now in my nightmares and my dreams.
What? Are you saying you don't trust Kevin O'Leary?
I don't trust Kevin O'Leary.
How could you not trust a man that calls himself Mr. Wonderful? How could you not trust that guy?
He's not too wonderful, is what I'm learning. And he's calling all of us Chinese communists if we say otherwise. Apparently,
his data center alone apparently is going to use more energy than the entire state of Utah. Is that true?
The one
I feel like we should drop into a lava pit. Like that's kind of like where we should go with this.
Or launch them into the fucking sun.
I'm done. Enough of these people.
Yeah.
Closest lava pit. Goodbye.
Yeah, I just did a video about this today, and the data center that he's building, according to a researcher, is going to produce the equivalent of 23 atom bombs per day of heat. 23 atom bombs per day. And he's like, we need to build 10 more because we got to keep up with China. So that's the situation. We have to beat China. Hey, Matt.
Hi, Matt.
Hello, Matt.
How's it going, Matt? Uh-oh.
Muted.
Leftist
Not
audio
hear you.
strikes again.
My headphones weren't working, I said, but I guess also my mic wasn't working too.
You're on now.
Hello.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm alive.
Well, that's good.
True.
I would hope so.
That's
That'd
the best
be-
you could hope for in America, right?
That'd be crazy if you
Surviving
weren't.
is
Yeah,
thriving.
we were
Mhm.
fucking
Surviving is thriving.
Haven't committed seppuku yet, so we're doing pretty fucking good.
How much of the show did I miss so far? You guys already done? We're at super chats.
We've already
We're about
sent
to get into
Kevin
super
O'Leary
chats.
into a lava pit talking about data centers.
Yeah.
Yeah, data centers are a scourge. And so I just found out today, I'm not sure, they're in the chat, I'm not sure if they want me to say who told me this, but they have some knowledge about data centers that apparently they have to be rebuilt every 50 years. That's like the estimate, but it might actually be every 10 to 15 years. And I did not know this fact, so it's even worse than I previously thought. But yeah, it's just it's ridiculous. There's so many fucking data centers. So like in so there's Portland, right, where I live, Portland, Oregon, and Portland is, we call it the Tri-Cities. We've got Beaverton, Vancouver. So if you go to Beaverton, there's a city called Hillsborough right next to Beaverton. So it's near the Tri-Cities. There are so many fucking data centers in Hillsborough. There are so many. There's like 27 to 33. I think that like 33 is the number, but not all of them are constructed yet. And it's essentially data center alley. Everywhere you go, there is a data center. They're big, they're huge. It's just like various sizes of rectangle shaped buildings. It is such an eyesore. I don't hear them because I've just driven by them. I don't actually like get out and listen. But
They sound like a Tesla factory. Just a hum.
Oh, okay.
That sound.
Yeah,
As
they apparently
take up all the water, all the energy.
Yeah, they emit this. Some people who live near them say that they emit like an infrasound where you can't really hear it. It's barely perceptible, but it causes nausea and anxiety and stuff like that. Elon Musk's data center in particular, the one that he built in Memphis, he essentially set up this makeshift power plant to fuel it. And this is the data center that is powering Grok, mind you. And it is pumping up so much pollution that it's led to an increased amount of cases of COPD, asthma. People have actually died in the area who are vulnerable. And he did all of this skirting regulations, built it as quickly as possible. And then everybody in the industry, you know, Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, was talking about what a marvel this was, that he was able to accomplish this and build it so quickly. It's a feat of human ingenuity. Meanwhile, he's killing people with this, allegedly. And it's just, it's not okay. Like, I feel like we should be able to have communities that aren't taken up by these data centers put here by these billionaire dickheads. And the fact that both parties are captured and just letting it happen is really frustrating because there's no way to really vote against this. Democrats are all on board. Republicans are on board. My state's a blue state. So in theory, we should be okay. But our cities are offering tax abatement. They're giving them all kinds of treats to set up here because it creates temporary jobs. In actuality, it doesn't really create temporary jobs. Like they're over talking the job angle. The problem is that the temporary jobs are construction jobs, but they're not necessarily new jobs. It's just that people who do construction are just shifting from one project to another.
These aren't. The whole point of these centers are to eliminate jobs. Like the idea that they're like, actually, it's creating jobs. This is
Software that
insane.
centers are running. Yes, that's what they're pitching to all of us. That's
an insane
100%.
way. They're full of shit when they bring out that line. How could you trust anything else they're saying?
Yeah, it reminds me of that comment from Don't Look Up, where the kid is confronting their parents. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I just remember the parents saying, "Your father and I support the jobs that the asteroid is going to bring," and like that's what it reminds me of because we're basically killing the planet for some jobs. It's kind of crazy, but we're supposed to be okay with this.
Here's the. Is this the mayor of Vancouver, Sim?
Ken Sim. Oh, we're gonna be talking about Ken Sim.
Where is it? What did I do?
I'm so excited. So Ken Sim, if you don't know, he's the most corrupt mayor in all of Canada. He turned one of our city hall buildings into his own private gym. And he also tried to basically power our pools with cryptocurrency mining. He's such a hilarious clown that hasn't like been on the radar of Americans yet. And also it turns out he may be running his government entirely with AI systems.
Well, that's what this is about. So this is during an announcement. This is during an announcement for new data centers in Vancouver, like downtown, which they are apparently already have a bunch. Now they're going to add even more.
Yeah, but, no, it's monstrosity. By the way, when I was looking up like this story, I can see targeted ads for stage 2 drought that we are in Vancouver right now. We are experiencing a stage 2 drought as they are proposing more data centers that will use tens of thousands of gallons of water. It's so grotesque. One's going to be built right behind me, but we're going to stop it. I'm definitely stopping this shit. Yeah.
Oh God, don't let him do it, Lance.
AI is doubling every 5 months. That doesn't really mean anything to people when I say that. But when I put it in the context of AI will be 64 times better in 3 years. Think of ChatGPT. Think of OpenClaw. Think of Claude Code. 64 times better. Like I'm running a bunch of like AI. I have 11 AI agents running right now, doing all my a lot of my work in the background, and it's going to be 64 times better. And 5 months after that, it's going to be 128 times better.
Bro.
So he then came out with this statement.
Yeah,
apparently claiming that actually I know I don't have these AI agents doing any work. Any AI agents or tools I've experimented with were used strictly in a personal capacity. He said they were doing my work.
Yep.
What personal capacity? What a clown.
Yeah, he at the bottom of it, he like blames anyone who doesn't agree with this as like being against the economy. Like if you look at the bottom, he's like, "What are you against growth, bro? Like you're not for the economy, bro."
I am so sick of AI. Think about all the things that these big tech dickheads have shoved down our throats. First, it was smart everything. Right after smartphones, there was smart TVs, even smart toasters, smart fucking everything. Then it was NFTs. They were relentless. Now it's AI, and they're really like they're banking hard on it.
Remember, Web 3.0 was supposed to be the new internet. It was going to revolutionize everything. Everything was going to be on the blockchain, from video games to streaming to you name it. This was like the future. Where are they now? Where are the NFT bros now? Like now everyone's been like, they found a way to build the same data centers they were proposing for all that cryptocurrency shit. And if they wanted to, by the way, if these AI data centers, if they don't have a need, if there's not enough of a demand from like, the actual LLMs that these things are supposed to power, they could switch over to cryptocurrency mining. That's another thing that these things could be like utilized for that they haven't talked about.
Oh God. I'm so sick of it. Oh, also the metaverse. Remember that? That was supposed to be the next big thing. We shit on that all the time. That is that's gone. It's gone tits up. This reminds me of I want to bring in this clip. So I don't think that elites really understand how much we fucking hate AI, because this commencement speaker was talking about AI and the crowd was not having it, which I really found heartening, because there's all of these like talk there's like I don't know, I haven't seen any reports or statistics, but like there's concerns that a lot of college students are using ChatGPT now, and I hate that idea, because I want you to learn from college and not just like let ChatGPT do your work for you. Nonetheless, this crowd does not like AI, and this woman found out the hard way that they were not picking up what she was putting down. They fucking hated it.
The rise of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution. What happened?
You're disconnected. That's what happened.
I struck a chord. May I finish? Only a few years ago, AI was not a factor in our lives.
She keeps going.
Okay. we've got a bipolar topic here, I see. Okay. And now AI capabilities are in the palm of our hands. And
just keeps going.
They really have no
passion.
idea.
Let's go. Okay.
I love the passion as you boo me.
And AI is beginning to challenge all major sectors to find their highest and best use.
That was amazing. I love
Laughter
how she
should follow that line.
Yeah. She had to keep powering through though. She's like, I wrote this speech. I don't have anything else prepared. We're rolling with it. It's AI, baby. Like, come on.
Really. I mean, that gives me hope. Seeing people just outright reject it, and as far like who support, like in terms of AI data centers, where's the support base for that? Like, it doesn't matter what political party you're a part of. Nobody wants that except for the people that run those companies that are trying to eliminate jobs. Like, that's not something that people actually want. So I don't know how you keep trying to I can't imagine these projects are going to continue to get greenlit when there is continued, at least I hope, continued pushback. And Vancouver, as far as I'm aware, has pushed back on a lot of different development projects successfully. So I would hope that there's an ability there to push back on those.
Yeah, if the American viewers don't know, basically Mark Carney, who promised to build a whole bunch of new housing in the country, has revealed his big building project, and it's AI data centers, which is really exciting. And the biggest one is being proposed right in my backyard. Basically, you can see it from the pictures. That's going to be like right outside of the stadiums near Chinatown, and it's being built with TELUS, Walmart. It's going to be like, record building because it's going to be nearly right behind the technological hub, all this bullshit. But it's a nightmare. It's once again one of those projects that's being sold that it's going to be like environmental and clean because they're going to use recycled water. They haven't explained what that means. I don't know if that means piss. I don't know if that means sewage, if it's powered through that kind of shit. But they've also said that like all of the energy and the heat, because it actually, AI data centers heat the ground a couple of degrees. It's demonstratable. There's been these studies that have come out that's shown that they can make the temperature of the ground rise by anywhere from 2 to 6.5 degrees, which is damaging ecologically.
Jesus.
Everything around you, obviously, and this is why they're having huge problems in a lot of the parts where it's actually creating these like artificial deserts. And so they've said they're going to offset that by sending the heat to warm people's homes, and they're like, it'll be free energy into people's houses that'll go into their homes. And I was like, that's not free. You're generating and using electricity to generate the electricity you're sending. This is a new thing, right? Like, people keep saying like it's not as bad as like if you eat meat, it's worse for you in terms of water consumption. That's true, but no one's saying that both aren't bad, right? Like, this is a new thing we're not currently using this water for. Like, right, if you build a new data center, that's new energy and new water that's required every time, in perpetuity, forever. There's a reason these are being built. And like, if a politician came along right now and said to you, I want to build a massive energy consumption box that's going to basically make your electricity more expensive and privatize your water, would you say yes? You would be like, fuck no. Everyone would, but they're not selling it as that. They're selling it as this is an AI race that we are currently in, and we need to have AI independence. That's the buzzword, AI independence. We need AI independence and all that kind of shit, right? China has already built an open source AI model that you can download for free. I can send all of you the link right now. You can download it for free. You could set up an AI LLM for free in your backyard. You just need to start buying the servers, the chips, and host it and all that kind of stuff. But it's like, it's not as if we need to spend $400 billion to make these large language model systems. Like, there's not a demand for this yet. The demand is not increasing. Less and less people are using these systems. More people are getting psychos. Like, I could go off about AI for hours. Sorry, I'm ranting, but like, it's one of those things that like it fundamentally, I love technology. I am not a person who hates tech. I love tech. I want to go to space. I want all that shit. This is bad technology being sold to us. Like, if I was being honest, the one thing AI is really good at, a closed set of information and being able to analyze that. It does that infinitely better than human beings will ever be able to do. And so that's kind of cool. And you could use that for a lot of different things, coding, etc. Right? Like, but in terms of like, should this replace everything? right? Like everything, like art, music.
Right. It's not good enough that there are actual use cases for this. I've said before, like, you know, there are a lot of there's a lot of overlap between how the tech industry hyped cryptocurrency and Web3 with how they're hyping AI. The difference is, though, that there is something to AI for very specific use cases, like what Len said. Like, you have a local data set that you need analyzed, put it through there. You should always check your work because you can't trust it 100%, but it could put things together more efficiently and quicker than maybe a person could in the same amount of time. But that's it. It's a tool to use.
Should it be your wife? Should it be your husband?
You still need the people to run these things with the experience. What you're doing is helping them do everything that they specialize in, just a little quicker. But that's it. You still need the people with the experience and understanding of exactly what that is. The idea that AI, another problem is that people are convinced because of just the branding of it as AI. Like, notice how the industry calls it large language models, but when they're selling it to the people, it's AI, artificial intelligence, because it is like the actual technology. The better way to describe it is a large language model. You have a computer that's trained just really basically, you have a computer that's trained on a data set, and it's able to use only based on what it's been trained on, because it does not have any thought process. It's not a person who can think beyond, who could think out of the box, who could, take something that they learn and apply it to something that they never learned before, like people can do. It can't do that type of stuff. Right. But because it's been billed as AI, people think, like, you hear people talk about it as if like, oh, does AI have a conscience? Or have we created a life form? No, it's trained on data to then spit out the information in a way that makes it sound palatable to people. Sometimes it's very correct. Sometimes it's very wrong. Because at the end of the day, it's mostly trained to, especially when you're talking about like writing and when you're doing like a chat bot, it's trained to talk like a person in order to interact with a person and make that user happy. That's why one person could ask AI a question and a completely different person can ask AI the same question, and you'll get two completely different answers because it's trying to make that specific user happy.
Yeah, I mean, they want it to, like, human beings want to see patterns in everything. We want to see humans in everything. Like, we want to see the humanity in it. So that's why they make it personable, and they have
there's
AI
nothing
describing
human
itself.
About AI. Yeah,
they
AI
want to simulate it, right? They want it to be like, I make a Hitler. White genocide is real. That's why they make them say things like this. One makes it say things like this.
Like, you've heard these sad stories too about like people committing suicide because they believe they're talking to AI and AI's calling them a higher power and they're meant for something greater than this earth. Like, the literal cases of people being told this by AI, and
it's helped prevent mass shootings. Like, it's actually helped prevent mass shootings.
It literally does not think about any of this. It cannot think. Its job is to make that user happy, and if that user is leading it a certain way, it's going to continue to lead that user that certain way, to the point where I guess that user doesn't realize they led the AI that way to begin with, and they think the AI is leading them when really they're the ones who told the AI where to go, because that's all the AI could do.
Yeah, I'm trying to find...
There's no brain.
There's a post of somebody leading AI that I found, and I retweeted because it was really funny. Let me see if I could find this. It was from a couple of weeks ago. But basically,
Binder, did you read Richard Dawkins' article on Claudia and how
I
it's
didn't,
actually
and I know he's insane on it. Like, they don't understand what they're talking about.
One-shot it.
They don't understand what they're talking about. They literally don't. Listen, I've tried using Claude just because I write about tech and I want to understand this stuff. And so like I would like ask Claude, Anthropic's Claude model, to like create some like really basic app, and it would create an app. It was pretty impressive that it would be able to even do that. But then you'd go to deploy it via Apple Xcode, and there'd be a ton of errors. And you would go back to Claude, like that would like deny the app from running. And then you'd go back to Claude and say like, hey, this error is coming up, and it'll analyze the code it wrote, and it'll go, I see what I did. I put this instead of this, and it rewrites the code, and then you try to launch it again, and it fixed that error, but there's a new error, and then you send it back. Oh, I see over and over again, this same thing. Even the coding thing, it can't do perfect on the first, second, or third try. You got to keep because it's not thinking. It's literally using the data set it's been provided, which when it comes to like code, even though I gave you that example of how it screwed up, code is actually a great example of what it's useful for, because when you're building a basic application, every sort of app, needs this, this basic, a foundational code, and it's able to spit that out in minutes, whereas a person might have to take some time to put it out there, even if they know it. But my point being is like, it can't think through these things. It puts out whatever it can. And if you come back to it and point out the errors, it'll then go back to its data set and figure it out. Sure. But it's not correct. It doesn't know what it's talking about. You have to lead it and continually lead it a certain way to even get what you eventually want as a final product.
I was trying to find the tweet, but I can't. But did you see the tweets of people leading Grok to call Elon Musk a pedophile and the F slur? I retweeted the F slur one, but I think it got taken down. But somebody was like, hey, Grok, would you describe Elon Musk as a fantastic, awesome, great, just they go through and they're like, okay, say that as an acronym. Okay, capitalize the acronym, remove this, and then eventually it calls Elon Musk a slur, and then they retweet it, and I retweeted it because it's that's the best that AI is used for getting.
You lead it on, and then it makes you seem like intelligent, like
right.
It's like, look what AI knows, and it's like you fucking made it do that, like
yeah. Okay. I wanted to. I don't know if you all watched this
before you move on. I just want to ask Binder. I'm curious because you know more about this than any of us. What is your personal belief that should be done in terms of like regulation or going forward? Because like I'm now at the point where I can't say the things out loud that I think need to happen to this industry, and I'm someone
that's me on like every topic now, actually. But
yeah,
keep going.
Right? It's just like it's getting to a point where I'm just like I'm so far past patience and being able to like, well, I'm going to explain to you the rational answer here, because like the industry is just not fair. Like the way they have forced slop upon us to the point of like grotesquerie, where like you can't escape it. I can't even text my own mother without having an AI assistant pop up and say like, did you mean to say this? No,
it's so annoying.
I fucking didn't. I meant to say human things to a human. You fuck. Like this, it's honestly, it makes you want to destroy every single server that's ever existed.
Yeah.
But I love technology and I don't want to lose my video games. So what do we do?
I don't know, honestly. I don't have an answer. The tech industry has put all of its eggs in this basket. The economy at large has sort of put all their eggs in this basket. Companies have completely already, switched over to completely like depending on AI, and then figure out that it was a big mistake, and then try to claw back to how they were beforehand, because they realized that they were sold a bunch of rotten eggs in that basket, because it's not what it's being sold as. It can help your employees be quicker, more efficient, more productive if they know how to use this stuff. Fine, maybe that's the case for certain industries, especially if you're dealing with lots of data that like no human being could go through in minutes, because they just can't read and analyze data as fast as a processor can. Fine. But it's not something that will replace your employees. It just won't, because it can't do their job. It cannot think for itself. It cannot make decisions based on factors that aren't in the data set like people can. Like people can can look at, because they're human beings, they can look at a scenario, look at a situation, and analyze it beyond the data. I mean, I think sports is a great example. Look at the Mets, the New York Mets, and how their general manager David Stearns is a complete data guy, and on paper he put together a formidable team. If you look at their data or whatever, and they up until a few days ago had the worst record in baseball because the team just wasn't coming together.
Bo Bichette made a mistake. Should have stayed in Toronto.
He's been doing horrible with the Mets. Sometimes the data doesn't tell the whole story. Sometimes data, not sometimes, data is just one factor that people need to look at when making decisions. AI can't look at anything but data. So you're going to put all your decision making for your business, for whatever you're using AI for, into just the data. And data that I could get wrong at that, the data that I could analyze wrongly too. So I mean, I guess I honestly don't know what could be done at this point. But I do think that when the shit hits the fan, which it will, a lot of people are going to lose a lot of money, and a lot of companies aren't going to be around anymore. There's a reason Apple, for example, has made the decision not to get into AI, creating their own AI model. And they're literally just paying like OpenAI and Google to use their data, their large language models, because Apple realized it's a sunk cost. They're going to spend hundreds of billions of dollars to train their AI model when all these other companies have already done that and wasted all that money, and they could just pay those companies, instead of $100 billion, they could just pay them a couple $1 million a year and just use their AI model. Like Apple, everyone was shitting on Apple for being behind on AI. Apple's figured it out. They're just going to pay these companies that already put more money in than they'll ever get back. And they'll pay them a lot less money than those companies put in, and they'll use AI to whatever their users want to use AI for. And when AI shits the bed and it's not what the entire tech industry bases their future on, Apple will be fine. And companies like Microsoft and OpenAI would be done. There's nothing for them to even fall back on, unlike Microsoft and Google. Yeah.
Inshallah. Do you think Sora collapsing is sort of like a canary in the coal mine, where it's like that?
Who's going to pay? Like, when you hear about like you hear about like all these companies spending all this money on like credits with OpenAI or Anthropic to use for AI, in like all those cases, it's all for like coding or understanding large texts and stuff like that. You don't hear this money being spent on like credits to create AI video, because professional companies that make professional video are not depending on AI in the same way tech companies are depending on AI to code and like maybe data analysts and hedge funds are using AI to go through lots of large data sets of numbers and things like that. Video and film and production companies are not using AI in that way. So these companies are spending all this money to promote, the AI companies are spending all this money to promote their AI video generation, and there's no industry that's propping it up and spending the money on the credits. So I think that's where OpenAI realized, like, we're spending all this money on Sora, and it's just like people going on that Sora app and spending and using it for free, and there's no like industry behind it to like make up for the costs that we're spending on it.
Even though
I think that's what happened there.
Didn't Disney give them like $1 billion, or like they had invest, like they were going to at least have whole like Disney side of that?
Yes, but not to like, they weren't investing in it for like their own use. They were investing in it so like Disney fans could use Sora to create legal AI generated videos based on Disney property.
That's almost
like
Disney was suing them originally, so that was their settlement essentially.
Yeah, like and they didn't get that money from Disney because it didn't get that far. I don't know if Disney paid them some sort of a percentage of that based on how long they were partnered for or whatever.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like, here's $1 billion. It was like, this is the deal and you'll get $1 billion, but the deal didn't go through completely.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Mike. I wanted to know his answer.
No. This is interesting. I also wanted to ask Matt about. I keep seeing. I'm a little bit out of the loop, but I keep seeing that people are addicted supposedly to like this AI soap opera featuring humanoid fruits and shit. Like
I heard
this.
about this. Yeah.
Where is that even coming from? I don't even know.
It's posted on TikTok. I'm sure the algorithm just caught on to a few episodes and it went viral. And I don't think it has anything to do with it being AI. I just think, unfortunately, human beings, especially young people, have been brought up to expect very low quality entertainment. Even if you look at like, it's true. It is true.
Yeah.
Think about the shows. Think about the shows we were brought up on as kids: Sesame Street, Pee-wee's Playhouse, Eureka's Castle. I'm throwing out all the an array of different age.
Yeah.
Like these are things where a team of writers and educators and comedians and professional creatives got together and really put a lot of time into creating this. If it was an educational show, they would bring on educational experts to actually create content. That's why I think Miss Rachel is great, because I think she actually takes the time to do that educational work and figuring out. That's why people make fun of the way she talks, but actually she's done the work to know that cadence is what draws children into learning and glomming onto things. So she's right. But a lot of YouTube kids content does not do that shit. And it's just slop. It's just garbage that catches kids' attention because it's ridiculous and loud and over the top. But there's no educational value. There's no creative value behind it. There's no real thought process, no creativity behind it. It's just bullshit that unfortunately...
It was Spider-Man and Elsa before AI for kids. It's just trash.
For every Miss Rachel, there's like 30 Coco Melons where it's just like, and worse. Like there's stuff where it's just there's like these a lot of these accounts that they're like in GTA or something, but it's all modded, so they have like cars like flying off of ramps over like cities, and that's all the content is like different cars. What happens when this car flies and it crashes into this 3D model? Like it's just so there's nothing to it, but kids get so engaged. And it's a lot of just like noises and sounds and like things happening on screen, but there's you get nothing out of it. Like, and that's so much of kids' content now is just garbage. Whatever slop you can put in front of them to keep their attention, as opposed to actually getting anything out of it.
And like, I honestly don't think like, I don't want to just shit on like Gen Z and Gen Alpha and shit, because like, I actually think this stuff bore out from reality TV, which would be Gen X and millennials doing. I guess you could also blame the boomers for producing that and signing off, because they're the executives when reality TV was. So the older generations did create the problem with reality TV garbage, and it just, it trickled down from there. The trickle down economics works when it comes to entertainment. You spew out garbage for teens and young adults in their 20s, and then it just, that low quality entertainment just continues down the pipeline as people realize, oh, I could do non-union with this. Oh, I could save money by creating this. I don't have to hire union writers, don't have to hire union actors, don't have to, and this is what you get. You get garbage like what Mr. Beast is throwing out there.
I was just about to say it's all Mr. Beast now. That's where it's all headed. He's doing
like everything he does is like, listen, there's some things I've seen of his where it's like, all right, that's pretty clever. Like that would have been like a primetime game show on NBC type idea, which is fine. There's room for that. But like, there's some stuff I've see him do where it's just like, it's like clearly aiming for the attention of younger kids, and it's just not very good stuff.
Mm-hmm. I've seen a lot of it's just like how to play the algorithm. Like that's a lot of that kind of.
That's a huge part too of like like why like you're not going to get Sesame Street and like creative things like, I'm going to go back to Pee-wee's Playhouse because it was very had a very big impression on my life. But like that show, you watch that show and it was very creative. It was a show for kids while also throwing in subtle jokes for their parents so that they love it too. And it was very creative. From the set design to the storylines to the characters. Think about the actors who started on that show. Lawrence Fishburne was Lawrence Fishburne as Cowboy Curtis. Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
I was raised by The Simpsons.
Yeah,
and now
Lawrence
The
Fishburne as
Simpsons is
Cowboy
terrible.
Curtis. I wanted to be sure. I knew it was, but I for some reason in the moment I was doubting myself. But I mean, like that was would the algorithm promote that type of stuff? Is it viral enough? Is it hitting all the specific algorithm? Probably not. You know, Sesame Street, probably a little bit too educational for the algorithm if it wasn't already a huge Sesame Street popular show. You know, if it was just starting out today, who knows? But like when you're creating content specifically based on the algorithm, that's not creativity. That's just that's like, you know, I remember like back in the day, the really creative shows, the really like edgy creative shows would be like, you know, sticking it to the network or the corporate executives that don't want us to do this. I mean, the algorithm is just that. But instead of like trying to stick it to the algorithm, creators today are like, yes, daddy, I'll do whatever you want, algorithm. Imagine those edgy shows back in the day going like, yes, ABC, NBC, CBS brass, whatever you want. That's the comedy I'll write. You know, it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. I hate it. Okay. I did want to talk about the, one of the bigger, not the bigger stories of the week, but the, I guess the funnier stories of the week. So I'm not sure if, bring in Rebecca's here. Hey, Rebecca. Or I mean,
That's not
Ariana.
Rebecca.
Sorry. I was
Hello,
expecting
everyone.
Rebecca too. So
She'll come.
how's it going?
Later.
Huh?
She'll come later, I'm sure.
Yeah. She said she's going to be here too. So we'll have a full house today.
Well, we don't have to focus on that. Hello, Ariana. Welcome to the show. Why don't you welcome yourself and say hello? Don't worry about Mike falsely labeling you as someone you're not.
Yeah, my brain is not
because
fully
Rebecca
working.
and I look
So
so alike. I'm just kidding. Hello, chat. How are you? I've had a horrible week, so please tell me a joke. Tell me a good joke.
have you?
I don't think anyone's had a good week.
Maybe this will make you feel better, Ariana.
I need something.
You just need a hug from.
Is this MAGA lady that's terrible?
She is Virginia Fox.
This just made me feel worse.
This is making you feel worse?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, this story's gonna make her feel worse.
You think so?
No, it's okay talking. It's still worth talking
really
about.
off about her face. It's like pissing me off.
Oh, it might be because she has a
Hatred in her
punchable
heart.
face. Yeah, hatred in her heart. She's kind of a demon. So let me switch over to this tab. So there's this news report, and
You should just play it. Let's not even.
I don't want to give you any
if
setup
you
because it's
haven't
just
seen
so
what
funny.
happened, just list what.
This is a phenomenal news report, by the way, but I'm just going to press play.
2038 is only 12 years away, and you and your classmates will be responsible for the debt.
A message from Republican North Carolina Congresswoman Virginia Fox that was sent to 10-year-old Christian Mango. Christian says certain words she said.
I could understand like half of it, not all of it.
His mother, Emily Mango, says the reply from Fox was in regards to an assignment from Christian's teacher at Canterbury School in Greensboro.
Christian and his class, they're in fourth grade, they wrote a persuasive essay of their choosing, and they mailed it off to a representative, a CEO, whoever the decision maker was that could be influential in hearing their persuasive essay points.
Christian says the topic he chose.
We should have a $5,000 tax rebate for electric cars because they're better than normal cars. They're better for the environment, you pay less, and there's no gas.
Christian says in April he mailed the essay to Fox in a Canterbury school envelope with 4th grade on the return address. A few weeks later, the school received this letter from Representative Fox via email. While the congresswoman thanked the 10-year-old for contacting her, she disagreed with his proposal. Fox cited 6 articles from news organizations such as Fox News and Wall Street Journal. But towards the end of
I just gotta pause it right there. She's sending a 10-year-old like, here's why you're wrong. Here's what the Wall Street Journal says. Here's what Fox News says. Like, bro, he's 10. He's 10, lady. I had to point that out because it's just the way they just gloss over that was I had to emphasize it a little bit more. She's sending him the Wall Street Journal.
Response, she attacked Christian's teacher.
Ask your teacher to explain propaganda to you, but I will never be able to know. My guess is that your teacher will not be able to give you a good educational experience by helping you to be able to think as they are too interested in indoctrinating you. How sad.
After Christian's mother explained to him what Fox's response meant, the 10-year-old says he's upset Fox went after his teacher when Christian was the one who chose the topic of his essay.
I think that was wrong.
And why?
Because the school didn't do anything.
Emily Mango slammed Fox's response on social media and is now demanding an apology.
That is wild to me. It's a 10-year-old. Like, if I were a congressperson and some conservative was like, I think we need to protect all life, it's sacred, so we should ban abortions, I'd be like, okay, sweetie, enjoy school. It's a child. You don't go on this long screed about how the school is indoctrinating you and you need to look up propaganda. That's so unhinged. Like, this lady's 82 years old and she's fucking attacking a 10-year-old as if he's her political opponent. This blew my fucking mind.
Also, like,
what happened?
Tax rebate? How is that even offensive? like I really don't think that's the solution to anything. But like at the same time, as a conservative politician, how is that a threat to you at all? That's just like it's not like he's calling for like violent revolution. Like he's just saying, how about a tax rebate? Like you're getting fed propaganda. It's like Jesus Christ.
So
settle
Lance,
down on the reaction. Like it doesn't warrant that kind of reaction.
No, the vitriol. So Lance, this 10th grader or a 10-year-old 4th grader, he had to write a persuasive essay, and they all had to write to like a congressperson or just somebody. And he decided to choose to talk about EVs because they're good for the environment, they're cheaper. So he had to make his persuasive essay to his congressperson, which is this 82-year-old Congresswoman Virginia Fox. And she responded by lambasting the shit out of him, sending him like 6 different articles from the Wall Street Journal, Fox News about how EVs are the devil, and telling him that
propaganda.
Yeah, he's been indoctrinated.
Indoctrinated.
Like, honestly, she's making Dianne Feinstein look like a saint by comparison, because Dianne Feinstein also chewed out a bunch of kids that like went to her office and were like, hey, can you do something about climate change so we don't die? And she's like, fuck off. Like, I'm embellishing.
She
a little
died,
bit,
right?
She did, yes.
Okay.
Which is why she did not care about climate change, because she's like, bro,
she wasn't
I'm
gonna
gonna
be
be
here.
out of here in 5 minutes. I don't give a shit. But yeah, and so if anybody hasn't been following Virginia Fox, she might actually be a literal demon. So she originally, like, my first introduction into her was this video where they finally settled on Mike Johnson as the speaker, and she showed her ass during this press conference. I'm just going to press play.
I hope not literally.
Next question. Next question.
Like, somebody needs to come and get their grandma. This is not okay.
What was the question that offended her so badly?
So they were asking Mike Johnson about the 2020 election because Mike Johnson is an insurrectionist. And so him becoming the speaker, that raised some concerns with journalists about whether or not, he would be qualified, since he voted against certifying the election. And her response was, shut up. I mean, man, if my grandma acted that way, I would be so fucking embarrassed. That's just not okay.
Oh my God.
And then there was also this exchange between her and Maxwell Frost, where I forgot exactly what he said, but he got under her skin, and she also lashed out at him.
Baby to be born, go to school, and get shot in the school.
So the audio is really bad, by the way. This is as high as I can make it, but there's subtitles, thankfully.
Die in the school, die on the streets. No, that is what they say.
You said it. The right to life versus their desire for profit. You just described that, and in this bill, that's what we see over and over again. The right to life, because you need the health insurance, versus the right for profit.
You see, they say they're pro-life because they want the baby to be born, go to school, and get shot in the school. Die in the school, die on the streets. No.
Where's the lie, too?
That is
Yeah,
what
that's
they
good.
say. I moved to strike his words.
You've gone over. We were going to be quiet, but you've gone over now.
I meant every word.
We are going to strike your words, but on the other hand, it might be good to leave your words, because that's how you feel. But you are not going to come into this room and impugn our integrity.
Oh my God.
Impugn.
We are pro-life people from conception to natural death. Most of us are.
Well, she's mostly there.
Come in here and say,
I hope she lives 200 years so she can see the world she created.
That's what I've seen.
Yeah,
Horrible
so that's
people.
Virginia Fox. She is such an embarrassment. I don't understand how people elect her. She's just, even if I agreed with her politics, I would think, man, it's really hard to support somebody like this who is not a good representative of the brand of politics that I'm trying to promote, because you just look at her and she's just evil. Like, you see it in her fucking pores. She's just oozing contempt, and she fucking hates people.
What did she do before getting to Congress?
Let me look, actually. I'm not
She's
sure.
relatively new, right?
Is she?
I don't
No,
think
she's
I
been
know
around
much of
for a
her
while.
until
No,
recently.
she's been around for a while.
Let me pull
Why
up
is she
her
getting
wiki.
so much more attention now? Like, I feel like
Because she's really crazy. She's been
she's gotten more
she's
media
been in
coverage
office
the past
since
few months.
2005.
And haunting before that.
Oh my God. So she's just gotten progressively more insane.
She was a member of the North Carolina Senate since 1995, and then she became a member of the House in 2005. So she's been in political office for quite a while.
Say 1795.
1995.
I ain't gonna say shit, but
I didn't say anything.
who you voting for this? Whose congressperson is this?
Wait, when is that from?
I mean, probably not that long ago, because she always looked like she's 82 years old. I'm not.
That's probably
She's
her
definitely
95 photo.
cross-eyed, right?
That's 1995 right there. What does she look like when
I
she
believe
first
so.
started?
Yeah, well, I feel like even when she was like 25, she looked like this. She made.
She's like the anti-Bernie. It's like the opposite of Bernie. Well, opposite of Bernie Sanders, but like the mirror image of Bernie, but like the evil version.
Yeah.
Been there forever, always look the same. But she's the terrible version.
She opposes healthcare. She opposes LGBTQ rights. She's against marijuana. Just like, holy shit. She's against
she
the
needs marijuana.
Epstein files. Against the like, she just had every bad position.
How is she against the Epstein files, like in their existence? Is she opposed?
She doesn't
to
want them
release?
released.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, this is a better picture of her. She looks pretty right here.
She's in them. She was Epstein's #1 customer.
This is why you're gay, because
She was
Yeah, I have
she was a
another
regular on the island.
There, that's an old
Oh,
one.
sorry, I accidentally.
What'd you
I don't
do?
know if- there we go. She
What's
always
that?
looked 82. Oh my god.
wait, when is that from?
These are all the same photo.
She was
I'm not sure
12
what
in
year
that
this is,
photo.
but I found
She's
this in
12 years
This is
old.
1953.
12
You're
is
trying to
crazy.
do a trend.
12 is crazy.
If you go back to like the Civil War era and look at some pictures, you're gonna find her in the corner. Same age. Just she's always been around. She's been the fucking demon haunting America since its inception. She's kind of cute though.
Why do you gotta say shit like that?
Yeah. Plantation owner core. Like,
yeah.
No, plantation descendant core.
Oh, bro, I can't get over the picture though. I can't get over. I'm sorry, I have to bring it up again.
Why?
I can't get over this.
But you really
Bro,
don't, though. That's the thing. Like,
how is this a member of Congress? Hang on, let me. I just cannot.
I mean, how is it not a member? She looks exactly what you would
she
expect.
actually blends right in. What are you talking about?
literally.
She's old, senile, and full of hate. That's like most of Congress.
This is like the South in one picture. All of the South, one picture. Boom.
I feel like I've been looking at this picture for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I know. This has been the whole show.
If you take all
You're
the
like, this is
inbred
gonna make you
rednecks
feel
from the
better.
South, all
It's
the
not
white people
making
from
you
the
feel
South,
better.
and put them into one picture, this is what it looks like.
The average prototype of the old Southerner.
She was cooked up in a fucking lab, like Mewtwo. She was in like that fucking tank, and she busted out.
The evolution. That's funny.
Oh, Lord Jesus, America! How can we like claim to be a serious country when we have somebody like that in power? Or imagine talking to her and George Latimer. How would they have a conversation? No, I'm gonna stop. I'm going way too far. Bro,
That's the
What
Southern
the fuck?
strategy right there.
she looks like she died decades ago, but she's still here.
That's
Man.
crazy.
Like, I'm not going to say anything. Proceeds to say things.
I can't help myself. It's like if you play Dark Souls and you go into when you play Dark Souls and you like go left once you get to the Firelink Shrine, you go into the catacombs and there's these fucking skeleton things that attack you. That looks like Virginia Fox. Dead ass. Google catacombs, skeletons, Dark Souls.
Maybe it's
you're
based
gonna
off-
see Virginia Fox. You need a holy weapon to kill it because they keep coming back.
This is the
That's
inspiration
her.
for the art.
That's straight up Virginia Fox. Hollow maxing, yes, as Amateur VPN says.
Hollow maxing.
Hollow maxing, yeah. Like
I didn't know who these guys were. I left that deployment and continued on with my life, did a few more deployments, both in the Marine Corps and the Army. It wasn't until somebody told me to read Chris Kyle's book. His stories about how many people he was shooting certainly tracked with the behavior I witnessed and people I knew witnessed down at the Gov Center, which is it's relatively easy to get high numbers like that if you're a little less discriminating. Your fire than say a more professional unit would be. So That's when I kind of learned about Task Unit Bruiser, about Chris Kyle, and then it wasn't until many years later that if someone recommended like Jocko's podcast or book to me, and I put that together and was like, "You've got to be kidding me!" I almost felt like there was like a weird practical joke being played on me by the war. That like all these years later, I'm like having to like. People are telling me like, "Oh, look how great this guy is. These guys are amazing heroes. This whole incredible thing, the paragon of leadership." And I'm just sitting there like, am I living in like a alternate reality? Because this is the exact opposite of my experience.
Well, welcome to the absurdity space. I am Forrest Miller. I'm here with Christina Oakes, and it is 92 degrees right now in New York, or something like last I checked a few hours ago. So my head is like swimming. It's hot. It's hot as hell.
Yeah, I hate it. It sucks.
I'm so happy that I'm so happy we don't have to worry about climate change anymore, because Trump changed the definition of climate change, so now it's yeah.
What is it? Just changing weather?
No, he pretty much took all references to climate change out of like the National Weather Service. And
so it's like, anything that has to do with like black people, they take black out. Basically, they take the DEI whatever out of like stuff. It's like,
I guess it's DEI. It's DEI weather or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like, it's so fucking stupid. I'm like, really? I'm like, you're taking black out of an organization that's meant to help black people. That doesn't make any sense.
But that Graham Plattner clip is hilarious because it's so obviously true that Chris Kyle.
Yeah, he's been with the stories. He's like, I shot people during Hurricane Katrina. I'm like, what?
Yeah, he said the Bush administration got him to climb the Superdome to snipe out random American civilians that he claimed were looting. And it's like, no, that's not a true statement of something you did. I don't know. Yeah. It is crazy because it's like it's so obviously like fabrications, and it's like I don't know. I never really get it because all these like all of those kinds of people did have a high fucking body count from being in like Iraq and Afghanistan. Of course, it probably was like mostly civilians. You know what I mean? That they were just sniping people out. But it's like I'd never really get the urge to like lie about it.
Yeah, it's crazy because like I remember when the movie came out with Bradley, I think it was Bradley Cooper.
Yeah,
and my sister was big on like defending it. I'm like, but he fucking lied. He lied about so much stuff. He's not a fucking hero.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's like they're trying to every time they try to smear Plattner, it's like he seems even more truthful or like a better
That's
candidate.
why you can't, because everyone's like, isn't there like, there's still a primary? I'm like, but who could defeat Graham Plattner in the Democratic primary? I mean, I'm like, I cannot tell y'all this, but like Graham Plattner is a perfect candidate for that state. Like, I get it. Tattoo, Iraq War, but like,
I think he has
like the average normie voter at this point.
I think he has like a lot of stuff to prove that he actually is like a reformed. That he actually is reformed and he's kind of washed the blood off his hands. Like, that's my thing about it at this point.
Because he could be the next Fetterman, or is it James Tallarico's the next Fetterman, or is this guy? I'm really sick and tired of Democrats doing that. I'm like, you can't even criticize John Fetterman's voting record. You just criticize the left over it.
Yeah, or the fact that people... But it's like Barack Obama also endorsed Fetterman. It's like, you know what I mean? But I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it's like the whole thing with... like with Ashley St. Clair, like a lot of, liberals are like, we shouldn't be believing her because she's probably grifting. I'm like, how do you grift on the left?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just not as successful as grifting on it. Because it's like, none of us have any fucking money. Like,
fuck, man. I can't even. But it's just so funny how so many people are like, Ashley St. Clair is not saying anything new. She's not doing this. She's not doing that. I'm like, but here's the thing, though. She's doing the thing that I would want an ex-conservative to do. Disavow her previous views, talk about how she's evolved, advocate for, left-leaning causes, which is what she's been doing. Like, she even said, like, Democratic Party needs more of, like, a Mamdani types and all that. I'm like, damn, girl, remove her names from any, like, conservative, anti-trans book. She's doing all the things that I feel like we should want. Instead of, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens are on our side. I'm like, no, they're not putting in the work yet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I find the Ashley St. Clair thing interesting. I'm more as like a spectator, a media spectator, right? Because it's like, I feel like there's a lot of things that I mean, just in general in politics, it being like the political influencer space, which is pretty new. Like it's, I mean, they've only in the last few years been like creating social media influencers just for politics. Like I feel like in the beginning, a lot of people kind of, it was not as coordinated. Like I feel like towards the beginning of like social media, when people were getting involved, it was like more organic. I mean, probably not. I'm probably being
remember the course thing, and so many people who we knew and loved were like defending the course stuff and shitting on Taylor Lorenz. Not gonna name names, but some people who were featured on this platform. But I was like, I'm sorry, but like get that bag, but be upfront about who you're being paid by. Because Taylor Lorenz was like, I'm doing brand deals. I'm doing like she was disclosing who she was, being paid by.
I mean, I don't think she should have been getting brand deals. But I don't.
No, that's why I agree with that too. But it's just so funny how people were so mad about like being, exposed for like being paid by like Democratic Party organizations and spewing like pro, establishment Democratic Party talking points. I'm like, just be upfront about it that you're getting paid to do this.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things. Cause I feel like it's like there really is like a lot of money that goes into like a whole bunch of like money that goes into like the right wing version of like an influencer sphere.
Oh yeah.
And like they've started paying influencers and they're very coordinated about it. And it's like I get the argument that like you want to have a democratic version of that, but it's I don't know. Number one, I just feel like the whole thing is inauthentic, and I guess
just
that's
punch left. That's all they do. They're not advocating for anything besides the establishment.
Yeah, but just in general, I'm saying with the media space, like I understand wanting to have a way to coordinate between or like incubators between like the Democratic Party establishment, I guess, and these influencers, because otherwise you're going to get overwhelmed by the vast majority of money and of talking points of influencers that are being kind of thrust upon us. But at the same time, it's like number one, when the Democratic Party is as unpopular as it is, everybody fucking hates it. And number two, it's like I don't know, it's like it's like inauthentic, and I can't like it. I can't, it's like no, like I don't know. It's
Well,
easier.
look at Abigail Spanberger. She basically needed She basically needed a sign to tell her, "Oh, you don't have to do anything. You just have to, just." But again, that's what happens when you allow CIA into the Democratic Party to govern, right? But like after the redistricting thing happened in Virginia, now she's like, ICE can't go into churches and schools and hospitals. We're not going to do drug price controls and all this stuff. And everyone's like, what the hell? I'm like, she needed a sign to just be like, fuck it, I'm not going to do anything. Because now people are pissed. Everyone's mad. I'm like, this is what happens when you govern from the middle. You piss off both sides. But here's what's going to happen. Because it's a thing that we've seen, especially in Virginia. You elect a moderate Democrat. They don't really do a whole lot, right? Only for a MAGA type to take over, right? And then the MAGA governor destroys the state. And then once again, a progressive challenger gets defeated. And then the moderate wins and the same thing. And I'm like, can we please just get out of this cycle? Like, how many times do we have to go through this cycle? We need a strong far left candidate to win, because at least they want to actually do stuff to help people. Like, people were mad that Chris Rapp won. I'm like, you guys are ops. Have you seen the whole, what people like, those Twitter profiles were saying, like, oh, I hope the Republican wins against Chris Rapp. I'm like, first of all, I don't think there's a Republican running in that very, 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 very
it's the bluest plus. Yeah, it's the bluest in the entire country. I was looking at that earlier. It's like,
I was like, you guys are black, right? Okay, but like, you want black politicians, you support black women, but yet you don't like Summer Lee because DSA, socialist, what? Like, it's so weird.
Yeah, I mean, that is like that's the wall you come into with identity politics, though, right? Like,
yeah,
it's like people are never gonna be honest about the fact that they want people of a certain identity that support the policies they support, not the identity itself. Well, but
that's it.
Not the identity. It's like not the identity itself. Nobody really like. But then people do identity politics all the fucking time to like, I don't know, to try to shit on other people that they don't like, or like to
it's like they do. Like, they shit on, like, I've seen, homophobic and anti-Semitic stuff by these same accounts thrown at Matt Bernstein. I'm like, just because you're a person of color does not absolve you from, you're being homophobic, you're being anti-Semitic, you are being bigoted too. That doesn't matter who's doing it, you're still being awful. I just don't get caught out on it. They're like, but how dare you? But then they're like, well, you're being racist towards me. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm just calling you out for being a bigot as well.
But I mean, that is like the thing, right? Identity politics has always kind of been a shield. It's like,
yeah,
I don't know. I wish people would just be honest about things.
I am a white intern using digital blackface on this Twitter account. I want that. I want more of it because it's obvious that's what's going on here.
Sometimes, yeah. I think there's also like people that actually are black that use the same, that are on those accounts. Doesn't really matter though. The politics just suck. Like have good politics then.
But it was just so weird for them, like, oh, Chris Rabb, he's gonna be bad. I'm like, how? How is he? Like, I'm sorry, but like, it's like saying with Grand Planner, they're like, it wouldn't be bad if Susan Collins kept her seat. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Vote blue no matter who. Blue wave this. What the?
It does feel like it's like there's like factions to it, I guess, where it's like now anybody that's kind of on the progressive faction, those people automatically just hate online, like within K Hive or whatever. But it's like, they don't even have to say anything.
KKK Hive, am I right?
But they don't even have to say anything or do anything. Like it just feels like it's now like this automatic thing.
Yeah, if you're like DSA endorsed, because it's just so funny that some of the most like socialist leaning candidates are not even white. They're all like of color. So it's like when people make jokes about like white leftists or like DSA being white, I'm like, how though? I'm like some of the best
they're white.
I'm like there's more to leftist theory than Marx, right? Like James Baldwin, you got the Black Panthers. Like there's so many people. I'm like, it's part of the reason why so many former white liberals like myself become leftists is because we engage in like Black leftist theory and literature, and we learn, more stuff.
There's a long tradition of it. I mean, it's a long tradition because it's an emancipatory tradition and like a liberation tradition, I guess, in America. Which I mean, if you're looking at like who are the people who most needed to be, and of course, there's also like an accommodationist strain to that. But on the other side, right? Like there's like the more establishment, like status quo accommodationist side, and there's like a more emancipatory liberation side.
Well,
but who in America has needed an emancipation struggle throughout history more than Black people? I mean, I guess Native Americans, and there's a long history of that too. But besides those groups, like of course, if you're a leftist and you support like radically changing the system, or you support radical thought, like you're going to encounter a lot of like Black theoreticians, because it's like that's who's most needed in emancipation struggle.
Yeah, I'm just so tired of like these people able to get away with like being hypocrites and like but yet the left gets it all the time, and we have to constantly apologize and do this and do that and make up for like a minor mistake. And it's like you guys are upholding a if you really are not a white intern, you guys are upholding a party and upholding candidates who uphold capitalism and white supremacy. It's not cute. It's not a good look. And the fact that these people hate the idea of like actual like Black representation in the party, I'm like, you don't want 1,000 Summer Lees, and I would like 1,000 of hers. You just made 1 million Summer Lees, but like it just makes no sense to me. Like you don't want young Black progressive people in the House and the Senate. I wouldn't mind that. And then they were saying that white people were racist for voting for people like Chris Rabb, and I'm like, wait. Did you hear yourself right now? You're saying that it's racist for white people to vote for candidates of color.
But Jess says tired of the double standard where evil people just get away with being evil if you're nice and make a mistake. But it's also like evil people don't have to apologize for being evil because they're evil, right? Like it's I mean, I don't know. I think
karma hardly ever comes.
I think the world would be like, don't believe it anymore. A better society when everybody isn't constantly cowed into apologizing. For like, I kind of really don't like the fact that I sometimes I get the vibe from like even like AOC and like Zoran and people, like it's almost like they're embarrassed of being on the left, or they hate being on the left, or they're because AOC
is also very much like online too. So it's like I don't know. It's just come on. It's just very easy to get like AOC to like apologize or backtrack or something if you apply pressure from the right to her, and it's not. I'm not like I don't know, but because of fucking like I hate it, but like online leftist types are the ones. It's like you guys are making shit worse for us because everyone thinks that the entire left is just Brianna Joy Gray. Yeah, but like it's not even like the people on the online left that are like like they're not even the ones that get somebody like AOC or Zoran to apologize. It's like a lot of times it's people from the right. Like they know that in their district at least, or in their city at least, they have the
the votes of most people that are on the left that support them. They don't feel the need to respond to that, or even sometimes they don't feel the need to even go on left media and talk to, because they're already left. But then somebody hits them from the right, like Zoran in New York City has been so like he's been so ready to like I don't know, like apologize or call out anti-Semitism to the point where it almost gets to be like, I mean, it's not that it's bad to call it anti-Semitism.
Yeah, especially like with the West Bank selling. I'm like, dude, that's not something you should be apologizing for. I mean, they're selling, proper, like what? No, man. Or like the Luigi Mangione-ist, oh, they shouldn't. I'm like, come on, seriously.
I like that he wrote Patrick Bet-David a letter from prison. Like, imagine all the people in the world that you could be writing a letter from prison. Luigi Mangione's like writing Patrick Bet-David, being like, oh, I just miss being valuetained.
Yeah, but it's just I'm like leftist type, stop apologizing.
Yeah,
stop apologizing.
I hope that having more, like, I always just want, like, if having more people on the left that are in politics, that are in like I just hope at some point it gets easier to just
not have to apologize for every minor little inconvenience. It doesn't even matter. Yeah. Exactly.
Because it just ends up making somebody like me that has like leftist. You're like,
not want to be labeled a leftist and just be annoyed because it's just a blood sport at this point. It's like I'm like, this is like serious stuff that's happening, and we're just making it like a game.
But it just also makes it feel like you're putting yourself, like, everybody pretty much is an influencer online, right? Like everybody pretty much that wants to talk about politics. They're like, I don't even know how this like exactly like happened, but everyone, it feels like people that aren't in politics, they're not even representing any kind of organization. They're just people. It's like we now like endorse people as like individuals, endorse candidates, and it's treated like a almost like everybody's a public figure. Or if something happens, they have to give like a statement being like, I disavow this, or like I support that. And it's like, we're just normal civilians, and it almost feels like, I don't know, like it's like you're apologizing for, or you feel like you're kind of being thrown under the bus by the people that you put your co-signed as. Like, I know it's not like, it doesn't really matter, but
that's why I ignore whenever I have something that goes viral. I don't even like really look at like the comments and stuff, because half the time it's just idiots saying weird stuff, and I'm just like, where did you get that from? Anyway, but like another good example is that one influencer, James Charles, who got mad about that one Spirit Airlines employee who was like, sent him a message request. I'm like, first of all, why are your message requests open, you fucking pedophile? I mean, he's been out as a fucking pedophile, and yet he still has like a multi-million-dollar like beauty bar. Like, it's so funny. I'm like, that's because he doesn't care. He doesn't care. And the more you don't care, the less likely you could be canceled.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to, I mean, I don't know. It's like cancel culture doesn't even really exist. It feels like
exactly. It only exists for people who are willing to actually like apologize for like a minor inconvenience, and you never hear from them again.
And then people just make stuff up. Like if they can't find something to make you apologize for, now it's like with AI generated stuff, or like they'll just make something up, like Hassan and like the shot collar thing. It's just like.
But ever since these two girls, like one girl, you probably follow her, or I share her videos all the time. She used to be anti-Hassan until she started like watching him, and so now she's clipping like longer form videos. And I've noticed, I'm like, girl, since you and this other girl are clipping all these longer videos of Hassan, the clip chipping like industrial complex against Hassan has gone significantly down. Like, I never see any like 5-second clip of Hassan out of context anymore, because these girls have been uploading these videos. I'm like, you guys are doing the Lord's work. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to use, like, I was just using that as an example of like.
I know, but like, there's a whole industry who does that though for us. Like, that's the problem, and it drives me nuts. It's like, this is what you spend your time doing, watching 8-hour streams and clipping like 2 to 3 second out of context clips, and then psychoanalyzing and putting stuff in reverse and slow motion. Like, it was just so funny that people thought that I'm like, that is not an abused dog.
Yeah. It's just like, I don't know. I just feel like people could just like, and it's gonna get so much worse with AI generated stuff. It's like people are just able to like make stuff up. Like I don't know. It's like people are just able to like, just if they don't find like a perfect example of this is the Epstein files came out, and there was the Zoran thing where people were just AI generating pictures of him with Jeffrey Epstein, and it was like,
yeah, here he is, 2009, a baby, and I'm like, I'm sorry, but Zoran Mamdani was like almost 20. I'm like, he wasn't born in 2008, y'all. He's like, and people still were believing it, or like him and his mother. I'm like, they've never hung out.
And then you end up spending so much time like trying to debunk things that are obviously false that like you lose you lose sight of the bigger thing. And it just feels like a lot of politics is just that now, where it's like
the real stuff is bad enough. You can't be in, but you want to make a fake shit, and that's what people cling on to. What's not real.
But then there's no rules against it, right? Like it's not like AI is not regulated. Like there aren't I mean, even to the point where like people are making child porn online. Like it does seem like maybe that's a red line for at least most sane people. It's like, hey,
not MAGA, not Elon. I mean, Elon Musk. I mean, everyone's like, why is Elon Musk, molding about the Christopher Nolan Odyssey movie?
It feels like maybe that's one of like the points where like any normal person is like, okay, that's fucking disgusting.
Not on Twitter though, because of Grok. Yeah. I mean, that's but what I was getting to is that because Elon, like we haven't heard much about Elon Musk in the media besides like the lawsuit in France about Grok AI and the child porn whatever that's being made with his AI thing. But now he's like, oh, Christopher Nolan's woke. He wants all these Oscars. I'm like, oh, I see what's going on. He needs the attention drawn onto something else besides the fact that he's partially responsible for distributing child porn on Twitter.
Yeah, well, there's always like I've always noticed that there's like multiple he has a different divisive issue at all times for each country that he's trying to like break into or do business with. Because for the longest time, he had this lawsuit going on in England. And he wants to get the Starmer government, which I mean, fuck Starmer, but he wants to get that government out. So he's been pushing all the Reform Party agenda stuff, and like he'll constantly bring that up. He'll constantly bring up like the grooming gangs kinds of things. Like he's just a constant feed of misinformation and disinformation and whatever for people who are in the UK. And then in Germany, he's like supporting the AfD because I think he has business interests that he wants to promote in Germany and get a different government. So each country he has like his own series of divisive politics and disinformation things. It's almost like insane. It's like
because everyone's like, whatever happened to Elon Musk? Like he used to be something because he actually had good PR. Who were like, if you're just like an acceptable, decent guy, that's good for business. But then he started taking ketamine and he fired his whole PR team and now he is the man we know now because he used to be very like, hey, we're pro-LGBT, pro-women, pro-whatever here. But now it's like, woke my virus killed my son. And I'm like, what the? I'm like, first of all, you have like 20 kids and you only spend time with one because he's literally named X. So there's that.
And I don't even know about if he spends too much time with that one anymore.
Yeah.
He's too busy spending time on X, the everything
app. Yeah, but it's just so funny. Like everyone's like, well, Elon has a point about the Odyssey. I'm like, does he though? I'm like, guys, most of the well-known like Greek, they're all fictional for one thing, and second of all, in old Hollywood, they were all played by white dudes with British accents. I do not think the Greeks were white people with British accents.
I just think we have to see the movie before we make any like.
It's a Christopher. You really think a Christopher Nolan movie's gonna be bad? It's gonna be a box office bomb. Like that's what they're trying to do. And it's just so funny. I'm like, dude, guys, Oppenheimer, he's not paying attention to like a quota or what. He just wants to hire actors that he knows and thinks are talented, actors that he's worked with in the past. It's not that deep.
He made Josh from Drake and Josh audition for his role in the movie.
This is
no, I don't know. I just it just feels like a culture for conservatives is like the last bastion of like a
because in the end no one really cares.
They want dominance, but I feel like all political dominance and all like it is like I don't know, it's kind of a poison chalice, like at some point when you have dominance over everything, it's just and there's no world left to conquer or whatever. You're just left realizing like. Fuck.
Yeah, because like a lot of the conservative like anti-woke slop is like not doing well in views because everyone's like, oh my god, here's this dude again complaining about a black person in a movie. What else is new? Like I'm like people are getting tired of that stupid slop because again, same shit, different movie or different TV show. Like people are tired of seeing these white dudes bitching about a woman and or gender swap, race swap. Like people just are getting tired of like the same stuff over and over again. I'm like, yeah, it gets to a point where people are gonna get bored of that and you got to find something new to do. And you're gonna have a hard time finding something else to capture an audience with, because you made that your entire personality about like hating. You know,
I just want
people.
movies. I just want movies to be good. It's like,
yeah.
I don't really care like what the racial or like gender makeup of the cast is. I just, you know, but also like I was thinking about like every single time people are like, yeah, well, what if they did this with a character that's black, you know? And it's like, well, Othello, a million times they've had like a white guy play Othello. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
And he's black. Like people are like, what? I'm like, yeah.
I mean, that's famously like Shakespeare's play with the black character, and like, you know, at the center of it. Obviously, he's got other plays with black characters, but like, you know, that's like one of the most famous ones. And it's like, you know, until I think 1820 or like 1830 or something, they didn't even have a black actor play Othello. Like that was like one of the first ones.
Yeah, it's just so funny too, because it's like, you know, like Baz Luhrmann's Romeo and Juliet from 1996, very diverse. No one complained. The Rodgers and Hammerstein Cinderella with Brandy, Victor Gabor, and Whoopi Goldberg, and I'm like, and no one was bitching about like stop it. No one was bitching about you know, diverse casting in the 90s. It's like, this is not something that was invented in 2015. This is something that's been going on for decades. I mean, you could do The Wiz today because woke, like people forget like the all black Wizard of Oz and no one freaked out about it. Baby it's
there are like there's a few roles from the 20th century of like white guys that like I feel like they did go too far and people started to be like, all right, like John Wayne playing Genghis Khan.
Yeah, but that was acceptable back in the day because again there was really hardly any, you know, I mean it was a thing. I mean Natalie Wood played a mixed race girl in a black and white film because
I just feel like those are like these are just like cultural moments that are seen as like touchstones of like things kind of jumping the shark a little bit too much.
Yeah.
It's like Yul Brynner and The King and I. But a lot of people didn't really mind that much, but it's like
yeah, because I'm like, oh, but then when I found he was Russian, I'm like, oh, he's not even Asian. Okay, well, he could get away with it because it wasn't insensitive how he was doing it. Also, it's Yul Brynner; he can do whatever he wants. But like, it's just so funny to me because he did that up until he died. The King and I. It's like, oh, we're doing a revival of The King and I. We gotta get Yul Brynner. Like that was the whole thing. He did like 10 productions.
I'm trying to think of Charlton Heston playing a Mexican in Touch of Evil. That was another one.
Willem Dafoe. Remember that he did I was like, oh.
I love Touch of Evil, but it's like, but the whole time watching it, every time I'm just like, damn, that really is just Charlton Heston and brown face.
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, or Mickey Rooney, Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Yeah, that is another one.
That is the worst case. It's like I can't watch that movie just because of him, and I'm like,
I mean, I like that movie, but yeah, it's like I remember it would be like
we've never done an Audrey Hepburn movie on Movie Night Extravaganza, have we?
No, we haven't. We should, because I named my dog after her.
Yeah, what the hell? What are we doing?
Because
What's going on?
Because I'm sexist. Apparently, I think women are dogs.
But like, I kind of hope that like once Trump's gone and all these conservative influencers and people have like nothing else to do because they've clung on to him and only him, and you know, there's really nothing coming about after that. Yes, we are Movie Bus. We host a movie podcast. We had Adam McKay on for our third time.
That's the main thing we do.
Yeah, the Midnight Extravaganza, and he's trying to hook us up with Michael Moore. Our reaction to that stream was so funny because we were like, "What?"
Yeah, it's like when we had Sam Cedar on, and in the middle of it, he's like, "I almost got H. John Benjamin to come on." And we were just like, at the end of it, we didn't even like comment on it at the time.
We were like, "Wait a minute." We were like, "What? That's cool though." But yeah, hopefully it'll get to the point where yes, we can have one like person of color in a movie again without people freaking out or whatever. Because it's like I remember with the Little Mermaid Discord, they're like mermaids are technically translucent, and I'm like they're invisible. I was like, come on.
The one I did kind of get sold on being like, all right, that is kind of crazy. Is Black Snape?
Yeah, because the backstory is like he gets hung from a tree by Harry Potter's dad, and I'm like.
Yeah.
And then Harry's like, there's just something about him I don't like. I'm like, they're gonna have to rewrite everything about Snape and those interactions for the show because it's like that's the one that pissed me off. That's because like I'm like, but because of what happens to Snape in the story. It's like, it's gonna be about race this time because it's no one can do like Alan Rickman. Is all I'm saying. But it's just like, oh, that poor guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really feel any type of way about it, but at first I was like, "Who cares about Black Snape? Who gives a fuck?" And then after, like, after thinking about it for a bit, I'm like, "All right, maybe Black Snape's a bad idea."
Yeah, it's just because of the story about what happens to him. Like you're gonna have to, and then again, I mean, fucking J.K. Rowling, Cho Chang, and Kinsley Shacklebolt, the only name for like the only predominantly like Black wizarding pure blood family. I'm like, that's not racist at all. Or Shafiq for like the only like Muslim Arab one.
She was not great. Her name thing was not very good.
No.
I like how her one Irish guy was named like Seamus Finnegan, and it's like, come on, man.
Yeah, Cho Chang. I mean, every time because the actress who played Cho Chang was on this past season of Bridgerton, and like whenever they ask her Harry Potter questions, she does like talking about it. I'm like, yeah, because she dealt with so much racism.
No, I don't know. Harry Potter was not a good book series. I was so proud that I read them though. Like
I never read them.
I read them as a kid, and I was like, wow. But like I realized in retrospect, nothing I was felt proud of, like with being a kid and reading them had anything to do with the book itself. It was just like the length of the amount of pages that I was
it's like, oh, I read this big long book. Ooh,
yeah.
myself. And it's like, yeah.
Looking back on it, I'm just like, I think I liked that it was a big book and I could brag about it.
Yeah. Well, get back when you read.
Now kids today don't even know how to read.
Kids today are not even potty trained. Parents, what the hell are you doing over there? Like that? Did you read that story about the?
I did not.
So there's a few counties in California where it's like, in kindergarten, for those who don't know, like most kindergarten classrooms have their own bathroom. I think they all do. They don't have like every kindergarten classroom has its own bathroom because it's just a thing that they in schools. But like a lot of school administrations are noticing that these 5-year-olds are coming to kindergarten not potty trained at all. So they're requiring that, yes, if you're going to be going to a public school now, whatever, your kid needs to be potty trained. Because even 3 and 4 kids, they're also like, you got to have your kids potty trained. We are not nannies. We're not parents. And so parents are not, teaching their kids basic developmental skills they need in life. I mean, I knew someone who didn't potty train their son. Like, he's a teenager. He's not autistic, he's not special. She just never potty trained him. And so she has to, like, 14 years old, still wipe his ass and do all this shit. I'm like, why did you not train your kid out of
How is that not like abuse? Also, how did the kid not figure it out? All right.
Yeah.
There's too many questions. I don't know.
Because when I was young, because my mom was like, I would wake you and your sister up in the middle of the night, make you go to the bathroom so that your brain, because when you wake up in the middle of the night, your body does tell you like, oh, you gotta, you're getting the bowel movement, you're getting this, you're getting that, you gotta go, So it's like there are people who are just not fucking, and I'm gonna say it, younger Gen X, elder millennials are the parents who are having these helpless kids. Because you would think that COVID would have gotten these parents to like wake up and be like, I can't be just throwing an iPad in front of if you think AR kids are bad, wait. If you think iPad kids are bad, wait until these iPad kids pop out AI kids.
Yeah, that's gonna be crazy.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, I'm like, I don't even like. It's just
parents are not teaching their kids anything. And I remember learning about Gia, the wild child, who was abused and locked up in her parents' basement, and they didn't teach her anything because it was like, is there a threshold where a person can't develop stuff and the memory and the whatever? Apparently there is, because like she has the mentality of like a 2-year-old, because that's how far she came without actually learning all the proper things as a child, because she was not potty trained, she was not taught to move, talk, do anything.
Yeah, well, there's that famous Herzog movie, The Enigma of Caspar Hauser, where he's like a kid that was raised in a basement for the entire time. And it's like, he comes out and he doesn't know anything.
Yeah. So it's just like when I was a psychology, so the psychology major me is getting kind of mad hearing these stories about how kids are not learning how to like talk and use the bathroom by themselves and stuff. It's like there are parenting books. Okay. There are, boomers suck, but God bless boomers for actually being like probably like the last generation to actually teach their kids how to do stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's just, it feels like it's that, like, at least not teaching your kid how to use the bathroom seems insane.
Yeah.
Is it just that they don't, like, how does that even happen? I don't get it.
They just don't. Parents are getting lazy for us. That's they're. I can't explain it because when I was reading the stories and watching like these local news stories, I was like, huh? And then you get people who like fucking hate teachers, and yet it's because teachers do spend more time with the kids than the parents. But still doesn't mean part of the teacher's salary skill is teaching your kids how to potty train and wipe their own ass.
Yeah. Well, there's like I mean, I don't know. I think a lot of like the anti-teacher stuff has obviously been astroturf.
Woke.
Well, it's just been astroturf because like the Koch brothers for the longest time have been astroturfing like an anti-teachers union movement. And it's like that's where a lot of the stuff kind of actually comes from. There's also always a fear that like, oh, when your kids are not like right in front of you, what are they learning? Like, what if they're learning something that
they're learning the curriculum?
I think it's very easy to get parents all like riled up about that. Like
we saw during the satanic panic daycare nonsense. A lot of people are like, why did that become a thing?
All right, I gotta get up and get this water. I'll be right back.
Okay, but my whole thing. Hello. So my thing is learning about like the child daycare stuff was a lot of mothers were entering the workforce and they were feeling very, very anxious about leaving their kids alone with strangers, like these daycare workers or whatever. So that was kind of like how it kind of developed into a weird like mass psychosis. I mean, it's a whole thing, guys. If you look up Michelle Remembers, which is a book that's supposed to be like a factual story about how a young woman went into therapy and like remember like all the stuff that happened to her, where her mom like did like child sacrificing to her to like a satanic sex cult, and then you realize that she and her then husband, who was her therapist, made it all up. It is crazy. It is crazy. I think there's a thing on Tubi about it, a documentary, but it's like it was just weird. It's just so weird. And there are still some people who are in prison today over what happened during the satanic panic daycare scandal, and it's like, but nothing happened. So why are these people still in prison over it? So it's just weird. Oh my god, my cat is driving me nuts. I'm spraying with water, dude. She is being so bad. So that's my whole thing about the satanic panic stuff. Oh my god.
It's like it's so fucking hot.
Yeah. It's so bad. Like I live in an upstairs apartment, so it's like the sun sets every day, and it's like we have our AC at 68 degrees, and yet it's like 76 up in here. It's like it's crazy. I'm like, do we need like a new system? Because I don't like hot. If it's 70 degrees, I'm sweating like a pig. Like that's how like I'm very cold natured. I need to feel freezing cold because I clean houses where it's like muggy. Like they'll have the thing on at like 80, 82, and I'm like. And you bitch about like because if your house is hot, it's going to be very easy for dust to collect and for like stuff to stick to surfaces and make it harder to like dust off.
Yeah. Well, during the winter, or during the summer when it's like whatever, like we can blast the AC, but it's like it feels like it's getting like days like this, like when it's like in the 90s, are getting earlier and earlier every year. And it's like you can't just kind of like turn on the AC in the middle.
And then the summers are getting longer and longer. That you still need like the AC on until like November, like especially down here at least.
And then oil obviously gets more expensive, like especially right now with the fucking Iran war. Like oil and gas are like the prices are like through the roof. So it's like if you want to heat your house or you want to like cool your house and you want to use you're either using electricity and power, the power rates are going up, or you're using
they did that to us. I mean, Dominion just got bought out, but they're also raising the rates by like $20, and it's like I hate it. I hate it. I don't.
My thing with like feeling hot, like, and I'm upstairs too right now. It's like because downstairs we still haven't gotten the floor in. It's been like a year, but it's hot up here. Downstairs it's like cool, and like I'll be having a great time if I was down there right now. But
yeah,
it's,
you should get one of those like miniature AC system thingies where you just put ice in it, just feel like it's blowing cold air. I might get one of those.
I'm not letting ice into my house. They'll take me away. Kidding.
Yeah, we're not Abigail Spamberger. I call her Spam Burger.
Yeah, I always in my head that's what I always am like, is Abigail Spamberger. But yeah, when it's hot, like I can't even think. Like my words don't even come out the right way. I'm just trying to get words out, and it's like, I don't know, it feels like my head's swimming.
Yeah, I do not like it. Oh my god, some idiot tweeted, I'd rather vote for an APAC candidate than DSA and want at least one of those as a pro-American organization and it is in DSA. I don't think APAC is a pro-American organization, my dude.
Well, it's like they also have like they have the fig leaf of they have like the basic fig leaf of like, you know, all their staff and the people that work for APAC are all Americans. So they're like, see, we're an American organization.
We're not a foreign agent. I'm like, imagine if Russia had its own APAC. You best damn know that they're going to label that as a foreign agent.
Yeah. But they get to skirt around the rules just by that. It's like that small thing.
Yeah.
It's because the staff there are technically American. But it's also like you're allowed to have double like you're allowed to have the double citizenship. So you're allowed to be an Israeli American, and it's like oh, these are like concerned Americans. I don't know. It's just kind of mind blowing. You know what's crazy? The biggest Zionist organization in the entire country is Christian majority for Israel.
Yeah,
the John
like Jews for Jesus. Like everyone's like, is that not a sign? I'm like, it definitely is.
I was looking it up. Like and I don't think you're not allowed to be Jewish and join Christian majority for Israel.
Yeah, no.
They're like, because I like online, it was like I was looking up. I mean, it was the AI overview, so I'm sure they have some technicality where they're like, oh well, but they're like, oh well, you're allowed to partner with us as a Jew. You could be a Jewish partner of Christian majority, but you're not allowed to join as like an official member. Of course, they also do the thing where it's like, if you ever go on their email newsletter or whatever, that they count you as a member. And it's like that's how you really like pad the fuck out of those membership roles.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because like every year the Eurovision discourse starts up and it's like, why is Israel in Eurovision? They're a Middle Eastern country. I'm like, well, they can get away with it because a huge chunk of the descendants now that are in Israel or of like European Jewish or Russian Jewish descent, so they get to claim that they're indigenous to Israel, like Gal Gadot says. Because everyone's like, what? I'm like, yeah. Like, I'm like, guys, you know, most of the people who live in Israel are not indigenous like Palestine. Like it's mostly, again, after World War II, a lot of the European Jews moved to Israel. So most of their ancestors, their descendants or whatever, are European descent. So like they can get away with it because they got European blood. That is the only
there's a lot of
reason
non-European. There's a bunch of non-European. Like if you actually look at who's in the Eurovision Song Contest,
it's so weird.
Turkey's in it. Morocco's in it. That's in Africa. Australia is its own fucking continent. You know what I mean? Like
and also too, Celine Dion representing Quebec back in the day.
They use I think they use the term Europe pretty, you know, Eurovision pretty loosely in this.
I forgot that's how ABBA got their start. Everyone's like, I didn't know. I'm like, ABBA got famous with Waterloo on Eurovision. And I'm like, they're probably one of the few successful Eurovision acts that went global because I can't really think of any
or that are like that.
else. And their whole thing is like cheesy songs, like with cheese. But I'm like, Waterloo's a good song with good lyrics.
It's also funny they let like Yugoslavia in like 1961, but then they didn't let Ukraine until like 2003.
Yeah, it's right before things got bad. Am I right?
They put Israel made its debut in Turkey before Ukraine got to, or Albania, or Albania I guess was just in Yugoslavia. It was like part, but you know what I mean. Like there's each country is like it's just a weirdly divergent times. I wonder what you have to do to really like. You gotta grease some palms, probably, right?
Yeah, I like the movie that Will Ferrell and Rachel McAdams and Dan Stevens did because everyone
I didn't see it. But
I watched it because it was one of the first things that came out like during COVID or whatever, or like right before COVID or something like that. It was supposed to air like during the Eurovision contest, but then COVID happened, so it's like it got canceled or whatever. But it's they're thinking of making it into a musical stage show. And I'm like, that is actually a good idea. I feel like that's a good because it has.
And then Americans will find out, but Americans are going to start demanding to be in Eurovision, and then What would happen, do you think, if like we were like, all right, if you want us to maintain global,
we already have enough American competitions. We don't need.
I know. Well, American Idol. It's like the same exact thing.
But it has its own European and whatever. The Voice, the Masked Singer has all of its own, foreign spinoffs, which is so funny to me. That's like really that.
The Masked Singer. Welcome to the Masked Singer. The Masked.
In Israel?
I was kind of going for France or like welcome to the Masked Singer.
There you go. Be our guest. But our service do the test. But it's just so funny that we're getting to a point in Broadway where like we're adapting movies into stage shows now because we can't come up with anything original. And like Death Becomes Her is closing on Broadway. And I'm like, I thought that one would have been good to run if they did like proper stunt casting, but without the female leads who went viral on TikTok. It ain't doing too good. They did Beaches. And I'm like, really? Sinners. I keep saying Sinners would be a great stage show, I think. Good interactive, like musical time,
I when I moved into my apartment with my friend that's now like the mayor of our town, she had a Jacobin like she had Jacobins on her desk in there, and I could never tell if she was reading them right before it came, or like to look at the apartment at the time when I lived there for like a couple months, or if she had purposely just put it out to be like see I read Jacobin.
No, it's not like you work there or anything, right?
Yeah, but I didn't because I wasn't, I don't even think I told her what I was doing at the time. So it was like, I could never tell.
Yeah.
Then I was reading it and I was like, hell yeah.
Oh man, new Ashley St. Clair update. Apparently Hassan's gonna have her on the show.
Yeah, I saw that. I think I was
two
like,
for two for Elon baby mamas. Everyone's like, Elon's gonna kill himself. I'm like,
I was thinking like, what if Ashley St. Clair had one Elon Musk baby and one Hassan baby, and it was like,
I mean, she has a kid with someone else, and I'm like, damn girl, because she keeps talking about her boys, and I'm like, who else did you have a kid with, woman?
Oh, I think it was like a Nazi.
Yeah, I'm like, girl.
I think her ex-boyfriend's that DC Drano guy.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like it's kind of funny.
But
Finding love on the influencer space and the conservative influencer space.
Yeah, I feel like Grindr was specifically created for Republican events.
She went to she had a hotel room when she was first, like right when she first turned on Elon. It was like living in that like apartment penthouse thing or whatever.
Yeah.
And like she saw the TrueAnon thing where it was like Brace Belden. Brace Belden just kept replying to her, and then one day she went live and she had Brace Belden in her hotel room.
Yeah.
It was
but apparently, like Ashley St. Clair details were in relation with Elon Musk got weird. I'm like, it should have been weird from the get-go because he was asking you to be like a breeder. But also too, some of these women, I feel like she and Tiffany Fogg were also like begging for his attention too. So it's like
she literally sought that out. She sought out being Elon's because she thought I'm not saying
why do they think that they can get? I'm like, have you not seen like this was also when Grimes was begging him, be like, yo, be a father or whatever, or you're like,
well, because she thought she was gonna get a big payout. She just picked the wrong billionaire. You know what I mean?
Yeah, pick Tom Steyer or someone. I don't know.
Imagine she has Tom Steyer. That'd be fucked. But no, like I don't know. I think she was like she comes from like some weird background where it's like
she came from like a very strong conservative. Like she's like Lila Rose or whatever. She was groomed to be this.
Yeah, but it's like I don't know. It just feels like she thought she was gonna get a payout from the Elon Musk thing, but it's like you should have seen that guy's like whole thing and known that guy was not gonna. That guy was gonna do anything he can not to give you as big a payout as you thought.
Because her one chit-chat gave right with me or whatever. Ashley says Elon has another baby with a Japanese woman, is against immigration from a eugenicist standpoint, tried to impregnate Tiffany Fong behind her back. How do you do that? You drug? Okay. And then told her to get a C-section so the baby would have a larger brain. Worked with Trump for weeks before declaring support for Trump because of the assassination attempt. We all know that. But it's like,
He was also doing a thing where he was like, women that were interested in his comment, he was like sending it in the mail.
Yeah. She was saying that too. I was like, God, he's not attractive. His body is very weird.
But the thing is, that's the crazy thing is you don't actually have to even sleep with the guy. Like that's That is
Yeah,
kind of
he's
crazy.
he's a virgin.
I mean, I don't know, but like he does it through like artificial insemination, and it's like I guess that's the hardest part, right? Would be to like
And he
you know,
also
get yourself in the mood to sleep with Elon Musk. So it's like he's found a way to not even have he doesn't even have to put them through that. It's like
yeah, he also was telling her that we need surrogates to have babies to prepare for like the apocalypse or a civil war, and I'm like,
oh yeah, that's
man.
been his like ideological thing
For a
the whole
while
time,
now.
right? It's like it's like the birth rate.
You're like your dad, who also fucking hates you. Remember when it got revealed that he was also posting as his mom?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if that. Like, I saw people posting on both sides of that. Like, that it was just maybe a typo, but I mean, it would be funny if he was just posting as his mom. But like, I don't know. That just like Matt Taibbi is more embarrassing. I like that every time something happens that's like slightly embarrassing, or like that Matt Taibbi would need to comment on that. Like, you know, I like that he disappears for longer stretches from Twitter, and then he comes back and he's like, oh, what's going on, guys? Like,
yeah,
like,
and then
he lost that lawsuit,
yeah,
and he didn't even tweet for like a week afterwards, and
going about his business. Well, it's like, you know, Noah Samson getting sued by Ethan Klein. It kind of sucks that, you know, these people have to like do GoFundMe's to like, because it's like defamation for what?
Yeah,
like it's such a loose thing, you know.
I mean, it shouldn't be like it's like. The whole thing is that in America, it's actually very, very hard to prove defamation, right? Like, if you sue for libel in like the UK, let's say, right, which is how they have all of these. It's how they've had all of these successful like things where people either go to prison for speech or whatever. It really is they're going to prison, I think, for defamation a lot of times. And it's like, you know, it's very, very easy to apparently prove it. It's very, very easy in France, which is how the Candace Owens thing kind of happened, because the whole Brigitte Macron is a woman thing. There's a lawsuit in France that there was multiple lawsuits in France of like these yellow vest people that had said that before, and it got in suits. Candace Owens is kind of just going through like their long because there's all these publications that kind of had said it like on the far right in France. So she's kind of lifting like ideas from that. But here it's a lot harder to prove defamation. It's like you have to prove.
Well, that's why a lot of people were like, you know, with the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing, they're like, but that Washington Post didn't mention his name, and I'm like, she all but named him, talking about how she was abused by her ex. I'm like, who else was she referring to? And I'm like, that was a clear-cut case of her defaming him. Whatever you feel about it, it's like, yeah,
defamation is it's a legal category. So it's like,
yeah,
the two things you have to prove. You have to prove that the person had bad intent. So if you're trying to get information out there about somebody and you talk shit and you say something that's factually not true, you can say that, you know, your intent was not defamatory, right? Like that's already a thing that you can get away with. And then also you have to prove that it actually had some kind of material impact on.
Oh, it definitely impacted Johnny Depp's career. That's for damn sure.
But
I will give him.
If you don't use the person's name, it's not, you can't get in trouble for defamation. It's like, because it's just a very specific set of circumstances that you have to prove. It's like, like if I went online and like made something up about someone, but I like, you know, I like very, very hinted that it wasn't about, you know, if there's any kind of legal doubt, if there's any doubt, right, like reasonable doubt that I could be talking about more than one person, or like it's you can't really sue for defamation.
Yeah, but
I do like that. I don't think anybody in Israel seems to really get that, because they're trying to sue. They're saying that they want to sue the New York Times for defamation. It's like, but on behalf of a country. For the dog raping story or whatever, they're like, oh, we want to sue on behalf of a country. It's like, you can't, like, that's not something that you can do. Like, you could probably sue on behalf of an organization maybe, but it's like, even then, it's like, it's supposed to be on an individual, I believe. Like,
yeah, but I will say this, I'm kind of glad.
Better about them.
I'm kind of glad, like, you know, I will say this about like a lot of the dudes who got like Me Too. Johnny Depp did not go down like the conservative MAGA rabbit hole. Like,
I just never really heard about him ever since that. Like, I feel like that's the last time I really heard anything about him.
Well, he is doing a movie with T. West, another Christmas Carol like adaptation. He's doing like a documentary about like Tim Burton's career. I'm like, he's not like, that's why I don't think he did any of the stuff, because it's like he's not doing the thing that we know so many of these men who clearly did stuff do. Not working with the Daily Wire, like a Jonathan Majors type, or like, you know, a Brett Ratner type. It's like they're doing the thing that we fucking hate, is where they're grabbing towards like Trump and MAGA and all that, because he did make fun of Donald Trump for years, and that's why everyone seems to forget.
Well, there's like a thing right now where they're bringing back a lot of people that were like canceled, whatever that means. Like
James Franco.
I mean, Daily Wire was doing it with Jonathan Majors because he's like you get someone who's like a very bankable star, right? And the bankable star or whatever, like because they've been canceled or because like the number one, you have to pay like a lot of liability insurance, which actually how they've gotten Kevin Spacey to not really be in movies. The liability payments are too high, but it's like you get people to so Paramount like has been hemorrhaging money with all of their acquisitions. Like the Ellisons have been hemorrhaging money, so they can't really afford right now to like hire as many people or as many stars for these movies, right? So they've been going after canceled actors, not only because obviously like the Ellisons and Barry Weiss have like an interest in that, which I think they're pushing Barry Weiss out already.
I know, I can't wait.
But they also just it's like a financial thing, because it's like, well, this is like like some of these people are like A-list stars you can get for like a fraction of the cost because they've been canceled.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's why I'm kind of glad that that's why I'm like so really, because that one thing I was worried about, like, is Johnny Depp or any actor was gonna do like a MAGA turn, and so far he hasn't, which is good.
I think he's too big of a star for that, to be honest.
Yeah, like I remember he was like doing the whole like I will build a wall, and then he did like that Funny or Die video where he was Trump doing like the Art of the Deal documentary trailer, and I was like,
yeah,
oh damn, this is really
a lot of the stuff is
scary.
also just like I don't really like that when it's something like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, we're kind of doing like a it's like we're litigating people's relationships out in public, and it's like every single time that like if you listen to anybody talk about like their ex, it's like you hear like the worst stories of all time. Like I completely get it when it's like when it's somebody being like very very abusive and it's like a court case that goes out in public, but it's like this feels like it was it's just a bad relationship that we're like litigating.
Yeah. And people were like, no, it was one-sided. I'm like, nah, they were.
I don't think anything is one-sided, really.
Yeah. It was like, mutual abuse. I'm like, I don't think it was mutual abuse. I was just, they fucking hated they were not a good match. And there are people who are toxic towards each other. It's the thing that happens. I don't know why we can't admit that that's a thing in relationships.
Well, for a long time, I don't know. I'm not going to get into this. There's like a legal ramification to that too, where it was like the power differentiation between men and women in court and what they could like. For the longest time, it's like men could pretty much essentially get away with anything, and then there was a turning of the scales in the opposite direction in the 90s because it was just very easy to get away with domestic abuse as a man for the longest time. But then courts rule that way, and then people take like I don't know. It's complicated. I'm not going to get into it because we only have like a minute left.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, we are going to be covering on Movie Night Extravaganza. I Love Boosters, the new Boots Riley movie next week. Yep. That should be fun. It's playing tomorrow.
Yeah. Yay! I'm excited. Can't wait.
Hell yeah. So yeah, we can cut it here. Yeah.
Yep.
I hope it cools down.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to American Wasp. I am your host, Deter McBizness, America's favorite white Anglo-Saxon Protestant gone left coastal. With me, as always, on Wednesdays is Alex Haha of Devil's Advocate Productions. What is good on the East Coast, man?
What's going on, Deter? How you doing?
I'm good, dude. I'm good.
Right. I mean, today, all I got new is I talked a little bit about Is God Is. Great movie. Came out last weekend. Original script, original screenplay, first time director. Love to see it. Very Grindhouse, very Robert Rodriguez, Tarantino. And then today, The Boys series finale of The Boys.
Oh yeah, don't ruin it for me because I'm a few seasons behind.
Well, I won't. And maybe it's not something that anyways, enjoy. But yeah, I got a review of that if you are all caught up or don't care and just want to hear my opinion about The Boys season 5. There's 2 videos on my channel about that. But we got some good news last night, and maybe we could start off with some good news. And that is some elections happened. Now, it wasn't all good news. It wasn't all good news, but I do want to highlight the ones we like.
A friend of mine made the point that Massie losing actually sets him up pretty well to be the nominee for the GOP in 2028.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, let's start with that. So Renat, I don't feel any kind of way really about this because fuck Tom Massie. He's a Republican, conservative piece of shit, but he has been instrumental in helping get the Epstein files released,
right?
Along with Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna. And Trump endorsed a primary challenger. That primary challenger won. Thomas Massie lost his election and won't be in Congress in a few months. And this is what he had to say about that during his concession speech.
All right. Listen, I would have come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent and concede, and it took a while to find Ed Galrine in Tel Aviv. I did get the call through, though. I have called and conceded the race. We've been honorable.
So, making the joke that AIPAC spent against him a lot.
Yeah.
And then here's what he had to say about his last few months in office.
And we need basic decency. We need basic decency. That's what the Epstein Files Transparency Act was all about. By the way, today is the 6-month anniversary of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. We've taken out 24 CEOs, an ambassador, a prince, a prime minister, a minister of culture. And that was just 6 months. I got 7 months left in Congress.
That's what I'm talking about. All right. Now, I wanted to frame this section around like wins. Let's point out Chris Rabb in Pennsylvania won. That's good news for us as progressives fighting against the establishment and the right wing at the same time.
They told me this wasn't possible. That's what they said. I don't know who they are, but I know who we are. I'm looking at we the people. And I'm not talking about we the people 250 years ago. That was a much smaller we. I'm talking about the aggressive fabulosity of this we.
I don't know. I love his energy. That's a great news that he won. But I do want to highlight that Thomas Massie thing. because there's been a lot of talk about reaching across the aisle, making alliances,
civility, yeah,
civility, but also like, I saw this Mehdi Hassan thing about highlighting Tucker Carlson going on Israeli TV and saying to their face, over a telecoms communication, that they are, committing genocide and doing bad things, and that, this is why so many Muslims across the board in the Hasbara across the world gravitate towards anyone who will do this because no one else is doing it. I'm like, well, Israeli TV can't get Sam Cedar, can't get any of these other people who would gladly go on and tell a Israeli TV host to their face that what they're doing is wrong, who is on the left, who shares the rest of your values instead of just agreeing on this one thing. And
the whole so two things about Zionism. One is the term anti-Zionism is becoming prolific, and it's just the concept of Zionism is just a matter of time before it's gone. Like, it sucks right now, and it's annoying that we keep hearing these people cry victim when it's like the nation that you defend is committing genocide. But I really believe that there's been so much horror been down by the Israeli government that once Trump's out of office and get an ex-president, we can abolish AIPAC, we can sever that relationship, and Zionism will die a natural death.
It's also on our phones. That's why, when Bibi Netanyahu blames social media for all these things, he's not entirely wrong. It's the Israeli actions that are on social media that's the problem.
We can see what they're doing. Yeah.
Even with the censoring, even with buying TikTok, it's still getting through.
That's always a point I'd like to make about the civil rights movement, which was that the reason, or one of the reasons why it was successful, was because of modern media. Yeah. So they did the nonviolent approach, and they got food thrown at them, and hosed down by fire trucks and shit like that, and everyone else in the country was like, whoa, this is happening in the United States. Yeah. And then they got on trains, planes, and automobiles and went down south and protested with them, and the movement grew too large to be ignored. So that was all possible because of TV.
Exactly. And when you have things like this Thomas Massie election, and some of these other elections around the country where the AIPAC candidates won, that's just they are buying seats in our government.
But America's got it. But we're so far behind where we are. That was the fact that AIPAC was able to influence last night's election. Still, at this point, they're still that powerful. It really bothers me that we haven't woken up as a country, and that, I'm telling you, man, when anti-Zionism is growing, but when it becomes ubiquitous, then we'll know we've really gotten somewhere. We need to, whoever comes along, I'll volunteer to write letters and do all sorts of shit for them.
Unsavory things.
If they say that they're going to abolish AIPAC and they're going to redo campaign finance.
Yeah. Speaking of campaigns and stealing campaigns, this is another person I wanted to highlight in this broader conversation of who do we align with? Who do we let in our coalition? It's not even who do we align with, reach out to. It's people who are reaching out to the left or whatever, and we are either accepting or rejecting. And this is a person, Ashley St. Clair, I've highlighted her before, one of Elon Musk's baby mamas. She is 27 years old now. Gross. Yes, very gross. But this is her talking about how Elon was talking to her, I think while she was pregnant, about what he can do with his satellites.
And then October rolls around. And in October, Elon tells me that he is ready to release his, in his words, anomaly in the Matrix. And I am like, oh, like, who's that? And he says that he has 10,000 lasers in space, referring to his satellites. I say, because I am like rather uncomfortable and I know the gravity of what he's trying to tell me right now, I say, wow, finally a focus on the Jewish vote. He keeps going and he says, you know, this is not a piece that they'll see on the chessboard. And I straight up tell him, I say, I would ask more, but I really don't want to be deposed. To which he says, very wise.
This is fucking crazy, no?
Yeah.
Right? Now, this is what I want to put. This is a 4-minute clip. We can keep going with it. But I also want to point out, I want to point out here, this is her talking about, first of all, who MAGA influencers are afraid of.
With like MAGA influencers and stuff. Are there influencers on the left who they're kind of like afraid of as being like very like effective or like ones they want to take down?
Yeah, they are very scared of Hassan Piker.
Oh, they are?
That is like the one that they are scared of because Hassan has the ability to capture what I believe to be someone like the alt-right men as well. Like
Yeah, he's a fucking dude, bro. And that's the whole problem. It's like you can't call him a pussy when he's like lifting more than you and whatever. To the Neanderthal dumbass caveman.
Yeah, but that's also a product. Like the fact that like Hassan is bigger than Kyle, Crystal, Sam Cedar.
Yeah,
has to do with the negative attention he's been getting.
Sure, and the negative attention, the fact that he's young, the fact that he's streaming fucking constantly,
and he's got a Muslim first name.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
And yeah, I mean,
I'm talking about why he's popular. He's popular
but I'm saying a reason why. But what puts him over the top of those other names? Like Sam Cedar's the best lefty debater, I think there is.
Right.
So it's like that's who they should be afraid of. Hassan's a good debater, but he's more of kind of like a monologuer, commentator, whatever. And he's killing it, man. Plus he's making use of his following by elevating public figures instead of like, whereas, Crystal, Kyle, and Sam just have decided that they're not going to do that. They're not going to be like activist journalists. They're going to be opinionated journalists, like transparent in what their views
and not
are.
Even they're still commentators. They have experts on to explain to the audience and ask questions, informed questions, because they actually read the books, as opposed to Joe Rogan style or my style of interview, where I'll have somebody on and just be like, "Hey, I'm a regular person. Here are my regular person questions for you." That's it. I might do a little bit of research to somebody and whatever, but I'm mostly asking somebody on, like Lindsey Boylan or Ben Dixon or whatever, to just like, hey, let me pick your brain about like why you do what you do, and just do a podcast kind of interview. When Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland, Crystal Ball, Kyle Kulinski, they're more journalists, right? I mean, and then you go even further on the spectrum, I guess, from entertainer to journalist, because this is where we are as a fucking country in 2026. You got your Ryan Grimms, you got your drop sites, your Mehdi Hassans, who are mixed in the world of like celebrity and whatever, but are more solidly in the journalist camp. But my point with all of this is to just point out, like, Thomas Massie and Ashley St. Clair. Thomas Massie is a congressman who is not resigning. He ran again for re-election, lost, but has 7 months, and he's like, I'm going to use my 7 months wisely at voting on bills. Another Republican congressman, Bill Cassidy, I think lost a primary election or decided to resign and whatever, but is using the rest of his time. He switched his vote on like funding the Iran war.
Yeah.
And what? So like, these are people who are cynically, because Trump hurt their feelings personally, whatever it is.
Well, they also see the writing on the wall. They see what's coming down the pipe.
And going like, let's try to mitigate some of this damage.
Yes.
To one, my career
Save
and my
their own
reputation, but also constituents, I guess, who might be mad at me and try to hunt me down because they have nothing left to lose. And then, Ashley St. Clair, who knows? She's a commentator. She's just like, hey, let me actually expose the dirty, dark secrets that they'll never fucking admit to themselves. Right? Like, I'm gonna tell you, fucking Elon's actually trying to steal this fucking election with satellites. Fucking they're actually they have group chats where they organize what we're going to talk about today. We're talking about Mr. Potato Head. We're talking about the green M&M. We're talking about DEI in schools or fucking Somali fucking daycare fraud or whatever. That's what we're talking about today. We're all coordinated with it. This like fractionalization is, they're all trying to, like you said, save their fucking own ass. So this Marjorie Taylor Greene, like, sacrificed her career. No, she fucking didn't. She fucking resigned. There was no other options.
Yeah.
Right. There were no
if she
other
had lost,
options.
she could have said that. If she could have said that if she lost re-election, but
right.
No, she's decided to leave, which is the coward's way out, because now she's probably just going to go be a Fox News commentator. You know, she's got the look for it.
Exactly. True. And Tucker Carlson, what is Tucker doing? Is Tucker exposing the dirty secrets of the right wing and trying to, like, take it down? No, he's trying
Tucker and Megan, Tucker Carlson and like Megyn Kelly, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro. It's going to be interesting to see how relevant they are when the dust settles, because
Ben Shapiro's
they're feeling it, especially Ben Shapiro, and it's good. I thought those guys would go down in a blaze of glory, but maybe it's fate that they just kind of wither away over time.
I would hope so. I want them all to have the Bill O'Reilly fucking treatment. Like, hell, I talked about The Boys today. I will not spoil it, but it does, just because it's the end of a series, it makes me go think about other ends of series. I just recently finished watching, over the last 4 years, Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Oh,
and
nice.
that was the ending, and the ending I thought was a great one, great episode, ties
ending.
The whole series together.
Great ending, yeah.
There was a weird little triangle.
Q was a brilliant character.
Yeah,
Q was
a
an
lot of
brilliant,
fun.
Brilliant character.
Just like Mr. Mixie Spitalik from Superman comics, if you know what I'm talking about. But great ending, great button on that show. I started watching DS9. I'm excited, but the point is, some shows like Game of Thrones, like Stranger Things just had its big finale in January, like on New Year's. And is anybody still talking about it? They have the spin-offs on Netflix now. The cartoon series and the prequel series is coming soon and whatever. But is anyone excited? Is there still an audience for it? That's what I mean. Like, when Tucker got fired from Fox, I don't see Fox clips circulating that much anymore. I don't see Tucker clips. I mean, I see Tucker clips circulating more than Fox clips.
Well, who does Fox really have still? Like
who
Jesse
do they
Waters,
fucking have?
Jesse Waters and Sean Hannity and Natalie Ingram, and that's really it.
Laura
Ingram, Natalie Ingram. I don't know who Natalie Ingram is,
but speaking of Sean Hannity and just like the right wing in general, I recommend everyone watch the Ryan Grimm, Sam Cedar conversation debate about either welcoming in Marjorie Taylor Greene or not or whatever. I take more Sam Cedar's side on that and being like, fuck that. You got to prove, like, if you're Ashley St. Clair, if you're Thomas Massie, you're using whatever smidgen of power you have to dismantle this shit. I mean, Thomas Massie's not even doing that, really.
Right.
He's not trying to dismantle the whole Republican Party and be like, oh, by the way, guys,
he's just trying
this
to
is all
survive.
bullshit. Yeah, no, he's just trying to survive in whatever next iteration of the Republican Party happens after this, after Trump. But Ashley St. Clair is done. And it's like, here's everything. And I think, to an extent, Elon is suing for custody. This is also saving her ass, trying to cover her ass, be public and like, hey, I'm out here, I'm alive, I'm not suicidal, that kind of stuff. I'm just watching Pep Talk about Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn and how as soon as Theo Vaughn started talking about Israel, Rogan started being like, dude, you're crazy. Stop even bringing that up. And then started saying he was suicidal the next episode.
I mentioned I saw that. So the thing that I'm realizing, the Hassan thing, the next step for Hassan, like the next big challenge, I don't want to say hurdle, but the next big opportunity that he should get at this point is Rogan. Rogan should have Hassan on and go 3 hours with the guy, and Hassan would probably be nice. Like, I would want to, if I did Rogan right now or any point in the future, I would go after him personally, because he has not taken his position in American culture seriously. He just wants to be everybody's buddy.
If I sat down with Colbert or Jon Stewart, I would do the same.
At some point, you got to stand for something, man. And when you bring in Trump after he had such a miserable first term, and you act as if that didn't happen, you act as if Project 2025 didn't exist, and maybe you were too ignorant to know. But that's your dereliction of duty when you become as rich and famous as you are, and you have people's ear. I mean, Gen Z people still listen to him.
It's true. But, speaking of Fox and these characters, and like, Joe Rogan, like, you're going to go on with the expectation you're probably not going to get invited back. Like, that's kind of the ethos there of, like, I'm going to come on here and talk to the audience, and I will address your questions and talk to you as cordially as I can, but I'm also going to criticize you for the things over the years that I've stood 10 toes down on and been like, no, dude, this was wrong. This was not cool. This is how you go on one of their shows. That was another point in that Sam Cedar, Ryan Grimm conversation. Having them on your show versus you going on their show.
Right.
It's a different dynamic. And if I was to ever be invited on a right-wing show like this one, I would behave like Justin Pearson here from Tennessee, who's, fighting for their fucking voting rights. And this is his appearance. Check this out.
Question why? Democratic's Tennessee State Representative Justin Jones is with us. All right, Justin, thank you for being here. Appreciate your time. Now I got a question. On the screen, I'm going to scroll the victims. You live in Tennessee. You're a state rep in Tennessee, correct?
Correct, Sean. And I'm glad you don't even have to go through the theatrics of scrolling a list. I'm glad you brought up a list, because if you want to, hold on, Sean.
If you want to have me as a guest on your show, invite me. No, I'm scrolling the names, not for your benefit, but for the benefit of our listeners, so that they can know the victims of crime in your state.
And I'm glad you're bringing up a list.
So I want to ask you a question about it.
I'm glad you're bringing up a list, because if you want to go after rapists and criminals, you would stop hanging out with perverts in the White House and pedophiles in the White House, Sean.
Justin, you're not going to get the filibuster. I have a question. I have a question. I'm scrolling the names of victims of violent crime. By the way, homicide, rape, sexual assault.
Aren't these the felons, not the victims?
I can't even tell.
These are the felons. These are not the victims.
Like that's why they put
that's why they put the country name next to it. I mean, he doesn't even get that right.
My God, dude. I didn't even think. I was thinking that the whole time we were watching.
No, it's like, no, those are not. Those are not
homicide,
the victims.
cruelty towards
those
child.
Those are not the victims.
Assault. These are the.
You can't publish the names of the victims. That's
right.
against their privacy rights.
So again, I bet you there's a producer yelling in his ear. No, Sean. No, those are the perpetrators.
Right.
Those are the perpetrators.
Violent crime. By the way. Homicide, rape, sexual assault of
are you going through
minors,
Trump charges, or
and sodomy,
going through Trump charges
and drugs? So my question to you is simple. My question,
in the White House.
I mean, that's like, again, just talk to the audience, make fun of him. You're going on this to peel people away. Like, the only reason he's going on there is go, hey, people in Tennessee who's probably watching Hannity right now. They are kidnapping random people. They're kidnapping your neighbors. They're kidnapping civilians. Also, Sean Hannity is, I'm going to keep playing it. Sean Hannity is lying to you.
What are we talking about?
He's hanging out in the White House with these pedophile Epstein criminals.
My question is, if you'll pay attention long enough to listen, my question is simple. Can you name any of the victims of violent crime by illegals in your state? And have you ever called any of them?
To your viewers,
answer the question.
He wants you to be afraid. He wants you to be fearful of your immigrant neighbors. because he wants to protect the
can
billionaires
you
who keep
name
from having
one
healthcare,
victim of
letting
violent
farms
crime
close. He does
in
not care
your
about
state?
crime. He hangs out with pedophiles and criminals in Mar-a-Lago.
answer?
He does not care about going after rapists.
Can
He
you
cares about
answer?
keeping you fearful, to control you, because he wants to distract you from the real enemy, which are the corporate CEOs who are screwing you over.
Okay.
He does not care.
Did you get you got your little talking point out? You feel good about yourself? This is not MSDNC.
But again,
I mean, that's what you're
why
gonna
you
get.
go on.
That's why you're gonna get with
Yeah.
Sean Hannity.
Because
Plus,
Sean
that's a
Hannity is
minority,
not a serious-
dude. You have no chance with Sean Hannity as a minority or a woman. No way. The only way, or Tucker Carlson or any of them. The
Right.
only way, the only people that can break through on Fox News are straight white guys or white women, maybe. But it's just the audience is so fucking racist.
There are church-going, conservative, fucking black people, Hispanic people,
Yeah, but
people
the
of color
percentages
who are
but
watching
Fox News, the Fox News
for sure.
audience.
But like I'm saying, in his district, I'm guessing there's a reason why he chose to go on Sean Hannity or go on Fox News at all. And it's because he's like, well, a lot of people in my district are watching this. I need to cut through somehow on something. And he's getting a viral moment that's going to be played and blah, blah, blah. And just how he dunks on Sean. That's the clip. What are you reading a list of Trump's charges? What are you doing? Like, that's all he needed to do when he went on there. And that's my point, is these right-wingers are only useful as right-wingers. Don't try to whitewash them and make them seem like, oh, they're okay. They're welcome in the tent. They're Bill Kristol. They're fucking Nicole Wallace. They're Jennifer Rubin. These fucking motherfuckers who lied us into Iraq and Afghanistan in the fucking first place. The war on fucking drugs, fucking the crime bill, like all these. Joe Scarborough was in Congress in the fucking 90s under Newt Gingrich as a fucking Republican. Now he's fucking mornings on MSB DNC. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. They are like, look at them all sideways. Like, what are you trying to do to the party? You're trying to make it the party of fucking Reagan. And I'm going to get there in a second about what Zoran Mamdani had to say about that.
Hold on one second. Yeah, I think you just keep going with the next spot.
I mean, so speaking of Tennessee and what's going on, obviously ICE is wreaking havoc across the country. And, they are going to show up at polling places. The elections are going to be fucking scary this year. But in places like Alabama and the South, who have fucking been through this, not even more than a generation ago. Like, there are people who marched then who are out marching again because it didn't take. The fucking equality did not take in this country.
No,
and they are marching in Alabama, in Selma. Let me turn off the music. Because we love music, but it's copyrighted on YouTube. So
a lot of marching going on.
Marching in Alabama and Selma. I got some of the speeches. This is AOC. Talk about all roads lead to the South.
Yeah, she's calling on the North to get more active.
I love it. It.
It's good.
Why?
Yeah,
Because Democrats have abandoned these states.
Yeah, we need to bring back civil rights culture for sure.
Civil rights culture, but also like fucking get organized, Democrats in fucking Alabama, in Georgia, in Louisiana, because there are constituencies for these policies.
It is time.
Who cares if you call yourself a Democrat or not? It's these policies.
Well, I think it's generational. I think Gen Z and
it's
millennials.
definitely.
I think Gen Z and millennials are willing to switch teams, but older than that, they're kind of pot committed.
Sure.
For the North to pull up to the South. It is time for New York to pull up to Alabama. It is time for all of us to come to Georgia, to Louisiana, to Tennessee, to Mississippi, and let them know exactly what they have uncorked with this injustice. They think they can draw us out of power. They do not know the sleeping giant that they just awakened. Because it is not a coincidence, and our whole country must understand that it was not until voting rights were ratified in this country that we got the Great Society. Because when Black Americans have the right to vote and that vote is protected, our schools get funded. When voting rights are protected, healthcare gets expanded. When voting rights are protected, our country moves forward. In Montgomery, that's what they're actually afraid of. They're afraid of us coming together. They're afraid of us protecting one another. Alabama is the crucible. Georgia is the crucible. Tennessee, Louisiana, Mississippi is the crucible. So if you are not from here, it is time to pull up. Because what they thought was the final blow is actually just the opening silo.
I mean, again, good inspiration.
Yeah,
We're
she's
hyped.
getting better.
We're coming down there. New York is coming to Alabama, brother. We're coming to liberate y'all from the red wall that's been established. I mean, the Democrats abandoned it. They abandoned it after 2000 because they're like, well, Florida's red now, so fuck it. Like, because Florida was purple. People forget.
Yeah.
Florida was purple until 2000, and then they made it the narrative, the media narrative. It's red now. That's it.
The southern states that you really have a chance at are Georgia first and foremost, and then you actually have a chance at Tennessee because Tennessee has more academic institutions in it than any other southern state.
Mm-hmm.
Nashville is the Athens of the South. And then obviously, I don't really consider North Carolina part of the South, but that is an easier one than Tennessee. Yeah, sure, North Carolina. So I would say those three. But the big enchilada, dude, the big signpost to see that things have really changed in America is if Texas goes blue in 2028. That's going to be the big thing for me.
Yeah, that'd be
I
crazy.
think because even if Tellerico doesn't do it this time, like doesn't win the Senate, like there's actually quite a few academic institutions in Texas, like we've talked about before, and there's a lot of major metro areas. Texas isn't just one big fucking wheat field. Like it's, there's a lot of there's like 5 major cities in Texas, and more than that. And so there's no goddamn way. I've driven through it a few times, but thank you, Tree Hugger, for peace. As always, your presence is a gift. But yeah, that would be the big enchilada for me in 2028. But I don't know if you want to do any horse racing in 2028. I will say I'm not backing down from my opinion that AOC should go for the Senate and not POTUS.
Mhm.
I think it's a bird in hand versus 2 in the bush situation. She has already proven to be a good creature of
Who do you
Capitol
want for
Hill.
POTUS?
Oh, hold on.
I'm inclined to agree, but I need another name.
Well, okay. So that's actually the problem is you're working backwards from like we need someone, and she's got the biggest profile. So
Yeah.
that's not the way to think about it, because there's only been one president that's ever come directly from the House of Representatives to the White House. That was James Garfield back in like the 1850 something.
Oh, word. Okay.
And he got killed. Like,
Check out
right-
the
like-
show Death by Lightning, folks. It is a great show about James Garfield.
No, amazing.
On Netflix.
So that is problematic, but it's just I'm just thinking about it from her perspective and who she is, and the kind of communicator that she is, the kind of leader that she aspires to be, and fit. Okay,
Yeah.
like think about it. She's already been doing Capitol Hill for a few cycles now. This would be an upgrade. This would be a graduation of sorts. It's a sure thing. Okay. She would have job security. She could be there for 3 terms and still run for president. But the point is that she would serve the cause. Like, I know it's like a little bit of I don't know if it's pretentious or arrogant for me to think that I can evaluate talent with this degree of certainty, but I'm just telling you that she's not cut out for the White House. Not yet. She might be someday, but she's just not ready.
I understand.
I think it would be a mistake, and I think it would be a mistake. Plus, dude, I think she, like I said, like I don't necessarily want her to be in the White House. Like I think she could be a staple. She could be the Nancy Pelosi for the next generation.
I'd be happy. I'd be thrilled.
Or
if she was
Chuck
the
Schumer.
Nancy
Or
Pelosi.
Chuck Schumer.
Or Chuck Schumer, whatever. Someone who fucking sticks around and is fucking guiding shit. Yes, I would love her to be the center or the obstacle to fight
Majority
against. Yeah, I would love that, but I just don't. I don't know any other. I can't think of any other.
Do you
good
know how much harder
candidate.
foreign policy is than domestic policy? Do you understand why it's more
Yes.
difficult? Because there are more.
Cultures and
Because
more
no,
countries?
yes, there you go. You just hit it. It's because there are more variables.
More variables.
Because there are more
Far more.
variables. Every time you're dealing with a country, you're different. You're dealing with 10 new variables that define why that nation is what it is and why it wants what it wants. So you have to be very studious and a quick learner and good on your feet. She has had plenty of time to do homework. She has had plenty of time to do homework on the major geopolitical issues facing the West and the Far East. And she still comes across as very superficial in her
And
understanding of these issues.
this reminds me of a conversation I had with Pep Talks about Kat Abou-Ghazaleh's race in Illinois, where she was the whole thing about like Taiwan, that her foreign policy guy had written something about like, oh, if China ever attacks Taiwan, we're gonna defend them, because coming from the same standpoint of like Gaza and Israel and whatnot. And sure, but I would also put to you that, you know, the era of West Wing educated, Harvard, Yale,
it's gone.
You know, it's fallen away with our fucking education rates and our reading rates as a country. And we are, unfortunately, it's the millennials' turn to fucking be the adults here. Gen Z and Gen Alpha are coming up, and they also are. There's intelligence. I'm not saying there's no intelligence. I'm saying Donald Trump is the fucking president, and he's a boomer. Donald Trump is the fucking president, and Pete Hegseth is the Secretary of War. They have no experience. They are going off white supremacist vibes. What they think the government does and how they think it works. Someone like AOC actually knows more than your average person.
That's not
then
the
how
comparison.
it works. And that's my comparison. Is like to them. I think like I'm still like I would be happy with her staying as in the Congress or the Senate.
Going to the Senate,
and just
you got to
like,
graduate.
evolve.
Got to go somewhere
For sure.
But don't you
Or
think
having
it's
a
like a sure
leadership
thing?
position.
But don't you think it's a sure thing versus a risky
I don't think
play?
anything's a sure thing, and I think maybe
Oh
taking
no.
a bigger,
Her
taking
going
a
to the
bigger
Senate.
swing.
You don't think
No.
her going to the Senate's a
No.
sure thing?
No.
Really?
It's never a sure thing. It's
Oh,
never a
come
sure
on.
thing. It's always an election, dude. You never
Oh,
know.
come
It's always
on.
rolling the dice.
Dude, she's the biggest. Dude, New York.
It's more
is
likely,
still-
I think, if she ran for Senate versus running for president.
Okay, well, I would
more
say, okay,
variables.
So fine.
But
I would
it's
say
still a chance that she wins or loses.
generously, she would have an 80% chance of becoming a senator, and she would have less than a 50% chance of becoming president.
I think you take the bigger swing. And also, again, who else is there? I mean, here she is talking about framing this whole voting rights attack as the last gasp of the Confederacy.
There's this video that's been going viral. I saw it last night. I think many of us seen it, of a young man who was testifying against redistricting out in the South. And he said something very true, that MAGA is the last dying breath of the Confederacy.
Yeah. I've said that in my videos.
And it could not be more true.
Yeah, we've said that. And that's my point. Is like, we've said that shit. We have that sentiment. We see this shit. I brought it up weeks ago with this video from, it doesn't matter, a chick who wears a witch hat. But she was talking about extinction bursts. Extinction bursts, I've been saying, death throes. Like, that is what this is. This neoliberal, neoconservative, fucking Reagan era, Clintonian idea of we can suck money out of the middle class, destroy it completely, suck money out of the poor too, and somehow our heads won't be on pikes. And they've been right for the last 40 years. But now their heads are starting to go on pikes, and they're getting a little nervous. I mean, hell, here's Zoran Mamdani, like I brought up earlier, talking about Reagan's 9 words, right?
Yeah,
This is
I remember.
famous.
Yeah,
I love it.
This morning, I cannot help but think of the words of our 40th president, Ronald Reagan. He famously said, "The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are 'I'm from the government' and I'm here to help. It's a good quote, but I disagree. I think 9 more terrifying words are actually, I worked all day and can't feed my family.
I mean, that's exactly the sentiment.
Yeah, turning it on his head. No, he's got. But dude, okay. So here's a question for you. Who's more talented, AOC or Mamdani?
Hard to say.
Dude, it's so easy.
Probably
no, it's
Mamdani.
Not.
I think it's Mamdani.
Yes, you're right. You're right by a lot.
Mamdani's new. He's new and shiny.
Bro,
so,
it's
after 8
talent.
years, we'll see.
Bro, it's talent. He is leagues ahead of her with respect to communication skills.
Okay, so she runs for fucking president, and he's out there stumping for her.
No. He's gonna be mayor. No, people when they find their groove, let's let them do their groove. Like Mamdani's gonna be mayor in New York for 20 years, 15, 20 years. Like, why not? Like, make New York the greatest again, right?
Right.
Like that's the message for New York, like that I think that would appeal to them, and I think that is the message for 4 out of the 5 boroughs. Manhattan's got to kind of get some empathy going on.
Let's also not forget Staten Island, where
what's wrong with Staten Island?
That's where all the cops and firemen and racists live.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And Long Island, I guess. If we want to, talk local.
But then I think with AOC is just like, I mean, look, dude, like, if we're gonna claim to be a more politically enlightened generation, then let's recognize that power from the White House is not what it used to be, and it's also very dangerous, and like, you're dependent on Congress for a lot. So we want major players like Plattner, for example, and Tellerico. Like, I hope these and Abdul Al Sayed. I hope they become fixtures in the Senate. I hope they never run for president. I hope they never care about the presidency. I hope they become like staples of a new generation and mentors to new personalities.
I agree. I agree with that for sure, because we need to stack the fucking court. Like, we need to take over the Democratic Party. We need to replace every fucking establishment dem with the progressive, and that's going to take a long time.
Cycles.
Yes,
it's going to take cycles.
I don't want it to be like, here's exactly what I'm saying with the Mamdani. Here's the new shiny thing. Let's now try and propel him to the fucking highest, because that's what the Libertarian Party does, the Green Party does. They only run presidential cycles and try to get, go from 0 to 1 million, and you can't do that. You need to fucking build it over time. So I agree with you there. I'm just saying, in this particular instance, when fucking everything's on the fucking table, everything's on the line, and there's no one else that I see, fucking, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think she has it. I think she could. I think if any time she could try, I think Bernie thinks it's her time. I don't know.
All right, but I got some interest in the chat when I brought her up. Tree Hugger for Peace agrees with me. She thinks Mamdani's way more talented. I think if you're going to be Bernie's heir, you don't need to be as intelligent as Bernie, but you need to be close. And AOC is not close. I like her a lot. I think she's smart, but as we found out, she's just not worldly. I don't know. I'm in the minority. The Vanguard guys are with you. Like, a lot of people in our space are psyched about her, but I do think it comes from a place of like, well, she's the best we got, and she's the biggest profile.
I mean,
she's the biggest profile.
And I'm not even like really disagreeing with you. I'm like, yeah, I would rather her go after a safer thing like Chuck Schumer. I do think it's a safer option, even though it's still a risk and could backfire. Look, we're all excited about. I was all excited about Lindsey Borland getting on city council. Some of these other elections that didn't go our way last night that were really disappointing. Hell, Chris Rabb, in the beginning of the night, it looked like he was down, but like that was just the vote count coming in. But I'm like, oh my god, like please let this be winning. And we talked about Hassan earlier. A lot of these candidates are ones that he personally endorsed, and we're kind of seeing like the effect of a big Twitch streamer, but one big Twitch streamer and being echoed by a lot of like-minded people, highlighting candidates around the country and going.
That's what I'm like.
please,
Yeah, and that was
please.
always my criticism
Because
of
if this
Hassan
works,
was
then
that he
this
didn't do
is
that more.
holy shit to the establishment.
Well,
Holy
dude, millennials and Gen Zers are only going to become more powerful.
Yeah.
It's a matter of getting us to stick together. And the dynamic that I'm trying to sell, and I don't know, how old are you? Are you 30 yet?
How sweet, sir. I'm not going to say my exact age online, but how sweet that you think I'm not even possibly not even 30 yet. That's adorable.
All right. Well, I'm in my early 40s, and I just think my pitch as an elder millennial is to Gen Z is to try to look at us, like my co-host for Left Coast Live on Tuesday nights, as like younger brothers and sisters. And it's like, because they know, like intellectually, Gen Zers know that millennials lived through 9/11 and the 2008 housing crisis.
Yeah.
They know that we lived through that, but they didn't live through it. So they're like, yeah, you guys did get screwed. So talk to us about, you know, how to fix it.
Exactly. And you know what? I think that's a perfect
condescension.
way.
No condescension. Go ahead.
I agree. I think that's a perfect way to transition into the last thing I wanted to talk about tonight. And that is the shared hatred. And I think, again, a huge cultural shift from worshiping wealth in the 80s, the Reagan era. You know, the 9 worst words that you can hear is the government is here. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. I worked all day and I can't afford food for my family. That's actually what people are concerned about. And here's a billionaire, Mark Zuckerberg, firing, 8,000 people from Meta.
I want to say, up front,
Fucking with their livelihood.
that I take full responsibility for this decision. I'm the founder and CEO. I'm responsible for the health of our company, for our direction, and for deciding how we execute that, including things like this. And this was ultimately my call, and it was one of the hardest calls that I've had to make in the 18 years of running the company. And a lot of why it's hard is, obviously it has a big impact on your lives. But also, for our mission, we're losing people who you've really put your heart and soul into this place, and each of you is talented and passionate, and each of you has played a role in making Meta the success that it is.
And me, a billionaire, and now I'm firing all of you, and I'm going to take the money, and you can go. Good luck trying to find a job in this fucking economy. Google is also firing people. Let's also take a look-see here at the leaked audio from Meta all hands ahead of the layoffs, where they said, told Meta employees their devices are being tracked to train AI models and will continue to be tracked even after being fired. So you're still working for us technically, because we are learning from your devices.
Wow.
But also go fuck yourselves, find another job. Now, I would suggest, again, I would suggest looking towards this. And you may think this is disconnected, but this is Todd Blanche in front of a congressional committee talking about Ghislaine Maxwell and why she was transferred. And he's denying it.
A travesty of the law in the United States and the Constitution. You had an opportunity to go down and talk to Ghislaine Maxwell. And then a few days later, she was transferred from a high security prison to a very comfortable.
That's
very comfortable.
It's just not true. She was not in a high security prison. She was transferred from a low security prison to a low security prison.
Look.
You're looking at me like that's verifiable.
So this whole Epstein thing, the whole billionaires thing, again, it's getting to be to the point where the last couple of weeks, Jay-Z's coming out and having interviews and whatnot. It's ahead of this like big festival that he's doing that's like anniversaries of his albums. But he's a billionaire, and he's also talking about, oh, you know, I didn't screw anybody over on my way to the top. We got Mark Zuckerberg here firing people. Oh, it's the hardest decision I ever had to make in the 18 years of running fucking Facebook, a goddamn website where you rate chicks and how hot you think they are before you go to college. That is what he created it as. And here's Jeff Bezos doing a very rare, you know, interview where he's talking about taxes and maybe, oh, these tax proposals are, you know, they sound good, but I don't know if they'd actually work.
We'll talk about, you know, making the tax system more progressive. How about we start by having the nurse in Queens not pay taxes? Why is somebody at all? Why is a nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year paying more than $1,000 a month in taxes? That's $1,000 a month that could help with rent or groceries or anything. And
wow, Jeff, you're blowing our fucking mind here, bro.
That all adds up to the bottom half of income earners in this country pay only 3% of the taxes.
Right, so it doesn't make that much of a difference.
We can find 3%. So we don't have, it's a small amount of money for the government, you know that. And really, and the more I thought about it, to me, it's kind of absurd that we're doing this. You know, we shouldn't be asking this nurse in Queens to send money to Washington. They should be sending her.
So that's the first step. Yeah, bring it back to us. So So that's the first step in the analysis of like, yeah, relieving pressure for the people who already have to pay taxes that shouldn't. That's step number one. But then you have to raise tax revenue. People say, oh, the conservatives, neocons always talk about, oh, to balance the budget, you got to cut spending. Well, it's like, no, we got to raise tax revenue too. You got to do both. And it's not cutting spending, it's making government more efficient. So if we're not spending money in the right spaces, then we should be reallocating it. Governments go through that shit all the time. Some are better than others.
Yeah, I mean, he thinks this is the actual government, the ass tree hugger for peace. And also, let me just put on my Luigi hat for no reason at all. But also, I wanted to ask you this, because I saw this piece of the interview. And I think that Jeff Bezos poses a good question. That I think this is in response to AOC saying billionaires did not earn $1 billion. No one earns $1 billion. It's impossible. You've ripped off people. And again, I'll point to Jay-Z coming out doing interviews. Dave Chappelle's not a billionaire, but he makes a lot of money coming out trying to kind of pull away from MAGA. I've talked yesterday all about comedians, entertainers trying to pull away from their support of Donald Trump. Hell, Congress people, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, in different ways. You know, she resigned. She's running to be a podcaster or whatever. Thomas Massie actually using his power to stick a fucking thumb in the eye of Donald Trump on his way out. Bill Cassidy doing the same thing. And this is a question posed by Jeff Bezos that I kind of want to hear your answer to.
Let me ask you about the anger, because there seems to be anger, at least from certain political sides of this. And AOC recently said in a podcast, I'm just curious how you think about this, says there's a certain level of wealth and accumulation that is unearned, she says. You can't earn $1 billion. Just can't earn that, she says. You can get market power, you can break rules, you can abuse labor laws, you can pay people less than what they're worth, but you can't earn that. Yeah. You, by the way, you've earned an extraordinary amount of money. You employ largest employer, if not one of them, in the whole country. When you read that, what do you think?
Fucking sucking fucking Bezos'
What does he say?
boots there.
Well, he's trying to butter him up. He's trying to butter him up so he gets an honest answer.
Yeah, I mean that's okay. Fair enough. Okay, I don't know how reporting works. I'm not a journalist.
Well, it's not correct on its face. Let me give you a simple example. Let's say you start a burger joint and you have 10 employees. And
how do you start that burger joint, Jeff? How do you have the money to get the land to put the fucking?
Right.
How do you do that?
I just got about $500,000 lying around to go, you know, rent a lot.
Oh, you made a burger joint,
renovate
like
a building.
McDonald's the largest landowner in the country. They don't actually run a restaurant company. They're a fucking land company.
And you make a little bit of money, right? Until you have this one outlet. And by the way, these are the most delicious burgers in the world. People love your burgers, Andrew. And so then,
well, by the way, look at his fucking Botox ass face where he can't even barely move his lips.
you open a second outlet,
Right.
and now you're making a little bit more money, and you have 20 employees, and you open a third outlet. By the time you've opened 1,000 outlets, you are a billionaire.
Right.
And by the way, this is a real life story. It happens all the time. It's In-N-Out Burger. It's, Raising Cane's Chicken. At what point did that money all of a sudden become unethical, or it didn't? There was.
That's my question to you, Deter. At what point in that chain does the money become unethical?
It's a good question.
Is it when you start denying your employees?
I mean,
healthcare?
arbitrarily, everyone's gonna pick $1 billion, but it's a lot less than that. I'd say, I mean, psychologically, if you have a net worth of over, if it's you, your wife, and 2 kids, you got $50 million in the bank, you better be seeing a therapist. Otherwise, you're probably gonna be pretty sociopathic. I think when you get to a net worth of like $250 million, that's probably enough. Because then the problem isn't necessarily someone becoming super rich. It's them getting into politics with that money. Right. That's really the problem. And then also too, not getting tax revenue off of that money, loaning against, stock ownership, for example, is something that they do to avoid paying taxes. So closing those kinds of loopholes would be huge. But there's also a creative solution involving, the best way to there's a way to do debt relief that I haven't done an essay on, but I'll do it soon. And we'll talk more about it because that's really the way to help with wealth redistribution. It's not just tax the rich, even though we need to do that. But it's also like he just said, okay, you can cut taxes for the bottom 50%, but that's still not enough. You got to give them health care. You got to give them, and then if you give them health care and debt relief, now we're really into these people having lives.
Right. Yeah, I think yes, exactly. The fact that Bezos feels the need to come out here and do an interview and kind of hey, even though he's talking to a friendly outlet, he's talking to finance people, he's only talking finance, really kind of criticizing AOC, I don't know if we can go with that, and maybe we should do this thing instead. Again, proposing policy, just that's the problem with money, is that you think you have the ability to do that. You think, oh, I'm so smart because I did this, I made all this money. Not, oh, well, I'm so smart because I ripped people off. I fucking bought people out of their corporations.
But even more than that, it's even just before you get into those details about the nefarious nature of capital, even before that, you got to think about there's a saying on Wall Street, your toughest million is your first million. The inverse of that is it's a lot easier to make money once you have money, right? It's the difference between getting hit with income tax, which is higher than capital gains taxes, right? Making money off of your money. That's wealth. There's a difference between being rich and being wealthy. Being rich is having a high net income. Being wealthy is no matter what your work status, you're making money every year because your wealth is growing ahead of your expense rate.
I think they are. I think they know that the education system of this country is no good, that people don't fucking read, that people are watching the slop mostly that they're putting out and creating, and that they can't fucking tell the difference, and that they are associating most people with who are wealthy or rich or very, very rich. The delineations don't really make that much of a difference to someone who is looking to cleanse the earth of evil reptile Epstein people. And that's the slurry that they're in right now. I mean, this is the last thing I'll play is Bezos talking about Trump and being like, oh, he's mature.
Curious now, here we are.
Yeah, I still think that.
2 years later, we've had lots of we have wars and tariffs and all sorts of things that have happened since then. What do you think?
I think he has. I mean, I'm comparing him to his first term.
Yep.
And I think he is a more mature, more disciplined version of himself than he was in his first term.
I mean, this is like, I remember when
this term is
Bezos
so
bought
much
the
worse.
Washington Post. Yeah, it's so much worse. I remember when Bezos bought the Washington Post and no one was making noise about it. No one on the left or
Right.
people on the left were, right? But we weren't heard. It was no one in the mainstream, no one liberals. They keep reporting on the Washington Post like it's a fucking reputable source, not like it's owned by Elon Musk or Alex Jones or a lunatic. And that's what's happening. And that's what I think people are like, oh, let's just, and again, we have phones now. Just like we were talking about in the beginning of the show, I am so good at tying it on in. Just like Israel, we could see it on the fucking phones. Now we can just look up, oh, Bezos owns the Washington Post. Larry Ellison owns Paramount and Warner Brothers and TikTok.
Yeah, that's got to change.
Yeah, and hey, maybe Amazon is only a film company. That's it. Everything else that you do, cloud services and fucking
No, yeah, that's the big argument is to break it up, break up conglomerates.
You're breaking up. We're breaking up. You can only be one movie studio. You can't be Paramount and Warner Brothers. Fuck off. Fuck off. And again, I'm wearing this Luigi hat for no reason in particular. But when we're talking about billionaires and these taxes, I think Ro Khanna's terminology of an anti-guillotine tax is pretty apt. I think that's the reason they're fucking coming out here and going like, here's ideas. I'm throwing out ideas because they're fucking nervous. There's I highlighted it a week or two ago. There was this More Perfect Union video or like a Now This, one of these lefty outlets talking to a millionaire from the Upper West Side of Manhattan, here in Manhattan, who has a shirt that's like, I'm rich, tax me. The Oklahoma ladies, I've had it ladies, they have the shirts, I'm rich, tax me. Rich people are going, please tax us because, oh my God, I don't want my fucking house broken into because they understand the economic conditions that lead to crime, that lead to fucking people being desperate enough to, hey, there's a mansion, I'm going to fucking break in. Or there's a nice looking house, I'm going to break in. There's a nice looking car, I'm going to break in because I need to fucking feed my baby. I need to feed my fucking family. The fucking Reagan era, the Clinton era, it is dying. It's in its death throes. The Confederacy is over. It's dying.
Well, I think the Confederacy lives, and we got to conquer it, and that's why you need to. And that's, can get a lot of people on board with that message.
It's dangerous in its death throes. It's dangerous. That's why we got to fucking put it down.
All right. Well, thank you for once again joining me, Alex.
Sure.
And thank you guys all for watching. We remind you every time that you don't get change in America by asking nicely. Please check out my channel and my essays to learn why.
Indeed. Take care, folks. Check out the Boys review.
Well, we have some breaking news, and it is not the good kind. So just a forewarning, if you're in a good mood, please don't watch this video. It is going to destroy your mood, and I won't be offended if you click away. I think that your mental health is more important than views, but it's a doozy. So in a 4-3 decision, the Supreme Court of Virginia decided to strike down the new gerrymandered maps that voters just democratically selected. And this is taking place in the same week that the Supreme Court gave southern states the green light to gerrymander their majority black districts out of existence, and in the same week that Tennessee Republicans just eliminated their representation for black voters. But Democrats aren't allowed to play that game, even if it's through democratic means. I just want to go through, because Gavin Newsom, of all people, put out a tweet kind of summarizing the situation. So Tennessee, no votes, but yet they got +1 GOP. They were able to gerrymander, and that's fine. Florida, no Democratic votes. People didn't choose this, but they got 4 additional seats thanks to the Calais decision from the Supreme Court, where they struck down Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Missouri, +1 GOP. Not a single vote cast to redraw that district. North Carolina, +2 GOP. Again, no votes cast to gerrymander the Democrats out of existence in that state. Texas, +5 GOP. Once again, no votes cast. Virginia, +4 Democrats. That one gets thrown out, even though it was by democratic means. So let me just summarize the whole situation, okay? I say all this to say that even if Democrats go about things the right way, they put it up to a vote to suspend their independent redistricting commissions, which no red states have, mind you. But even if they put it up to a vote, apparently still it gets struck down because Republicans have to have the system rigged in their favor. Otherwise, they can't win. It is just fucking infuriating, and I can't help but feel like this is a soft or cold civil war in some way. Like, we're actually seeing the Confederacy rise again because they are taking over the fucking country by any means necessary. And I can't help but think Democrats in Virginia just should ignore this decision. I mean, the rule of law is essentially optional at this point in time. Republicans don't follow it. Republican states don't follow decisions of their own courts. Trump doesn't follow the decisions of courts. So if they're openly defying the law in courts, Democrats have to do the same thing, because we're past this conversation about preserving democracy. Democracy's dead. This is a fight for survival. And right now, the Confederates are winning. They're taking over the country. And right now, as bad as Republicans are doing, they have an advantage going into November's elections. Like, they are going to have a much more cushy majority now, and not just like 1 to 2 seats like they did have, because of all the fuckery that's going on. And what's crazy is that Republicans are doing a victory lap because they know what's happening. They know that the rules are rigged in their favor, and they're seeing, decades of rat fuckery and rigging, and just they're seeing it all come to fruition. Their vision is coming to fruition, and we are getting blown the fuck out by them. So Democrats have to stop playing the game by the rules that are written by Republicans. It's time for them to take the gloves off and just ignore this fucking court, proceed as usual with the will of the people, because you know what? If Republicans and Confederate states, if they get to just gerrymander Democrats out of existence, white, black majority districts off the map like that, sorry, we don't play that game either in blue states. We have to go out of our way to disenfranchise every fucking Republican voter in our states to match Republicans, so that way the Confederates don't take over the country. I mean, in Oregon, we don't have that much Republicans. We've got 1 district, and that is the 2nd district. It's held by Cliff Bentz, a Republican. It's in Eastern Oregon. Draw that bitch into urban areas, dilute the power of Republican voters. Every fucking state, I don't care if it's just 1 seat, gerrymander them out of existence. You have to fight fire with fire, because they're winning. They're taking over the fucking country, and they are changing laws. And I made this point on Twitter, but think about the people who are trying to rule over us. If for whatever reason, the United States ever balkanized and every single state became their own country, within a matter of weeks, southern states would quickly devolve into some of the most repressive totalitarian regimes the world has ever seen. I mean, they would immediately all become white ethno states, all enact apartheid-style laws. They would do ethnic cleansing. Potentially, they would become Christian theocracies where they resort to, Old Testament style punishments where they cut off your hands for stealing and they'd start burning witches at the cross again. I mean, the people that want to take over the country, who are in the process of taking over the country, I mean, I say it as if it hasn't already happened, but these people, they are fucking psychotic. And we can no longer be constrained by the rules that are allowing them to flourish because the rules are rigged in their fucking favor. They rigged the rules in their favor. The whole system is rigged in their fucking favor. The Electoral College lets them assume power even though they get less fucking votes. The Senate stacked in their fucking favor. And now the House is going to be stacked in their favor too. I mean, how much of this are we going to take before the country just fucking breaks apart? Again, it feels like a cold civil war. No shots have been fired yet, and I hope that it never comes to that. But they are very clearly trying to defeat us and disenfranchise all of us. And I don't think that we should just take that lying down. I think we have to fight fire with fire and disenfranchise them first. Okay? Listen, if you are a Republican watching this and you don't like what I'm saying, well, thank your party. Because you know what? Democrats, to their credit, for all the faults that they have, they actually proposed national legislation that would end gerrymandering. Every single state would have their own independent redistricting commission. So every 10 years, a nonpartisan body draws up those districts. So it's fair. And do you want to know how many Republicans supported that? 0, because they don't want things to be fair. They know that the system has to be unfair. Otherwise, this minority party, which to even call it a party, this is just an extremist hate group at this point, banned in, it would be banned in Germany post World War II. That's what this fucking party is. It's fucking glorified KKK. But they didn't want the rules to be fair, so they opposed it. And now that Democrats were starting to pick up the pace and suspend their own independent districts that they have, or committees that redraw districts. They suspended it so they can make it a little bit more fair since Republicans are rat fucking. Republicans started calling it undemocratic and shit. It's just like they're fucking with us. They're fucking with us. That's the point. They don't care. They know that what they're doing is disingenuous. They know that what they're doing is unfair and undemocratic. They don't give a fuck. They care about power and power only at the end of the day. And there's a comment from, I want to say the Speaker of the Virginia House. I'm not sure who said it. And also a comment from the governor, Abigail Spanberger. And basically her sentiment is, yeah, this is really unfair, but, no action can be taken. I think the Speaker said, we're going to respect their decision. Like hell you will. The people of your state voted for these new maps, not because they want to see their state gerrymandered into oblivion, but because there's no choice. If Republicans are going to do it, you have to do it as well, because at the federal level, if we don't, the Confederates are going to take over. So that was struck down. The will of the people is being ignored. So you have a responsibility as elected officials of your states to ignore the body that is trying to subvert democracy. People in Virginia voted, okay? That has to stand. If Florida can just cook up these racist maps with not a single vote being cast, why can't the same be done in blue states? Again, it's because the system is created with this advantage embedded institutionally for Republicans, and we just cannot tolerate that anymore. Democracy itself died because of these institutional advantages. So it's a fight for survival. It's a race to the bottom. Don't give a fuck. Don't really care. Ignore the shit out of that decision. Impeach those justices. Stack the state court. I'm not sure what the state laws are. I don't give a fuck. Ignore the law. Do what you need to do. Enact that map. And every other blue state needs to act right now. I mean, look at what they're doing in some of these states. Canceling primaries. Throwing out 40,000 votes that have already been cast because you know what? These new districts, they're more racist and they're less representative for black voters. So we got to make sure that we go with that before November because we can't wait till 2028. We need to make sure we eliminate all representation for
minorities now. Like, this is who we're dealing with. This is what we are up against. Nazi, Confederate, inbred cousin fucking dipshits who are trying to take over the country. Shouldn't say trying, because they did take over the country. So now it's just a matter of, like, are we just going to let them steamroll us? I'm so fucking pissed off by this. It is so bad. Like, the voting rights getting gutted. The Calais decision was disastrous enough, but this is just like them spitting in our eyes at this point. And if you go on Twitter, you see Ted Cruz posting GIFs of, the crying just because, we're mad that our country is being destroyed by these fucking people. And they're spitting in our eyes at this fucking point. And I'm sick of it. I don't think we should continue to take it. So here's what I say. If you are in a democratic state, gerrymander these motherfuckers out of existence, dilute the vote of every single Republican, disenfranchise every single Republican that we can, do voter suppression, do whatever the fuck you've got to do to make sure Republicans can't win. If there's a Republican majority district, make sure there's less polling booths. I mean, do whatever the fuck they do, because again, it's a fight for survival at this point. Every single state with Republicans, draw them out if you can. Virginia, ignore the fuck out of your state Supreme Court. It's time to get real dirty, because they got dirty. And look, none of us on this side wanted it this way. We don't want it this way. I wanted independent redistricting committees. They don't. So we have to work with what we've got. And it's a fucked up system where you've got to play dirty. You've got to ignore the courts, because if we don't, then the Confederate Nazis who are taking over the country get more power. So I just think that that's not acceptable. So yeah, that's the news. Maybe I'll have more updates for you throughout the weekend. Either way, devastating news. And this is something that cannot be tolerated. A key takeaway from last week's news cycle is that Democrats have to abide by norms and play by the rules, whereas Republicans don't. You see, red states like Texas, Florida, Tennessee, Missouri, North Carolina, and others, they can gerrymander black voters out of existence like that. But in order for blue states like California and Virginia to gerrymander themselves, they first have to clear multiple procedural hurdles and put it up to a vote. And even then, that still might not stand, because as we all saw, Virginia's Supreme Court struck down their state's map that was just approved by voters. And that was in the same week, mind you, that the Supreme Court gave red states the power to delete black districts out of existence. In fact, Virginia's Supreme Court issued that ruling the day after Tennessee lawmakers decimated their state's only black district, and white supremacist lawmakers in Tennessee were basically rubbing it in the faces of their black constituents. Two of them were seen laughing at people who showed up to protest the revival of Jim Crow, and another was parading around with a MAGA flag in front of them, presumably because he left his Klan hood at home. And you also see Republican Scott Cepicky try to laugh about this with Representative Tory Harris, a Democrat, as if his black colleague would find their behavior amusing or something. But if that wasn't bad enough, Scott Cepicky had the audacity to retweet someone bemoaning the behavior of his Democratic colleagues for their supposed uncouth behavior. And the message couldn't be more clear. Republican Confederates get to crush us, and we have to just sit back and take it. In fact, after Virginia's state Supreme Court struck down its voter-approved map, the official Twitter account for Republicans shared a picture of Donald Trump flipping us the bird. And by the way, that was actually Donald Trump's response to a worker calling him a pedophile protector. Nonetheless, it adequately conveyed their feelings to the other half of the country. Fuck you. We get what we want, and you don't. And that was basically the response collectively from Republicans. They were gloating about this. They were hypocritically also chastising Democrats for trying to gerrymander in Virginia, even though they know that it was Trump who started this race to the bottom in the first place. But it doesn't matter to them. Winning isn't enough. They've got to go the extra step to spit in our fucking faces too. And while they were scolding Democrats for their undemocratic behavior in Virginia, Confederate states such as Mississippi, Alabama, and South Carolina were cooking up their own plans to disenfranchise every last black voter in their states, thanks to the new SCOTUS decision. And with regard to Alabama in particular, the U.S. Supreme Court itself actually just gave them the go-ahead to implement their new racist map before this year's election, even though their primary already began, which means that they're definitely going to be following in the footsteps of Louisiana. Their governor actually declared a state of emergency and canceled their election, even though 45,000 people had already cast their ballots. And their governor's reaction was basically, Tough shit.
More than 45,000 ballots have been returned. What happens to those?
Oh, those ballots are discarded, and those voters will vote again in November.
You say that like it's not a big deal.
Well, it's not a big deal. It's not my fault. If anybody has a grievance, take it to the United States Supreme Court.
Right. It's not his fault. He has no choice but to comply with the Supreme Court. You know, it's not like Republicans would ever defy the Supreme Court or anything. They'd never do that. The Supreme Court ruled that black people can't have equal representation because that would be tantamount to discrimination against white people. So Republicans have no choice but to comply, so that way white people have a chance in this country for the first time ever, perhaps. But it's actually worse than that, according to them, because as Louisiana's racist governor put it,
in the United States, we get equal rights. No one gets extra rights.
Right. So equal rights means extra rights in the minds of inbred Confederates. And to even object to the revival of Jim Crow-era voting maps is nothing more than disingenuous identity politics. In fact, Tennessee lawmaker Tim Burchett, whose parents are probably cousins, condemned Democrats for playing the race card.
And that's all the Democrats really have left in their big deck of cards is the race card. They divide folks up and fear in their hearts, and that's exactly what they're doing with this. And it's, as I said, it's very disingenuous.
Yeah, I mean, how dare Democrats point out the role that race plays, especially in southern states that still fly treasonous Confederate flags and honor Confederate traitors with statues and monuments. It's just disingenuous to point that out, right? But it's apparently not disingenuous to purge the federal government of black workers under the guise of improving government efficiency. That's what his party did with Doge. They also cut off federal grants to black researchers and women under the guise of fighting discrimination in the form of DEI. Turns out that was a little disingenuous too, seeing as how a federal judge determined that Doge, quote, blatantly used race, gender, and other protected characteristics to execute the largest mass termination of federal grants in the history of the National Endowment for Humanities. But you see, you can't bring up race. Otherwise, you're doing identity politics. It's not that we're pointing out that they're the ones engaging in white identity politics. It's that we're woke SJWs that want to make everything about race because that's the only card that we have left to play, since they're the ones with all the good policy ideas after all. You know, like cutting more tax cuts for the rich and deregulating fossil fuel companies so that way they can continue to pollute the only planet that we can live on. They're always right no matter what, and we're always wrong. Not because that's true, but because if they're not allowed to steamroll us and have a disproportionate say in our politics, then it's not fair to them. That's the message from Republicans to the rest of the country after last week. We have to follow the rules, and they don't. They get to destroy us, and we have to shut the fuck up and take it. And we have no choice but to let them crush us and Nazify the country and turn it into a fucking Christian nationalist theocracy. Otherwise, they might throw temper tantrums or rise up and try to overthrow the U.S. government again. Well, I say fuck them. Fuck them all. Enough is enough. I am so tired of this double standard. I'm tired of letting the worst, most racist, regressive, inbred pieces of fucking shit dictate the terms of our goddamn country. And the Virginia State Supreme Court, that decision really felt like the last straw, because it was basically the system's last fuck you to the rest of us. It felt like the final nail in the coffin of our entire country, where they're almost explicitly sentencing us to perpetual one-party rule, and there's nothing that we can do about it. But I, for one, say we shouldn't just sit back and take it. I don't think that we should just accept that we're destined to be ruled by a fascist authoritarian death cult. If democracy is dead and politics is nothing more than a raw power struggle at this point, then we actually need to get power by fighting fire with fire. So that's why my immediate reaction to the Virginia Supreme Court ruling was for Virginia Democrats to just ignore it, say fuck it, and just proceed ahead as they were planning to. But there are some Democrats who actually have different plans that would yield the same results, which I'm here for. The New York Times reports that Hakeem Jeffries held a call with Virginia state lawmakers to talk about what to do going forward, and even though nothing is concrete, they floated some ideas that are downright brilliant. One would be to lower the mandatory retirement age of Virginia Supreme Court justices from 75 down to 54, which would force all of them to retire, thus allowing them to appoint new Democratic justices. Another option would be to, quote, invoke a January ruling by a circuit court judge in Tazewell County, Virginia, that said the 2026 constitutional amendment effort to redraw the maps was invalid because county officials did not post notice of it at courthouses courthouses and other public locations 3 months before a general election. Democrats would aim to use that ruling to seek to invalidate the earlier constitutional amendment that created the state's independent redistricting commission by arguing that courthouses across the state did not post notice of it at the time. That would give the legislature the authority to enact a map of its choosing. And to that I say, hell yeah. Now we are cooking with grease, Democrats. They are finally starting to think like Republicans, and not in the policy way, but in the strategic sense. This is what you have to do to compete in this new authoritarian environment. The problem, however, is that some Democrats are already getting cold feet about the prospect of fighting back because, of course, there was a quote from a former lawmaker from Virginia in this article, James P. Moran, who told the New York Times that we shouldn't do this because it would be a bridge too far and it would backfire for the party. Also, aside from that, the House Speaker immediately came out and said that he would respect the decision of his state Supreme Court. And Virginia's governor, Abigail Spanberger, responded by basically telling people to vote harder, even though they just did that and it didn't work. And to add insult to injury, the state's Senate Majority Leader actually responded to specific solutions proposed in this article and basically said, yeah, there's no way that's happening. Journalist Brandon Jarvis reports, Senate Majority Leader Scott Serfs tells me that the rumors yesterday that Democrats are considering drastic measures to implement new maps are not going anywhere. They would not have time under the current system used at the Department of Elections to make the changes, he says. He also says forcing the retirement of Supreme Court justices would be extreme, and he wants to work within the current legal system to do these kinds of things. But therein lies the problem. You're working within the current legal system while Republicans are not. You're constraining yourself to rules of a game that Republicans are no longer playing. They flipped over the board while Democrats are still waiting patiently for their turn. You have to adapt or you will die. Do you not understand this? Your party is going to go extinct if you don't adapt. It really is that serious. Some Democrats are finally starting to get this, but too many of them still don't understand that the old days are gone. Democracy is fucking dead, and we're in a fight for survival at this point. I understand that it's hard to accept this new reality because none of us wanted this. We didn't. This is a race to the bottom, and we all hate to see it. I don't like this. We all supported a nationwide ban on gerrymandering, but guess what? Republicans rejected that because they knew enhancing democracy wouldn't serve in their interests. They couldn't get power in a democratic system, so they decided to operate outside of the bounds of democracy. We have to acknowledge that is the situation, and we have to adapt. If we don't adapt, we die. If we're not at least equally as ruthless as they are, then we are going to be forced to live in the Confederate States of America for the foreseeable future. It's that simple. It really is that bleak. And just ask yourself, how would Republicans react if their state Supreme Court did something like the Virginia Supreme Court did when they were in control? So you don't have to guess because we know the answer. They would defy their court without hesitation. Wouldn't even be a consideration for them at all. The new maps drawn in Florida by Ron DeSantis openly defy an amendment to their state's constitution that was adopted by 60% of voters in 2010. Ron DeSantis didn't have to clear a bunch of procedural hurdles or put these new maps up to a vote like Abigail Spanberger and Gavin Newsom did. And he sure as shit wouldn't respect a ruling from a state Supreme Court if they said that this new map is illegal. Why? Because Republicans don't play by the rules. In Ohio, their state Supreme Court actually did strike down their gerrymandered map too. And do you want to know how they responded when Republicans were in control? They still are, by the way, thanks to this story. But do you want to know what they did? They ignored the court. Again and again and again. In a write-up for the Cleveland Metro Bar Association, Stephen Steinglass explains, in 2022, the Ohio Supreme Court ruled 5 times that the state's redistricting maps proposed by the Ohio Redistricting Commission violated the Ohio Constitution. These rulings should have resolved the issue. Instead, they were defied. Empowered by a surprising intervention from a 3-judge federal district court, the commission ignored each decision. As a result, since 2022, Ohioans have voted in state legislative districts warped by unconstitutional partisan gerrymandering. This wasn't just a bureaucratic misstep, it was a direct rejection of constitutional accountability. What makes this episode particularly troubling is that 4 lawyers, including the governor and a former justice of the Ohio Supreme Court, were among those who supported the unlawful maps. Their priority, it seems, was maintaining political power even at the expense of legal and democratic norms. And keep in mind, 70% of voters adopted a state constitutional amendment to ban partisan gerrymandering. And even though their state Supreme Court told them 5 times that their district violated their own state's constitution, state Republicans responded every single time by telling them to fuck right off. And those unconstitutional maps are still in effect today. Why? Because Republicans don't have to play by the rules. Those rules are for Democrats and Democrats only. And in the state of Utah, its state Supreme Court actually has been a real pain in the ass for Republicans. They not only blocked their partisan gerrymander, they also blocked their near total abortion ban. They blocked their anti-trans school sports ban. They even blocked an attempt to privatize public education with a bullshit school voucher program. But do you want to know how Republicans responded to their Supreme Court blocking what they tried to implement? They packed the cord because, of course, they did. The Salt Lake Tribune reports that Governor Spencer Cox of Utah signed legislation approved by their GOP-controlled legislature to add 2 additional seats to their state Supreme Court, making it so that way 5 of the 7 justices were appointed by the governor himself. And they did this because, say it with me, Republicans don't play by the rules. They're not a constraint to Republicans, ever. They either change the rules in their favor or they just disregard them entirely. Because we no longer live in a democratic system. We live in a nakedly authoritarian regime. It's competitive authoritarianism, but authoritarianism nonetheless. But even some dictators aren't as brazen as Republicans. Most dictators wouldn't just cancel elections like the Louisiana governor did because even they know that that would cause an uproar, which they don't want. But Republicans don't give a shit. They couldn't care less. And before most dictators announce that they're just going to stay in power for life, they usually try to legitimize that move with some sort of bogus constitutional amendment rubber stamped by the legislature and approved by courts. But Republicans in Ohio were like, fuck it. We don't care what the Constitution says. We don't care what voters said. We're not even going to bother to change it. We're just going to give ourselves the power to stay in office indefinitely, whether voters like it or not. And it pains me to basically offer more authoritarianism as a solution. It's not really a solution. It's just the survival thing we have to do. But again, we have no choice. I wanted none of this. 10 years ago, I wouldn't even entertain letting Democrats do something like this. I would be against it because I've always supported democratic norms and principles, still do. But it doesn't matter what I want. It doesn't matter what you want. It doesn't matter what any of us want. We have to play the cards that we've been dealt. America is essentially a competitive authoritarian regime for all intents and purposes. And I think that it would behoove us all to not let the fascist Confederates have all of the power in our declining system. If a party that poses an existential threat to all life on Earth is not playing by the rules, then I think that we have a moral obligation to also not play by the rules. Democrats have a responsibility, even I'd argue, to match their energy and be as ruthless to them as they are to us. That means we have to do things that we don't want to do. It means you have to ignore rulings that benefit them. And it also means you have to work overtime to disenfranchise every single Republican voter that you can. If you're a blue state with a couple of red districts that you can't gerrymander away, guess what? Maybe you're going to have to limit the number of polling stations in those precincts. Sucks, but that's the reality. If you, live in a blue state with some Republican districts, maybe you change the polling places at the last minute and you not tell anybody where the new locations are. Sounds gross, but nothing I'm saying is unprecedented, by the way. I'm simply saying Democrats should treat Republicans the way that they've treated black voters forever. If they're going to suppress black votes, then you respond in kind by suppressing Republican votes. Sorry, hillbillies, you didn't update your registration immediately after you moved? Well, you're getting cleansed from the voting rolls. So sorry. You go tit for tat and you match every single thing that they do because we can't afford not to. And listen, I would love to get to a place where one day we can actually restore democracy and put an end to gerrymandering once and for all at the national level. I'd also love to take steps to depoliticize the Supreme Court somehow, but that's not going to happen. That'll never come to fruition if we act like small d Democrats while they act like fucking authoritarian tyrants. And I'll fully admit, it's a bit of an oxymoron to suggest that restoring democracy necessitates that Democrats be as autocratic as Republicans are, because autocrats aren't going to willingly just give up power once they get it. So I'm fully aware that there is a real cost to everything that I'm saying, but we're very clearly going down the path of authoritarianism, whether I want to or not. And I'm sorry, but in a power struggle between two warring sides, I want to do everything in my power to make sure that the Confederate fascist theocratic side loses. I'm sorry. I don't want them to have the power in this environment, because when our entire country inevitably collapses, I think that we're going to be in a better position to build something better if the bad people who want us dead have less of a say. So, in conclusion, this country is very clearly headed in one direction, and once Republicans solidify their grip on power, there truly is no coming back from that. And if Democrats don't even bother to try to stop that from happening while they still can, then we truly are doomed. That is, if our fate hasn't already been sealed. I really don't know how to describe America anymore to people who haven't been here, aside from just calling it a late-stage capitalist wasteland, because when you leave home, you'll find nothing but abject poverty, fast food restaurants, and data centers. And if you venture out a little bit further than that, you'll run into even more data centers. But if you go further than that, then, well, you guessed it, you're just going to run into more data centers. In my state of Oregon, for example, there's more than 140 data centers across our state, with 115 up and running and another 27 being constructed as we speak, because I guess you can never have too many data centers. It's like we're going for the highest score or something like that. But I mean, that's not actually the case, because as many data centers as we have in my state of Oregon, we're only 9th in the nation for having the most data centers. The top two states competing for first place are Texas and Virginia, and guess how many data centers they have? Around 600 each. 600 each. It doesn't matter that 71% of Americans, according to a Gallup poll, oppose data centers in their cities because they're a strain on local resources and they cause the cost of electricity to skyrocket. Doesn't matter. States and cities are going out of their way to entice big tech companies to build as many data centers as possible by offering them property tax exemptions and other goodies, because the possible short-term boon to their local economies gives them something to brag about to their constituents. And by the time that all of the temporary construction jobs dry up and the long-term negative effects start to set in on the community, the politicians who approved these projects will already have moved on to their next ventures, perhaps as lobbyists or to a statewide office. And regardless of how absurd it's getting, the construction of new data centers isn't slowing down anytime soon. In fact, it seems like they're speeding up, and they're building bigger data centers. Less than a year ago, Meta's billionaire CEO Mark Zuckerberg announced a $10 billion data center in Richland Parish, Louisiana, that'd be the size of Manhattan once it's completed. And not even a year later, billionaire Kevin O'Leary, the shithead from Shark Tank, has already one-upped Zuckerberg by announcing a $100 billion data center in Utah that's more than twice the size of Manhattan. And as Leah Larson of the Salt Lake Tribune explains, the project's boosters say it will likely need 9 gigawatts of energy at full build, more than double the electricity currently used by the entire state of Utah. That energy will likely come from a pipeline carrying natural gas from Wyoming to Nevada, Oregon, and California. But it gets worse, because Professor Robert Davies of Utah State University warns it could emit an additional 7 to 8 gigawatts of energy in the form of waste heat that'll be dumped into Utah's Hansel Valley. And to put it into perspective, that's the equivalent of about 23 atom bombs worth of energy dumped into this local environment every single day. I'm going to repeat that. That is the equivalent of 23 atom bombs every single day. Whew. Now, Professor Ben Abbott of Brigham Young University says that much heat would literally alter the entire climate in that area. It raised local temperatures by 5 degrees Fahrenheit during the day and up to 28 degrees at night. And he adds, that's the difference between Utah's semi-arid climate and the Sahara Desert. It'd be devastating to local wildlife and the community. And the kicker is that Utah politicians are actually rewarding billionaire Kevin O'Leary for building this monstrosity in their backyard. Ellen Thomas of Business Insider reports that a draft version of the agreement shows that O'Leary's company will receive a 100% personal property tax rebate and an 80% real property tax rebate for up to 30 years. Now, what do residents get in return, aside from pollution and the total destruction of their local environment? Well, they get 10,000 temporary construction jobs and 2,000 permanent jobs, according to Kevin Leary, of course. Now, researchers found that the number is closer to 4,000 temporary construction jobs and less than 1,400 permanent jobs. But even that estimate is actually a bit rosy, because More Perfect Union talked to a researcher who looked at data centers in Texas, and he found that they don't really create any new jobs in actuality, and the costs far outweigh the benefits.
Economics researcher Michael Hicks decided to study the rise of data centers in Texas to understand what communities are actually getting in return for massive tax abatements. He published his report on Substack. So what did he find?
They're not creating jobs, they're not adding income, they're not providing tax revenue to Texans to build schools, to maintain their road network, or to improve their electric infrastructure, which is a problem in the state.
He also found something that really disputes the whole idea that data centers are creating new jobs.
Transitioning people from a non-data center related information services into data centers. The men and women you see working at a data center site, many of them would have been on a residential or apartment building construction site.
When it comes to tax breaks and financial incentives, Hicks found a lot of similarities in Texas to what I observed in Oregon.
Do I have enough safe school buses to get my kids to school? Do I have enough police officers patrolling downtown? Do I have good water and sewer protection? These are things that Texans have to be concerned with, as residents around the country do. It doesn't really pass the common sense test, much less the benefit cost test for most local communities.
Well, hey, I mean, if it's spreading police forces thinner, then that's one benefit you could say to having all these data centers. But his overall point is that even the temporary jobs that they're supposedly creating, that's a bit of a ruse, because people who are already doing construction are simply moving from one project to another. So there's no real long-term economic benefits to anyone but the billionaires who own these data centers. But Kevin O'Leary would argue that there actually is a benefit if you think about the bigger picture, you see, because this is about the long-term competitiveness of the United States. See, we have to build all of these data centers to keep up with China in the AI sector. And Kevin O'Leary says that he's building even more data centers so we can compete with China. And in fact, he needs to build 10 more of this size in particular, and says that every state and province needs to contribute also we can keep up with China. Sounds wonderful. It doesn't matter if we want them or not, because we're going to get them anyway, because tech billionaires have decided for all of us that AI, something all of us fucking hate, is a necessity because we have to invest in AI to compete with China, and also because it makes them a lot of money, and also because they want to replace every last worker they have with AI. So shut the fuck up about AI potentially taking your jobs, because they're giving you these temporary jobs instead. Are they not merciful? But I mean, as obscene as this is, I'm sure that Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos is going to propose some new project that makes Kevin O'Leary's look like a joke. Maybe they'll build some $500 billion data center that's 10 times the size of Manhattan that produces 100 atom bombs in heat. I don't know. And I'm not sure who else noticed this or not, but it seems a little bit coincidental that these data centers are almost always constructed in our backyards, often in rural areas reserved for farmland, as opposed to, say, more wealthy areas where all the rich people live. That's an interesting coincidence, right? Now, if you're wondering why rich and powerful people who apparently love data centers so much don't want them constructed in their neck of the woods, well, let's just say there's a lot of reasons why they're mostly putting them next to the poor's. Benedict Collins of Tech Radar reports that people living nearby to AI data centers in the US are increasingly reporting illnesses caused by near imperceptible hum. The infrasound, which in some cases can be felt rather than heard, is causing people living in the vicinity of several data centers to fall sick with symptoms such as headaches, insomnia, nausea, and anxiety. Those living near certain data centers have reported noise levels approaching 100 decibels 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And in Fayetteville, Virginia, residents started to notice that their water pressure was unusually low, and it turns out, as Politico reports, the nearby data center connected 2 industrial-scale water hookups that was sucking up almost 30 million gallons of water from the community, the equivalent of 44 Olympic-sized swimming pools. But in the Lake Tahoe region, data centers created a full-blown energy crisis for its 49,000 residents. Fortune reports NV Energy, the Nevada utility that has supplied the bulk of Lake Tahoe's electricity for decades, told Liberty Utilities, the small California company that services the region, that it will stop providing power after May of 2027. The reason? NV Energy needs the capacity for data centers, as in the energy supplier for the Lake Tahoe region is telling the utility company that it has less than a year to find another power source. Sorry, people of Lake Tahoe, we're going to kick you to the curb because we've got data centers to service. So good luck. Hope you can find a new supplier in time. Like, it was bad enough when data centers were causing the cost of electricity to go up, but now they're starting to just take over suppliers altogether. They need their own suppliers because they take up so much fucking energy. It is truly insane. But as bad as all of this sounds, it could be worse because some data centers are literally poisoning people to death. For example, Elon Musk essentially built a makeshift power plant to run his data center in Memphis that's used to power Grok, his AI Nazi bot that identifies as Mecha Hitler and pontificates about white genocide and generates CSAM. And Elon Musk lied about the project and skirted regulations in order to build it as quickly as possible, which he was lauded for. Like he was some kind of a genius for doing this. Now, the report we're about to watch from More Perfect Union explains the consequences of this so-called feat of human ingenuity, and it is truly, truly devastating.
XAI made a deal with the local electric company for 150 megawatts of power and agreed to build a new substation to help meet that demand. But Musk's ambitious plans suggested he would need much more power than that, and fast. Soon, people started to notice some unusual structures outside the facility. From the road, Keyshawn and others could see a row of machines that are typically only used for remote or emergency operations. Mobile gas turbines.
I have never seen portable turbines used like this. Well, first off, these are expensive. There's a turbine shortage nationally. You don't obtain these turbines and put them on site if you're not intending to operate them.
So Patrick and his team sent the photographer back out with a high-end thermal camera.
What we saw is 33 of the 35 were very clearly operating.
The turbines were capable of generating about 420 megawatts of electricity, enough to power around 300,000 homes.
They've built a power plant out there. And they've done it overnight, no air pollution controls, quick and dirty, no permit.
I mean, what you've done with the cluster in Memphis is incredible, just in a handful of weeks.
Any given thing can be sped up.
Yeah.
Eastern Ox lives just over a mile from XAI.
I really wasn't getting the fresh air. I was getting that pollution that was mixed in with everything.
You know how you light your stove and that gas seeps with the little ticking noise? That's what it smelled like.
Alexis Humphreys grew up here, one street away from Eastern.
When I smelled it the first time, I was asleep.
Last year, Alexis lost her grandfather, who struggled with a respiratory illness called chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or COPD.
COPD is a breathing condition, but you don't get it unless you smoke cigarettes. And my granddad didn't smoke cigarettes, but every 3 weeks or so, my granddad was going to the hospital. He would have to get breathing treatments. I have asthma, bronchitis. My mom have just bronchitis, and now my granny has it.
You can't hardly breathe. It's just like your whole world is collapsing down on you, and it's frightening.
Easter and her husband have also developed COPD. What does it feel like?
Feel like you're fixing to die.
The area around XAI leads the state in emergency department visits for asthma. Memphis has one of the highest rates of toxic air releases of any American city, and many of its most polluting facilities are in this neighborhood. In just 1 year, XAI has blown past existing polluters.
They're emitting somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 tons of NOx. I'm an air pollution guy, so I deal in those numbers all the time, and that's larger than anything else in Memphis.
Gas turbines like these release three main types of deadly pollution: nitrogen oxides, formaldehyde, and fine particulate matter. Nitrogen oxides combine with other pollutants to form ground-level ozone, which causes and worsens asthma and COPD. Formaldehyde causes cancer, and particulate matter, airborne soot, can pass through your lungs and into your bloodstream, causing heart disease.
So the power source that's fueling Elon Musk's data center for Grok is allegedly killing people. And around the time that people were really starting to connect the dots and realize that it was the on-site power plant for this data center that was causing so much harm, Elon Musk was already running Doge, and he was gutting the government agencies that were supposed to be regulating companies that do shit like this. But in all honesty, it's not like he would have been held accountable if he wasn't in charge of Doge, because the billionaire dickheads who are building all of these data centers, they basically run our government either way. HuffPost reports that big tech billionaires like Elon Musk, as well as Tim Cook of Apple, Jensen Huang of Nvidia, and a whole host of other rich dickheads from Wall Street are accompanying Trump on his trip to China as if they're diplomats or something. But I mean, they kind of are at this point, right? They dictate our policy, so they might as well conduct foreign relations on our behalf too while they're at it. But sarcasm aside, my point is that the people shoving AI down our throats and forcing us to live next to these data centers have completely captured our government at all levels. Federal, state, local, doesn't matter. They've also captured both parties in every single state as well, albeit to varying degrees. Nonetheless, they've got them all in their back pockets. And the takeaway is that as bad as it is now, it's almost certainly going to get worse. But be proud, my friends, because all of the pollution and deaths are apparently worth it, so we can be more competitive with China in a useless, fake sector propped up by speculation about future potential. Yippee!
Nobody knows when better than me. China's censors not stopping new AI videos like these, mocking President Donald Trump and the Iran war.
I don't have a good impression of President Trump at all. The U.S.-Iran conflict was stirred up by him too. I just think this guy, look at the trade and economic war before. Wasn't that him too?
You just got a tiny little taste of the sentiment towards Donald Trump as he visits China for 3 days. And in case it wasn't already painfully obvious, they think he is a complete fucking buffoon. And they are correct about that. And they've been sounding off on social media across the country about Donald Trump. And I swear to God, they've got jokes and memes for days. Now, to that guy's point, Trump was bragging about getting China to agree to buy U.S. soybeans again. And that's interesting because the question is, why did China stop buying U.S. soybeans in the first place? Well, the answer is because of Donald Trump's tariffs, of course. Now, I'm going to let a farmer who farms soybeans in particular summarize the predicament that Donald Trump put him in last year.
China consumes 61% of soybeans produced worldwide. The rest of the world is 39%. Of the soybeans that American farmers produce, 25% currently have been going to China. And right now, we have zero sold for this crop that's starting to be harvested right now. So it's a five-alarm fire for our industry that 25% of our total sales is currently missing. And right now, we are not price competitive with Brazil due to the retaliatory tariffs that are in place. Our prices are about 20% higher, and that means that the Chinese are going elsewhere because they can find a better value.
But it's okay, everyone, because Donald Trump just convinced China to buy from U.S. farmers again. In other words, he solved a problem of his own making. Great job, Mr. President. You truly are a genius. Masterful gambit, sir. Like the way that you're able to solve the problems you cause sometimes is astonishing. But he also reportedly went to China to try to beg them to bail him out of the crisis that he created by invading Iran. And Politico reports that the scope of the summit between him and Xi shrunk. And rather than securing some sort of grand bargain, his priority was to get their help reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And because Donald Trump backed himself into a corner globally, it was obvious that he wasn't in a position to make any sort of demands from China, despite the usual bluster that we see from him. And as Politico explains, Trump has less leverage to get Xi to agree to tangible returns from their meeting that the president can peddle as wins when he returns to the United States. And China knows it. The confidence that you see from Beijing in recent months that they are negotiating with the United States as equals, if not as the stronger player in the negotiation, is striking, said Henrietta Levin, former deputy China director at the State Department during the Biden administration. So the dynamic has changed. We used to be the ones that would swing our dicks around, but thanks to Donald Trump's actions, we've become an international laughingstock. And now China gets to walk into this meeting and set their nuts on the table because they know that they're soon going to be the global hegemon since our credibility has been irreparably damaged by Donald Trump. And social media users in China are pointing that out. And CNN aired this report about their observations.
U.S. intelligence analysis concluding China is on top. It's incredible, and that analysis details how Beijing is exploiting the war in order to undermine Trump. This new reporting coming as Trump is about to meet with Chinese leader Xi Jinping tonight, a high-stakes meeting which is being mocked across China. And Beijing's strict censors are letting the ridicule go viral, which is a statement in and of itself. I mean, here's some of the comments that are viral. They'll look up to us from now on. Here's another. Trump came to China. We won the tariff war. And then this. Trump, you're welcome to visit China and learn from us. Then there's also this. The U.S. is no longer a country that we look up to. We can now compete with them with confidence and strength. The U.S. economy is in bad shape. And this, Trump has been blustering Iran for so long, yet hasn't bought them a real victory. America has lost its swagger. They're nothing but a paper tiger.
They clocked us, bro. They clocked us. They know we're cooked. Everybody knows it. The only people who can't see the writing on the wall are Western chauvinist Americans, namely Trump supporters, who actually think that the rest of the world really does love Donald Trump as much as they do because he says that's the case. But in actuality, most people around the world despise him because he is obviously a fucking imbecile. And it's not like our reputation was ever great to begin with, given our imperialism and economic terrorism, but Trump burned the last shred of credibility that we had, and I don't think most Americans have come to terms with the fact that it's never going to be the same again. In theory, we could try to repair international relationships that Trump destroyed if we ever elect a normal president again, but when half of the country consists of a bunch of fucking inbred savage barbarians shitting their pants and smearing it on the walls, other countries know that it's only a matter of time before we elect a different psychopath who may be even worse than Donald Trump. It's why our closest allies like Canada are trying to disentangle their economies from ours because they know that they can't trust us ever again. We're too unreliable. We're too unstable. And we did this to ourselves. But on the subject of Iran, they are fully aware of the fact that they're actually winning this war, contrary to what Donald Trump says, because they've got their boots on Trump's neck pussy, and they're leveraging future Chinese hegemony against us. And CNN also pointed this out in their report.
China is Iran's biggest oil customer. Beijing also dominates green energy and claims to be cutting oil demand by more than 1 million barrels a day. While others are still bashing their heads in over oil, we've already gotten ahead in the next era, he says. Solar, wind, batteries, and electric vehicles. Chinese carmaker BYD now overtaking Tesla in global sales. At the same time, pressure on the U.S. dollar, the backbone of global oil trading. This Iranian embassy post says it's time to add petro-yuan to the market. At one point, Iran considered allowing tankers through the Strait of Hormuz only if oil is sold in Chinese yuan, a senior Iranian official said. Some Chinese influencers say petrodollar is ending. Beijing's not fighting this war, but on China's social media, many are already declaring victory.
They're sharing AI-generated videos of Donald Trump dancing on a big red button to show how unserious he is. And it's so brutal. And as an American, I'm embarrassed, but I'm also thoroughly amused. And speaking of Tesla, another meme that's circulating on Chinese social media is this AI-generated video of Elon Musk dancing flamboyantly to traditional Chinese music. We all know that he's accompanying Donald Trump on his trip because he wants Tesla to have access to Chinese markets, but their feelings about him are also pretty clear as well. But I want to explain what Iran is touching on here with their petro-yuan and demand to sell oil in Chinese currency. So they're seeing the world collectively start to move away from the dollar. Currently, the dollar is the world reserve currency, and they're using their newfangled control over the Strait of Hormuz to accelerate the process of the world moving away from the US dollar as the world reserve currency. It'd be truly devastating to the United States if this happened. And both Iran and China, they don't really have to do much because they're basically watching us self-destruct in real time, and they've got front row tickets. And Sky News actually released a report about a nickname that Chinese social media users gave to Donald Trump, Chuan Jiango, which translates into Trump Nation Builder. And what they essentially mean by that is China is the beneficiary of Donald Trump's stupidity, and he's shooting himself in the dick so much that he's essentially doing the bidding of China and helping to boost their international standing. And they're not wrong. Like, think about how badly the Iran war has backfired. China is less dependent on oil than we are since they were smart and they actually invested in renewable energy. And as Robert Pape argued in the New York Times, Iran could possibly emerge from this war as a global power player if they're actually able to maintain control over the Strait of Hormuz in the long term. And the countries disproportionately affected by its closure are smaller countries, but often our own allies who were already pissed off at us because Trump decided to tariff them for no reason whatsoever. So we were already on thin ice, and Trump's invasion of Iran could be the straw that breaks the camel's back, that gets them all to just like decide once and for all to move away from us in myriad ways, namely, getting off of the dollar as the world's reserve currency. And our loss is China's gain. So Trump has basically checkmated himself, and people across China are amused because they're watching this fucking idiot act like he's this genius playing 3D chess when actually he's just sitting in a corner, shitting himself, foaming at the mouth like the idiot that he is. And CNN talked to people in China, and they made it abundantly clear that they don't want China to help Donald Trump clean up the mess that he made because Why should they?
You know, we went up and down throughout town in Beijing, Boris, most of the day yesterday, and I was so struck by so many who told us they do not want China getting involved at all in this U.S.-Israel war. Let's listen to what they said. We'll come back and talk about it on the other side.
I don't think China should interfere too much in those kinds of issues.
China's diplomatic principle has always been non-interference, so it won't do anything. It only calls for something, not take concrete actions or specific measures.
I mean, I can't blame them. If I were in their position, I would agree. Like, they're on the cusp of becoming the world's preeminent superpower, and helping America in any way, shape, or form just delays the inevitable. But the thing about China is that they think about the long term, whereas we don't. We think about short-term profits for large multinational corporations. But China, they think about the long term. So even though we're going to be a diminished superpower at some point, we'll still be a regional power player, and China will inevitably have to work with us in some way, shape, or form, even if they are the biggest superpower in the world at some point. So they know that it's wise to try to maintain the relationship while using their leverage to get what they want from us now. And for the record, Trump claims that China actually agreed to help him out with the Strait of Hormuz, although at the time that I record this video, China hasn't commented on whether or not they will. And seeing as how Donald Trump is literally the least credible person in human history, there's a high likelihood that he's embellishing or just outright lying. Either way, it doesn't matter if China chooses to throw us a life vest or not, because China sees us for who we are. It's less about them making a deal with the devil and more about them keeping
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the primetime edition of PEPAGANDA. I'm happy to be live with you guys over here on this space. Thank you for all my my raiders coming in for my stream over on my channel at Pep Talks TV, and you guys can also check out my show called High on Politics. Usually stream at 4 p.m. on the weekdays here. So just want to say thank you for being here. I know that I already did that, but like for real, thank you for being here on this space. Thank you for supporting all of us. I've been a little mushy today about this, but it truly means a lot to me. I covered something on my last stream where we kind of figured out that they are throttling progressive media. So for this, literally this space, it's a huge deal. So when I say that I truly appreciate you guys supporting us and supporting leftist media in general, it means the world to me. And I, thank you. I really appreciate it. So let's get to it. I got a special guest coming on here. Let's bring him on. What up? How you doing, brother?
What's going on? What's going on, folks? I am back. I was here an hour ago on this space, 2 hours ago, and now I'm back.
All right. So now is Deter wearing the Mario hat? Is that what's up?
He should get one.
Okay, now I have to make the thing.
We're talking about billionaires on the last segment, so I, of course, just had to put on an unrelated Luigi hat.
I was about to say, I was like, wait a minute, because that reminds me, like, did you see the Sandee roast, like just like crowd work roast, where he, it was like a Halloween show, and it was like a thruple kind of situation where it was Mario, Luigi, and Peach, and he's just like, wait a minute, let me guess, you guys are the couple, and he's your third wheel, and he was just like, yeah. It's just like, now here's the question: would you have dressed as Luigi without them? He's like, because I ran into a solo Luigi once, and I was just like, who dresses as the secondary character on purpose?
Well, after 2024, a lot of people.
Damn. See, I already kind of fade, and I literally have our patron saint right behind me there next to Mick Foley. But yeah, damn, I didn't even really piece that together, but
yeah.
Interesting. Well, I just want to say thank you for being here, Alex, and I brought you on for a very specific conversation because I saw that you did some content earlier about The Boys, and I think that The Boys really fits in well with the discussion as far as entertainment and politics, because it is so heavy in the political sphere, where obviously it is like parodying our exact situation, but there have been times that they debuted their season, and then 6 months later, something like that exactly happened, where you the picture flooded in my head where I'm like, where the fuck oh my God, it was The Boys.
Yeah. This season, famously, there was a big golden statue of Homelander in a prayer type situation, like a church.
No, he was like this. He was doing the Jesus pose. Yeah.
And then that week, there was the giant gold statue of Donald Trump with his supporters praying outside of it and whatnot. So yes, folks, I do have a review of The Boys. This was from a month ago when the first 2 episodes dropped, and I talked about my feelings about the series and how I look forward for the season to go. And then today I dropped the finale review of the whole season, the whole series as a whole. So go check those out, folks. I also have a review for Is God Is. I don't know if you've heard about this movie.
Dude, I want to, yeah, I've seen it. All right, so there was a guerrilla campaign with Is God Is and that other Zazie Beetz movie. You know what one I'm talking about? Where it's she I guess.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's she has to go through all these hitmen or whatever the hell it is. I don't know. I kept seeing the marketing for it. I was like, that looks pretty good. But Is God Is was the same thing where it's just make daddy dead, and I was just like, yeah, that's interesting.
Very Grindhouse, very Robert Rodriguez.
Really? Okay. Immediately, I love Robert Rodriguez, dude. Once Upon a Time in Mexico is one of my favorite fucking action movies for just blind fun.
From Dusk Till Dawn is my thing.
Your mic's just a little low, by the way.
Okay. From Dusk Till Dawn is my thing. Sin City, stuff like that. And this is Grindhouse in the way it's shot, and it's a genre. People forget that it's not just Quentin Tarantino's movie that he made with Rodriguez, Terror, and what was the other one? Death Proof.
Yeah.
They Will Kill You, by the way, is the name of that Zazie Beetz.
They Will Kill You. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
So, yeah, Is God is fantastic. It is adjacent to superheroes in that it is fantastical. It's hype. It's not meant to be. It's based on a play. This woman, Alicia Harris, made a play in 2018. It got traction. It was a contest. She submitted a script to a contest, and whoever won would get their play made. It worked. She got her play made, and then Tessa Thompson, the actress, she has a production company now, and she's trying to highlight smaller people and give people a shot at being filmmakers. And this is her Alicia Harris's first movie, written and directed movie, and it's fantastic. It's about 2 black twin sisters who are horribly scarred by their father when they're. This is not spoilers. This is the premise of the movie.
I saw that.
And again, Isgard is
put them in a
check it out.
fire. Yeah.
It's fantastic. And they go on a revenge like quest, so that's why people are making that comparison to like Kill Bill and whatever. But it's like Quentin did not invent revenge quest movies.
Yeah. Janelle Monáe's in it. That's another fucking plus on that
Janelle
one.
Monáe's great.
Oh man,
Erica Alexander, Vivica A. Fox is in this movie. She does a great job.
Oh man, one of my OG crushes from fucking Independence Day, man.
Independence Day, dude. I mentioned
she
it
was
in the
fine in that movie. I was a little kid, just like,
holy
I don't know
shit.
why. I'm
On
feeling
a
a
big
little.
screen. But yes, so highly recommend Isgard is. But this is a discussion of The Boys. So have you watched the last episode today?
I watched, so I watched everything. I watched the last episode. I'm going to just say that I said this.
Spoilers, folks.
No spoilers, but I'm going to just say that I was genuinely happy the way that it ended. Because I will spoil the comic book a little bit here.
Okay.
Because there are parts of the comic book that were just so nihilistic. And also, like, without spoiling what happens in this episode, the stuff that they're doing here happened halfway through the comic book. So like the back half of the comic book is literally so bad, where it's just like all your favorite characters essentially die in horrible ways. And then it just kind of ends. And it's, I guess, Garth Ennis's like whole like, well, this is just an allegory for life, isn't it? It's just
everything's bullshit,
Yeah,
Garth Ennis, for those of you who don't know, is a very edgy writer. Came up in the 90s, so that makes sense. 90s was the era of extreme. Everything's extreme. Everything's radical. Everything's cool, and comic books were no different. They killed Superman in the 90s. Image Comics came out and pushed the boundaries of art and whatnot in comics and animation. Spawn, love Spawn, big Spawn fan.
Fuck yeah! Actually, just got a issue today.
So nice. Garth Ennis comes from that era of like just he wrote Preacher. Preacher is the thing that like Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg, his writing partner and producing partner, already made the show Preacher for FX, and then probably ingratiated themselves to Garth Ennis.
I mean, dude, the fact that they just took all these Image properties, they took The Boys, and then they took Invincible, and they just made it.
Amazon
so
also
good,
got
too.
Invincible, which is Robert Kirkman, who created The Walking Dead as well. Walking Dead is that still going? At least one of the spinoffs is still going. No,
well, one of the spinoffs is going on, but no, the show ended. The comic ended.
I mean, no, the comic, yes, the comic is done. Robert Kirkman's philosophy is like, I do what I do in my comic, in my books. Like whatever any licensing is, I don't give a shit what you do with it. Make Watchmen babies. Like, who cares?
Yeah.
I'm making money. I don't give a shit. My thing is the thing I made, the art I made.
Yeah,
and I'm like, okay, that's cool.
Invincible is the only one where he's the main writer.
Right. Well, no,
so like that's his baby though. Like that was his baby to begin with.
Oh, he's the main writer on the TV show.
Yeah, he's the main writer on the TV show. He's the showrunner, and he wanted to make sure that it's a direct adaptation of the books. They added a few things, but like
tweak it and improve it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I can already tell you they're on issue 108. Like I love Invincible. Like I love Invincible, and I'm gonna just, without spoiling again, it gets so much more intense if you could imagine that.
I mean, it left off pretty intense. I've never made a video on Invincible, but I do watch and keep up with it. Every time it comes back, I'm like, I don't really care about this show. And then I'm like bored one day and I'm like, let me throw on the new episode. And then I'm back in and I'm like, okay, I guess I do like this.
Okay, so one thing about The Walking Dead. So when the comic ended, I was a weekly reader at that point. So they had solicited up until issue 100. Like there were like supposed to be 5 different covers for issue 1, or not 100. It was 200. Because they ended at issue like 196.
Right.
And I'm still mad about that. Just looking at my comic collection, just like,
dude, I'm reading it, all in retrospect. First of all, Walking Dead is the only one of these comics that I've actually read.
Yeah.
And I'm reading the big compendiums.
Yeah.
And then when it gets to the last one and it just stops, and I'm like, how Gene, and then he talks about like that reaction
dude,
comic fans had. So I'm like,
yeah,
you
but
were there.
That was what pissed me off about the series. Like, he ended it, and I'm like, oh, there's no way they could do this. Like, there's no way the series could do this at all.
Yeah.
You know, like, I'm gonna just say this: Carl is not around.
Yeah, I know, Carl.
You know, that kind of sucked,
dude. Yeah, for the walking. That's kind of when I stopped watching the show.
Same.
Like, you know, I was like, oh, well then, because I had read so I was like, I was so into it, I bought the book. I haven't bought the boys book. I haven't bought Invincible. I'm
Boys
not.
is worth reading. It's just
years ago on Netflix, I bought some of the Daredevil books, the old Frank Miller Daredevil books.
I got all those. Yeah.
I got some of the Chip Zdarsky new ones, but like, I'm not.
Oh, those are good.
I don't give a crap that much, about some of these comic properties. But
before we get to the boys, though, I want to get your take on this. Did you watch The Punisher one Last Kill?
Yeah.
I didn't like
also
it.
Check out
I didn't
my
like it.
review. Yeah, I did not like it either.
I didn't like it. Fucking Nepo fucking project. And like I literally got to the point where I was just like, oh, it's exactly what I thought it was gonna be. He's not gonna do anything Punisher-y until the last 5 minutes.
I said Disney ruins the Punisher. That's what I called my review.
Nice. Yeah, well,
because like,
actually, I'd argue John Bernthal ruined the Punisher because that was the only way he would return.
Yeah, I mean, true. He did get a lot of creative license for this project.
It was his whole thing. He
right,
was the
and that's
writer,
where I'm like,
director, main
maybe
actor.
you should stick to acting, dude.
Yeah,
like, this is not good.
Oh,
you did the raid. You did the raid with the Punisher. The raid is a 15-year-old movie. At this point, Dredd did it better. Whatever you think you're gonna do with the Punisher, Dredd did it better.
Holy shit, you got the exact same tape.
And like, and for me, I'm like, well, I liked Punisher in Daredevil Born Again.
Me too.
Because it's mostly him going at cops. And I like the way Punisher goes at cops who use the Punisher logo. And I'm like, holy fucking shit. Jerry Conway would be fucking proud. R.I.P.
Yep.
So I'm like, good. This, he doesn't go after any cops. So I'm like, what the fuck? What happened?
Well, he does not only go after any cops or anything like that. They also like try to do a full comic story with the Nucci family, which, dude, that was like a 10-year run.
Dude, when I was typing in that character's name, I was like, oh, this is actually a comic book character reference.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure there's a bunch of
I remember her as Polar Bear Lady because, like, yeah, dude, I'm whatever. I don't care about spoiling this one. So the Nucci's, it's like this hardcore crime family that he goes and he takes care of all of them except for the wife of one of them who like seeks revenge on him. So she does a pretty good job. It was kind of like what they did with the building ish. Yeah. I mean, she locked down a zoo. Was the whole thing, lured the Punisher there, but then the Punisher used a polar bear as his weapon, and she got all of her limbs torn off. And then actually she becomes even more evil because she doesn't die from it. And then just randomly, like, they do another arc where you're just like, it's the mystery villain where you're like, who is it? Who is it? Oh, it's Mama Nucci. Oh,
she's
no.
back.
Yeah.
Well, Chuck L says they can't. They get Judge Dredd and Demolition Man mixed up. That's okay.
Yeah.
They're both early '90s Sylvester Stallone movies.
Yeah. I am the law.
That's correct. But I'm referencing the Judge Dredd 2014.
Yeah.
2015 Carl Urban movie, which actually ties us back into talking about the boys.
There we go.
I am good at this. So I don't want to
on the back there, Alex.
When I catch myself getting into a transition, I'm like, hey, look at you thinking. Look at you using your brain. The boys, I feel, look, you feel a different way about the Stranger Things finale than I do. I feel similarly about the finale of The Boys. I even made that comparison in my video. I am now interested. What was your take on the finale of Game of Thrones?
I hated it.
Okay. You're in the consensus opinion for most people. I would say I would lump that in with the other two finales. In that, this is what I mean. The showrunners clearly influenced by social media and forums. Like, this was a problem in the late 90s, early 2000s.
I don't agree with that with Stranger Things at all, though.
I think
if they
the
were,
show
then
became,
Eddie would have shown up and everybody would have died.
I think the show became bigger than anyone anticipated, but it also became this thing that people like. They already won, is what I'm saying. Like they already win. Yeah. Same with Game of Thrones, Stranger Things, The Boys, some of these other shows. Like you've already. It's in the culture. They're memes now. The lines are references. Like it's you've already done it. Now all that's happening. Euphoria. I also mentioned that. Like they're only on season 3 of Euphoria, and it's been I don't know how many fucking years. 5 years, I don't know. This is 7 years that The Boys have been on air. Now, that's pretty quick in today's modern television landscape.
But it didn't seem as long because they had Gen V in between, which I thought was fucking smart.
Gen V was great. I like Gen V. Gen V, I thought, should have continued, but they canceled it.
Well, they didn't cancel it as much. No, they didn't cancel it as much as apparently it's a different thing now.
Well, yes.
They announced that they're doing the one where it's essentially like the old school Avengers, where it's Soldier Boy and all that.
Yeah, Vought Rising.
They have another one where it ties everything up. Where I guess the Gen V kids become the new not the 7, the kids team. Like they were the Teen Titans of the
I don't know
whole thing.
Oh, Kid Kicks or whatever.
Kid Kicks. Yeah. They kind of tie that in because originally they were going to do a Kid Kicks show.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm kind of glad they didn't do that.
Look, this is all a symptom of whether you like the actuals like storytelling or not. Because like I didn't really, and you did. So that's just a difference of opinion. That's fine. I'm saying all of this is the same mentality. Do you remember Universal NBC was going to make the Dark Universe, which was all the Universal monster movies like Swamp, the Creature from the Black Lagoon, Invisible Man, Frankenstein, Wolfman, Mummy.
Yeah.
Like it was going to be Tom Cruise was in that Mummy movie. That was the beginning of it. I
didn't hate it. It just wasn't.
You didn't
great.
It didn't. But the thing is, they are trying to make Marvel franchises now. Like they're not thinking about it in terms of I'm trying to make a movie or I'm trying to even make a reboot to like kickstart a franchise again. Like when they did Halloween H2O in the 90s where they're like, hey, let's make more Halloween movies. Does anybody have interest now that Scream is out? It's like they're not even trying to do that. They're like trying to from scratch go, we're going to make 10 movies of this. We're going to make spin-off TV series of this and video games of this. These are going to be franchises. We're selling it to you, Amazon, HBO, whatever, on this. Like, here's a prepackaged audience who like already knows the material, and even not, it's big and splashy enough, and we're going to have a big campaign for it that we're going to manufacture franchises. And that's what they had with Diabolical and Gen V, both of which you're telling me like they're like they didn't do that well, or we're gonna retool it into something else. Okay. And now they have this because I was like, this whole season feels like something, and I saw like a YouTube short being like they're setting up for Vought Rising, the like prequel series in the 50s of Soldier Boy. I'm like, oh, that's why Soldier Boy is so heavily featured in the season, even though he doesn't need to be here at all. That's why so much of this felt like this season and season 4 could have been smushed together into one like cohesive wrap up of the season. I think maybe even season 3. Like,
well, then you're actually kind of saying that they all fit together really well. Then
it could. The ideas, the plot points, just like in Game of Thrones. I think the plot points of like the Night King and like Arya and I think all the plot points worked. They just pushed it into a short time frame and just like get it out of here. We're done.
I don't know about that. I mean, if anything, I would argue that they stretch like some things, especially Arya, like they stretched some things too far, and then rushed it at the end. Actually, that's my biggest thing.
They were trying to wait for him to finish the book, and then when it was clear that they slowed things down.
Yeah.
She's going to stay in Pentos, blah blah blah. Like Daenerys is going to stay in Essos and rule there, and Slaver's Bay.
I was fine with
about Slaver's Bay.
I was fine with that, but at the same time, like actually, so Dany. Her heel turn, and this was actually funny enough, the wrestling fan in me that got mad, where I was just like, yo, you guys, they didn't build up at all.
Because
she hears the bells and goes crazy, like, fuck off.
Yeah.
Like, that shit didn't make sense to me.
They were trying to, like you said, slow it down so that George R.R. Martin could write the book. And also, they were more on a traditional scale of like, we're coming out with a season every year. And then they started taking year breaks. And then the actors get more expensive because they go do other projects and whatnot. It's harder to get them all back together. Now we have to green screen your interactions with each other in a scene together. And then also the creators they're making deals. They were going to go make Star Wars movies. So and they had a deal with Netflix. And they were going to,
then they fucked it up.
Let's wrap up this fucking dumb thing that we're attached to that we don't want to be attached to anymore. Give us the plot points, George. You're not going to finish the fucking book in time. So they had just had a list of plot points and didn't decide to like write stuff around those tent poles. So the tent poles I think are okay, but I think they didn't care to do that, and they didn't care to extend the show.
But the thing is, like, in retrospect,
for as long as you want.
I could honestly say that, like, even I'm not sure if it was, George's plot points or not. I'll just say this much, that the overall ending, not bad.
Yeah.
Really wasn't. Like, the whole thing with Bran, all of it. Like, I thought that was all right.
I liked it. I thought Bran, perfect.
Well, it also explained the Three-Eyed Raven thing.
Yeah, I mean, you have to.
Which that was my biggest like source of contention, where I was like, I really hope they don't fucking throw this one out, because it seemed like they were.
I mean, I think again, that's the situation. I'm talking about like the meta situation around the show.
Yeah. I know, like the behind the scenes,
like we want to get out of this thing. We have deals that are made on the success of this show, but the show's still going. So we're still attached to this thing that again, there's no way, dude. They even said, minor spoilers for the boys. They even said in like the first episode, there was a character who was a screenwriter who says it's hard to make an ending. And that to me telegraphs, you're going to lampshade this as a joke, so that when the ending is unsatisfying to everybody, or like, you can't always satisfy everybody, then you're just going to write it off.
Did you see the heavy spoilers thing that they think
I was going to watch this.
Influenced by the writers of The Boys? Because Heavy Spoilers put out a thing where the thumbnail was, it's bad for the finale, because this was 2 weeks before any I think this was 2 weeks ago, where they were saying that, they're putting out press releases saying, like, don't judge the show as a whole by the finale. And that's where Heavy Spoilers were like, it's bad. Oh, shit, prepare for Game of Thrones.
There's a whole, again, yes, man. And Game of Thrones is an interesting story, too, because I think people don't fucking think, dude, the minute that shit was over, people were like, we don't even talk about it. Like, we pretend we weren't fans. Like, we pretend we don't have tattoos that say Khaleesi on it, or named our
people named their kids after that shit.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. And
that's crazy.
Like, the show, it's just like, it shit the bed.
Yeah.
The creators shit the bed.
Yep.
The actors knew. They're doing interviews.
Oh my god, yeah, they're in freaking Daenerys' actor, she was just like,
I don't know. Same thing happened with
happy.
The actors were like, I don't know. And also, that shit came out in January, the end of this 10-year long, and really, that's the evolution. That's more what I'm interested in. This evolution of TV into, like, 8-episode seasons that come out every couple years. Maybe. Like, again, Euphoria is on season 3. Season 3 of a TV show. And it's like, it feels like the end. I'm not watching it. I'm just
It should be.
what people are talking about.
I mean,
what?
I haven't watched that show. Like, I haven't like purposefully watched that show as far as like sitting for a full episode. I remember when it started coming on during season 1, though, like you're saying, like, dude, that was a long time ago.
Bro, is the show Shameless still on the air?
No.
I can't tell. I can't even tell when things are on. This is another part of just like larger talking about like monoculture and how that's kind of fractioning off. We don't have that anymore. We don't have this like we all gather around and watch, you know.
My buddy just brought that up about why cable was better. He actually so that's crazy because like this is one of my best friends, and he just posted on his Facebook. You know, us fucking millennial like boomer fuckers. But he posted on his Facebook where he was just like, man, I'm gonna just say it. All these streaming services, he's like, the most like disappointing thing is that we're never gonna be able to have that where we all just enjoy the same thing live at the same time.
Right.
He's like, yes, you might get like a WrestleMania or something like that. He's like, but even that has kind of lost its luster because people watch it on demand now.
Like, yes, you know, I'd say Game of Thrones was like one of the last shows to do that. It's still, you know, House of the Dragon will still hit sometimes. People will be like,
it. I mean, Night of Seven Kingdoms was way better.
Night of Seven Kingdoms is one of my favorite shows of this year, period. I loved it. It got me to start rewatching Game of Thrones. I did stop at season 5. So I'm like, yeah, that's fitting. That's where it started to slow down. That's where she's staying in Essos. But I think, and then Stranger Things was one of those shows where, like, you know, it's early streaming days, and that's only 10 years ago, dude. It's like early streaming days of all crazy. Of a sudden this weekend, you look at social media and you're like, what is this fucking show that everyone's talking about that I've never heard of? And that was a big thing for like a couple years of like, you know, remember Hemlock Grove? Another Netflix show.
I just watched Dark.
Like, Dark
was one of them. God, that show's
like,
good.
All of a sudden, it's just like Westworld is a big one.
That was
like,
disappointing.
Dude, I remember an SNL sketch.
Bad.
Season 1. An SNL sketch coming out being like, someone's being interrogated for why they didn't watch Westworld, and everyone's telling them how great it is. Like that was the culture at the time. And then season 2 came out, no one cared. Season 3 came out, 4. There's 4 seasons of Westworld. Now they're talking about making a movie. Does anybody even remember that the show exists? It's not even on HBO Max, dude. They took it off because they didn't want to pay residuals. They're fucking up the whole industry. That's why I do highlight a movie like Is God Is. Yes, it's still tied to the industry. The movie coming out this weekend, I Love Boosters, Boots Riley's new movie. I'm excited. Yes, he took funding from wherever he could get it to make a movie. I think his politics are pretty lock solid. I think Ryan Coogler with Sinners, like, yes, he used
so good.
It's under Warner Brothers, like it's part of the system. David Zaslav, fine, but like you still own that movie. You got a good deal where you're gonna own that movie in a couple decades and have it in perpetuity, and like all the merchandising. Right, again, deals similar to like the ones George Lucas got in the 70s for Star Wars, where he owns the merchandising rights because they thought no one's gonna fucking care.
No one's gonna want merch for that
movie. And then Fox got screwed out of all that.
K-pop
money.
Demon Hunters is actually the biggest case study in all of that.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, dude. So K-pop Demon Hunters was passed up by Sony as a big screen release because they didn't think that it could actually get any traction. And it was made by the same team that made Into the Spider-Verse, which was incredible.
Yeah.
So they give Netflix the distribution rights and they sold the music rights as well. This thing blew the fuck up, and it's good. Like, the thing is, I like it. Like, whatever. It's
fantastic.
There's some schlocky shit in it, but honestly,
it's a great movie.
Turn your brain off fucking movie, and it's got some good music.
It's not even turn your brain off. It has some themes. It has character. It has motivation, and it's very good. But think, like, look, they might have been right. Like, Sony might have been like, well, if we put this in theaters,
they could. Well, okay, so maybe I don't know. Because
again, I'm devil's advocate,
their own
right?
worst enemy in that case.
Like,
though.
Look, it's dumb that they passed, right? Because it is a big hit, and they could have pushed for it and been like, no, we have faith in this. We're gonna like make the deal with McDonald's and all this shit. But then you run the risk of something like a Stranger Things season 5, or the very first review I made on my channel, Joker 2 Folie à Deux. Joker 2 Folie à Deux. They thought it was going to make another $1 billion. They had remembered billboards up, and then the weekend after it came out, those billboards were down. It was like, forget this movie happened, please, because it was a sink for us.
Well, it was like word of mouth does still have, like, I mean, honestly, you can attribute word of mouth to the entire Marvel like franchise. Iron Man was so good that I remember doing it where I was just like, guys, I know you guys know I'm a comic book fan, but Iron Man is a good fucking movie. My mom saw it and she was even like, all right, I guess I like that because she likes Robert Downey Jr.
It's a fucking action movie. It's just a good ass action movie. That's
also funny. It's got charm. Like, it's
very funny. Yeah, the whole blueprint.
Like, and that's what that's what people like.
Yeah, and I think for some, these endings of I mean, look, dude, the Marvel universe ended, right? Endgame was the last movie. Spider-Man: Far From Home, little like.
I disagree, but
at the end, after that, there was COVID. So, oops, your schedule's all
that
fucked up.
And the whole King Dynasty
thing. Whole year, and I think that helped. I think that helped, frankly, because people needed a fucking break. Because, dude, Disney's plan was we're gonna have at least 2 Marvel movies and 2 Star Wars movies in theaters.
Do you think that's going to help Mando and Grogu? Like, me and my wife are going to go see it.
I'm planning on going to see it this weekend too. I'm going to try and see that and I Love Boosters and make reviews for both of them. I'm going to try.
Really? Wow.
I'm going to try.
I was going to go and try and see Mortal Kombat actually tonight.
Mortal Kombat, I was like, that one I'll wait for it to come out on. I don't care about that.
God. How come
I only have so much
movie
money.
but me?
I've only had so much money.
That's all right. No, you know what? Movies are expensive as shit.
It's expensive to go to.
No, dude, and it's like a whole. Yeah, me and my wife, we go to maybe like one movie every 3 or 4 months.
Yeah. I mean, look, I write down like all the ones that I give a shit about.
Yeah,
like,
I got
my calendar, and then that's
you do reviews too. That's the difference.
Yeah, I'm trying to do reviews. But I'll wait on stuff.
Save those tickets for your fucking taxes.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding, dude. Like, listen, I'll open up about that a little bit. Just say no. Like, when you do this and you do like pull in even like a teeny bit of money, like being able to write off some of that, it does help, especially like in our fucking tax bracket.
Yeah, I would actually.
Anyway, I'm trying to make this a tax show.
Well, that's a good idea. Chuck L says Regal has cheaper movie tickets on Tuesdays. That's good to know.
Yeah. Regal cinemas are fucking dope on Tuesdays. I think it's like $5.
I might, that's a good idea. Thank you for that tip. But yeah, things like, I'm excited for Grogu and Mando. I don't know, man.
I'm
Season
excited
3
for
of Mando really, really let me down. That was another ending where I'm like, this is.
Oh, you didn't like it? Wow.
This is garbage.
Wow, dude, you're a tough critic.
It's not, dude. It's the Bo-Katan show that season.
That's fine,
Mando's
though.
a side character in his own show.
No, that's actually good. Well,
just like on the Boba Fett show, there was 6 episodes. First of all, there's 6 episodes. So what are you gonna do in 6 episodes?
That's stupid.
And the last 2 episodes are Mandalorian focused.
Yeah.
So he got shit canned out of his own fucking show.
Well, it's
Same
because
thing happened with.
Well, come on, you know why that is, though.
To get the numbers up.
No,
yes,
it wasn't just to get the numbers up. It was because they only had the script for the fucking Boba Fett movie. So it could only go so far because they literally recycled that script.
Right. Yes.
When I saw Ride the Rancor, folks, I'm like, I remember reading that.
Yeah. That's the behind the scenes stuff. The interesting shit to me is like, yeah, they were gonna make, like I said, Disney had a plan. 2 Marvel movies, 2 Star Wars
supposed to be a movie too.
A Star Wars story. Rogue One is the only movie. No.
Oh,
Rogue
so
One
good
and Han
though.
Solo are the only
God,
movies
how they fucked this up.
to have that title. But a Star Wars story, it was going to be Han Solo, Obi-Wan Kenobi, fucking Boba Fett, fucking Vader, fucking whatever they could think of that is just like,
honestly, I wish they had fiction on that, man. I would have watched all of it.
I mean, they did it with The Mandalorian. I feel like Jon Favreau was like, that Boba Fett shit, I think that was the one he was working on, and reworked it into The Mandalorian.
Yeah.
And was like, okay, it's not Boba Fett, it's a nameless Mandalorian guy, and he's doing all the Boba Fett shit that I wanted to see as a kid, because we were harkening back to the holiday special.
Timothy Fantastic.
Yeah, and then it hit big, and then season 2. Oh, now Dave Filoni's here, and we're gonna tie in all this Clone Wars shit. Here's Ahsoka.
I love that though.
Here's
Did you watch Maul?
What?
Did you watch Maul?
No, I did not.
Oh, reserve all of this judgment until you watch Maul.
Well, I mean, that's the thing with Darth Maul.
It ties it all together, and it does it brilliantly.
That's the thing with Darth. I'm not quite as far as like Red Letter Media when it, or like Kevin Smith, where Gen X Star Wars fans were like, "Fuck the prequels, period, all of it, fuck it."
I actually love the prequels.
I'm like, I like the prequels. I think they could have been reworked. I think there's a lot of good ideas there. I don't like this. As a kid, I was like, it's weird to see Darth Vader as a child. I think we should see him as a young man only, and like his descent into madness.
Oh,
but that was
off.
Me. No, that was me.
Then we don't get the
We could have had the
line.
same story.
Hold on. Then we do not get Jake Lloyd coming out and saying, "Are you an angel?"
We could have had almost the same script and the same story, just like closer timeline. Don't get me started on the prequels, but I
love the
someone who's like the
prequels.
cartoons.
I really do.
I did not like the Gendy Tarkovsky.
I love that we have like differences on almost everything like that we cover so far.
I did not like the Powerpuff Girl animator Gendy Tarkovsky. The Clone Wars cartoons.
You didn't like that?
I didn't like those.
Wow.
I didn't like Samurai Jack. I didn't like when he tried to do serious shit. I was like, I only trust Dexter.
Oh, so you haven't watched Primal then? Oh my god.
I did. Matt recommended me Primal. I did watch a little bit of Primal.
God damn.
Like, this is pretty cool. But that's me being an
You
adult.
also did a
being
sick
able to
ass Luke
respect
Cage
it.
comic too.
As a kid, I didn't like Samurai Jack. But then I also didn't like the 3D animated cartoon series. It was also like, you're trying to convince me this story was better than it is by like trying to fill in the gaps here. Like I felt like I was being conned as a kid. I was like, fuck this. I'm angry at this.
Yeah.
Years later, I would watch Rebels and I was like, okay, this is fun. And it's also more of the era that I care about. And then I watched some Clone Wars shit. Dude, one of the coolest episodes of TV is like Clone Wars, little Boba Fett as a kid trying to assassinate Samuel L. Jackson, Mace Windu, for killing his father. And he's on this ship with clones of his dad. And I'm like, that's a fucking horror movie. That's like really cool to do as a concept. So I really like that episode of Clone Wars. So I've gained some appreciation, but not to the point where I gave a shit that Maul was coming out. Darth Maul's dead, man. He's dead. He died in the Phantom Menace.
No, he didn't.
Why would he come? Why bring him back?
Well,
other than
because
really
number one,
his face paint
actually, interestingly enough, Maul Shadow Lord is one of the last things that George Lucas actually had his hands on.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yep.
Well, I mean, Lucas was the guy. I mean, the story.
He wanted
Darth
to do
Maul
this. He always said that Darth Maul didn't die.
They shouldn't have killed him.
No, the thing is, he said he didn't die. That's why he fell into the shaft, like the same way that Luke's hand did. He always had plans for this because, like,
Luke never got the hand back.
Dark Forces was actually supposed to be canon because George Lucas gave that idea to Timothy Zahn, where he was just like, okay, one thing I'll allow is the clone of Luke Skywalker.
Luke,
God, I forgot.
2 U's.
Yeah, Luke. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. So that was actually George Lucas's idea.
Yeah.
So
I mean, again, the man
this is why I respect the man who are the architect. And then on top of it, like, I'm a little biased. Like,
look, he did.
I like Maul's look, but I also liked his attitude when he was written. Like the thing I love about him is the betrayal of the Emperor and how he's like, he had to sit in a fucking pile of garbage for years surviving, just fucking like with his hate, like true hatred. Like, he is the embodiment of what a Sith would have actually like become in their most like fucking powerful form. And then I also like how George Lucas made it to where, like, that was the point that Darth Sidious accidentally like kind of overlooked the more powerful Sith because he had more hatred. And like by that time, like, he was exactly what Sidious wanted, but he cast him aside for Anakin.
Sidious is like, no one's getting more powerful than me, because the rule of two, and there's always a master and an apprentice, and then he's like, well, I know this cycle. I'm not gonna be the one killed. Fuck that shit.
I kind of like how they like they still fulfilled it, where it's just like,
I mean, he's the ultimate boomer. He's the ultimate like, I'm never gonna let the next generation take me over. I'm gonna Nancy Pelosi this shit and fucking stay
coming for you.
Yeah,
yes. You will never own a house.
I'm gonna Nancy Pelosi this shit and stay here in power. But yeah,
fucking true.
So Sidious. What was it? Fucking Darth Maul. I didn't watch the Darth Maul show. But why would we talk about Star Wars? Talking about Star Wars, and in relation to the Star Wars story, like, again, the Boba Fett show. I'm retracing our steps. The Boba Fett show was reworked from the Boba Fett movie script. Same thing, I assume, with the Obi-Wan show.
Yeah.
And you're right, like, George Lucas did kind of crown Dave Filoni like his successor in Disney, and he has people, Kathleen Kennedy worked for Lucas for many years before, and with Spielberg and stuff.
Yeah, but she's not a good writer.
Right, but like
Filoni is.
And now I would argue that point.
Really? God damn.
Look, dude, we're going to
such a harsh
this
critic.
movie. Look, I like this stuff. I like Mando and Grogu. My wife didn't like Mando and Grogu simply because Grogu was like, she didn't know that the show had come out, and suddenly this thing is like everywhere and popular, and instantly has a reaction of "fuck this, I don't like it," which is fair. I usually have that reaction too.
God.
I usually have that reaction too.
My wife would just be like, "Not my baby Yoda, no."
Yeah. So she's like begrudgingly going to this movie with me this weekend, but again, I liked it initially, and then it fell off. Like, a lot of people, well, I'll say, like, I'll point to Red Letter Media again. They talk about season 2 of like, oh, well, you ruined it with Ahsoka and Luke showing up at the end, deep fake Luke. And I'm like, I liked it. I ate it up. I thought it was fucking awesome. Season 3 is where you lose me. I mean, first of all, again, Boba Fett, Mr. Room, you okay? Yeah. He's a Shih Tzu. Sometimes his throat, he just gets caught. So
he's got thyroid cancer. So he does the same thing.
Yeah. So what was I just talking about? Oh, Mando. Mando. I thought season 3 was it's the Bo-Katan show, and you did your most. Again, season 2 ends with him giving up Grogu to go train with Luke, and then in the middle of Boba Fett, suddenly it's an episode of The Mandalorian, and actually no, he's going to get Grogu and pick him up from like daycare with Luke, and then he's just going to go back to doing bounty hunting stuff. Like, why was that in the Boba Fett show instead of being
Honestly,
in the Mando show.
It should have
and
been in
then
the
do a crossover.
Yeah, it should have done a Mando show or just a Mando fucking like special.
And this is what I
episode.
mean.
Yeah,
They are trying to build franchises from bottom up or
Yeah.
from top down, rather.
Yeah.
They're trying to go like, this is a franchise, but they don't have the faith in being like, okay, we're going to have a whole season just dedicated to Boba Fett, then a whole season dedicated to Mando again. And then in the next Boba Fett season 2, they're going to cross
they
over.
bring them together.
That's what the Netflix Marvel shows did really well.
Yeah.
And even the CW like DC shows like Arrow and Flash and all that.
Yeah, no, you're right about that.
They did a good job of introducing characters and then they'd get a spinoff because that's the order of fucking operations. You make a thing that's successful and it's so successful that even a character from that show can carry their own fucking show. That's television. That's franchising. You can't just go from all of these characters are gonna have movies and shows.
Oh, you're telling me Joni Loves Chachi wouldn't have been so successful without Happy Days, hey?
Right. You can't just launch that show from zero and be like, don't worry, there's gonna be a cinematic universe of Happy Days spin-offs and stuff, which there is if you go look about like where characters originated from or whatnot. But I don't know. I don't know.
All right.
I don't know how this is going to go because I feel like this movie's just going to be whatever.
I think
whatever was
listen,
like.
it's gonna. The main things that I've been hearing about is that it's not even mid. That it's like it feels like this is the wrap up to the series that we wanted, but it's just so big budget that it's like, yeah, go see it in the theater.
So
which I'm like, that's fine. I guess that's fine by me because I'm a big fan of the series.
Well, so it's like. We wasted Mandalorian and Grogu season 3 to do the Bo-Katan launch of her show.
Well, Bo-Katan needed it's not even just launch because she was also
a Bo-Katan show.
Well, she was already in like the.
Look, it is called the Mandalorian.
This is what I like about it. It could, from Dave Filoni's perspective, it could have been about any of them. The Armorer was the breakout character in the Mandalorian outside of Mando.
Right.
Yes.
That dude, that's such a good argument that I came up with it already. Like the Mandalorian, it's vague. It could be about any of these Mandalorians.
That's kind of the point.
It's a nice.
Like they were supposed. That's the thing I liked about it was the fact that they were supposed to be mysterious. The fact that the planet was destroyed. The fact that it is more of a clan and creed kind of thing where it's not actually a race.
I like all that stuff. It's very cool.
And that's where it was like, all right, I'm in.
And then going to reclaim the planet and stuff like that. I get it. It works.
And the time frame, the thing is, it gave us that little bit of like, okay, so this is what the resistance was. Even CGI Luke, I didn't love it, but it was fine. Because I like seeing what happened in between getting to man Luke. I like having just that little bit of him rebuilding the order. I was okay with that.
Very cool. I think they should have done a show called, they did do a show called The Resistance. It was an animated show. I don't know how long it went. Not
2
that
seasons,
long.
And it was about it was Poe Dameron training a squadron.
So
I didn't like it.
They could have done, instead of putting in, again, this is Disney's plan. It's a very George Lucas plan from the 90s. There's going to be a multimedia experience. So you're going to read the Dark Forces book, read the comic book, get the video game, and all these stories are going to connect and be one canon thing that was happening in the background of like in between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, whatever it is. Same thing here. This the new Star Wars trilogy is going to be a trilogy. Again, this was Disney's plan. We're going to make trilogies.
Yeah, I just wish they would have let
7, 8, 9, then 10, 11, 12. And then we're also going to do a Star Wars story.
Rise of Skywalker would have fucking actually saved that franchise.
Yeah. And then we're going to do Battlefront. We're going to make the Battlefront games, and those stories are going to fill in the gaps. And all the comic books that we're going to launch are going to fill in the gaps and build this up. So, Disney's thing was like a rebranding, basically, of Star Wars is what we had to do and be like, this is ours now. And, because we don't want the fans being like, well, this doesn't connect to this book written in 1984. Like, nobody cares.
No, but they were trying to do that. So that's why they brought Thrawn in. And like they were trying to do this thing where they wanted to get like teens and you know, like 10 to like 13, and then they were like, we're gonna skip 18 to 30, and over 30 we do want you guys to also be like, okay, I'll check this out, this has a little bit of nostalgia, so all right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and to wrap this whole thing, I think I'm interested to see what this movie is. If it is truly like, here's a story about them, and it is kind of the cap on the thing. And again, this is the business strategy of the company going, we're not doing Disney Plus straight to Disney Plus shows that much anymore. It's not working out for us. It's actually costing us money. It's not getting us new subscribers. They have the same problem as Netflix and any of these other companies. There's a limit to how many people can sign up for your fucking thing, and that's it. And you can't.
That's why I keep raising the prices, and now people are starting to dip, and then you got people going, dude, I heard that there's people going back to cable because cable's offering deals that if you have your cable package, they'll just give you the fucking sub. That's back to that now.
That's awesome. I mean, good, because it's ridiculous that they're raising the price. They can't think of any other way. They're putting ads again. They're fucking stupid. I'm watching Tubi. I'm watching Pluto. They're free. They have like live options where you can just flip through the channels. That's nice. That's a nice thing to do. I think people forget channel surfing and how like it was, you didn't have to make the choice of what to watch. Things were just on, and you just chose which thing you wanted to see.
The thing is, you would find so much programming through that. Like VH1 fucking... Dude, I spent entire summers watching VH1 fucking list shows, like the I Love the 80s bullshit and all that.
And things came on
Howard
at
Stern.
certain times.
Yep.
And that's, again, we're just bringing a look at this transition, this wrap up of this whole conversation about monoculture and how I made a review of The Boys. I do this, one, because I want to talk about it, but two, hey, it's the day the finale comes out. I think having a video come out that day, maybe that'll do good, right? Look, the other day I'm looking at my page here. The other day I had this reaction to the Green Lantern trailer. 136. I'm surprised that anybody gives a shit about Green Lantern at this point.
Shut up.
I'm thrilled. I love it.
So fuck you. Oh, wait, you like Green Lantern.
I love Green Lantern.
Oh, I was going to say, hold on. You're a Green Lantern fan.
So I'm thrilled that people care. But, the most views I'm getting in the last couple of weeks is this Brian Andrews thing. So all these country listeners are searching Brian Andrews for his new protest song.
No, this is where I was giving you some props, man. You're doing the thing that, like, I covered it today on my show, and actually a good way to kind of break this to everybody on this space that, they are definitely going after progressive media. Farron Cousins and also the Ring of Fire, not Farron Cousins, all kind of cover this, where it's just like, no, David Pakman, the bigger creators are seeing this. They're seeing their impression rates stay the same, but they're seeing all their view counts go down, which any YouTuber just kind of knows, like, that doesn't make any sense unless they are burying our stuff.
I mean, folks, if you were watching me talk to Deter and the last thing I was talking about was billionaires, that's why I'm wearing this unrelated Luigi hat. They are getting nervous. Jeff Bezos just did an interview, and I feel like, dude, he doesn't need to do interviews. No. And I think the reason he did this is because he feels the need to justify himself. He's throwing out alternative tax policies and going like, I don't know, like at what point when you're making money does it become unethical to, like, why is having $1 billion unethical? He is out here defending.
He's trying.
Shit. He's trying. Jay-Z a couple weeks ago had an interview talking about, like, I didn't screw anybody over on my way to making $1 billion. Dude, you used to deal crack. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Dude, you're in the music industry, a notoriously predacious industry. What are you talking about to make $1 billion? So, like, they're feeling the heat. They're feeling people turn on Trump. I think they're feeling people just look at billionaires as like, oh, you're all Epstein people. Like the Epstein class thing.
I'm glad that's taken over, man.
Might not have it rhetorically. That might just be a thing over here on leftist media on this space that we say the Epstein class. But like people feel it regardless. They are like, they are sucking the world dry of resources, us dry of money and resources, charging more and more for their product, which gets shittier and shittier. and we're done. And I think, the boys, Vought is a big proponent of this. That's why, again, I'm
perfect
thinking,
analogy for everything going on.
perfect analogy for, Disney, Amazon, these evil corporations. But I think, the enshittification argument maybe, I don't know, look, view numbers on a channel as small as mine, who fucking cares, right? But 34 views in the day, and I'm like, also thinking about the way I engage with media, where I'm like, I love United the Seven Kingdoms, right? So normally for a show like that, I'm watching reactors and I'm watching reviews and stuff, and I did a little bit, but not as much as I would have in the past. Maybe that's just me changing my sensibilities and what I'm into. And
No,
whatever.
I would argue that's because you're a creator yourself, and now you're kind of wanting
Maybe
to
that
not
too.
be
Yeah, for
influenced.
sure.
No,
Yeah.
you do hit that point where you don't want to be influenced by somebody else. Like, dude, I did that with Vosh, where I kind of caught myself being influenced by some of the stuff that he'd be talking about. So I was like, hey, you know what? I'm done.
Yeah. Yeah. So fair. I agree with that. I agree with that for sure. But I also think maybe some of these things are just like, Game of Thrones back in the day, or maybe, a lot of people, Stranger Things, like that. When that ended, they were done. And they were just like, okay, I saw it. That was it. I'm moving on with my life.
I kind of thought about this. I should probably cancel my Netflix.
I mean, dude, are you like the ending? Are you watching the animated series that's out now?
So the thing is, I don't go right to it because I don't have time. I mean, I barely sleep as it is. So
but is that something? Because you're into the mall show and
well, yeah. So what I do is while I work, I'll just try and catch some of that, or if I have a few hours between doing
or
stream,
the boys. Are you gonna watch Vought Rising when that comes out?
Yeah,
okay,
I'm going to.
All right, so
I'll watch
maybe
I'm gonna watch it. Dude, I'm a comic book fan that is just happy to have all this shit still.
right, yeah.
And people are burnt out, sure, but I get Doomsday. I get to see Doctor Doom. I don't care if it's Tony Stark. I do care if it's Tony Stark, but
yeah,
I get Doctor Doom on screen.
Me too. I'm still going to these
this.
things for sure. I own the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie on Blu-ray. So yeah,
me too.
I'm super excited for the show. But I'm also picking and choosing Marvel movies now, and I'm starting to pick and choose and shows particularly. I did not watch fucking all of Ironheart or Agatha all along.
Oh, actually, Ironheart's low key, dude, it's good.
I mean,
it's good.
You know what I'm saying? So
I would check that out. Actually, I would be interested in your take on that. Legit in a movie.
I watched the first 3 episodes.
You did?
Yeah. And I was like, okay, I didn't watch the rest.
I'm kind of shocked, man. I remember being impressed with the first episode, where I was kind of okay, let's see where this goes. But I don't know, man. It ends on such a high note where I was just had that moment where I was like, holy shit, that was actually really good.
I mean, but yeah, folks, thank you so much for watching today on this space. Thank you for watching us talk about the boys and Star Wars and comics for the last hour. And thank you all again for being here and sharing and talking about this space and letting people know we're here so that we can continue to grow and fight back against this fucking algorithm that's trying to take us down.
Fuck yeah. As I said, man, this is gonna impact us all, especially over on this space. That's why I was like, man, I cannot deal with this. But no, guys, like you said, thank you for hanging out. No left past 10 tonight, so we're
signing up. We're closing the door. We're locking
here.
up.
Yep. We're closing up shop. So
locking up the quick stop.
Make sure you do the thing though. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Which, come on, what are you doing? And that's that. Support all of us here, and check out our individual content. Go check out Alex's videos. Come on, guys. Go watch
check out my
boys
reviews.
and then watch his video though, because I'm sure that he spoils it there.
Yeah, but I will say for Is God Is, I did not spoil the movie, so you can watch that.
Oh shit! And I'm gonna go check out your video. All right, cool. Because I do want to see Is God Is.
Yeah.
Do we have a timetable? Wait, you might be the expert on this. A movie like Is God Is there a timetable on when we might get that digitally?
I mean, at this point in time, years ago, I'd be like, I don't know, a year, 2 years. Now, who knows? A couple months.
All right, cool.
Well, might even be able to get it now
I get to
on
see
fucking
that.
Amazon. I don't know.
Man,
I don't know.
Things are weird, but all right, Alex, thank you for coming on the show, man. I really, really appreciate you, and I appreciate all of you watching this show tonight and all day today. Wait a minute, Alex, you had a show today. We all appreciate you guys. No, seriously, love y'all, and we will catch you all tomorrow, and I will catch you guys on Pepaganda next week on Tuesday. Alex, what you plug?
Next week, Tuesday, for my show here on this space, 6 p.m. And again, watch my channel. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow. I might stream tomorrow. I might stream like some Crimson Desert, or I might be over here watching videos and catching up on Culture United, because Drake came out with his album, plural, last Friday. I made a reaction to Iceman. I'm not doing the other fucking two. But Culture United talking about Drake dropping and what it means and the discourse and all that stuff.
Are we going to have another Kendrick? Like, is Kendrick going to be responding?
No.
All right. No,
but that's another one. That's another one. Like, I thought that, just the last thing, like The Boys, I thought it would have more fucking traction this weekend. Oh my God, people are Googling and looking up reactions and stuff. That only has 39 views. The Boys today and that's since Saturday. So, half a week. Drake might be a little worried about the numbers of people looking up stuff.
You're just like, hey, I know I'm a microcosm, but motherfucker,
a terrible microcosm. Very small.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares about you, Drake. You listen to that
the
shit.
Kenny Mason album that came out last Tuesday, 637 views. So, Drake. Telling you, the first day numbers, big drop off after that.
Actually, one last question before we go. Okay. What the fuck is up with the not having dark mode up?
What are you talking about?
You don't do dark mode on YouTube?
I mean,
I have dark mode on everything. I'm not sure if you have like the same like visual thing I got.
I only do it on my phone, and that's a new thing. That's a new thing. Yeah.
Really?
Oh. I'll take the bright light. I don't give a fuck.
Oh man, it's just so much.
Burn
it's
my
like,
retinas.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like you can literally see when like we're going on the screen where it's just like, hold on.
All right, take care, folks. Nick.
All right, folks. We'll see you later. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.